This conference will now be recorded.
Okay, hi everyone. Very good evening to all of you. I hope I'm audible to you, right?
Yes.
You can just okay, that's fine. Okay, we can start our session now. Okay, I guess two people more will join. But anyway, we can start our session now because it's too late. Because if we'll wait, it will be late, right? Okay, so we are here for what data science and machine learning program. Okay, so many of you may have worked earlier with these things. Okay, may have a little bit concepts about it. Okay, may did some research, right? And for many of you it's a complete new thing, right? So we will plan our session in such a way that everyone should be comfortable with whatever that we are learning, right? And if anything that you could not understood, if you are having any sort of doubt anytime, you can just let me know through this chat box. Okay, and after the class, if you're having any doubts, suppose you are working on some kind of a project or anything and you are having any doubts, you can just let me know through the Google Classroom that you have joined. Okay, you can post over there that okay that you are having this doubt and this is not working, so that we can I will go through it, okay, and we'll let you know uh, what how we can make the things better, right? Okay, now how will we continue this session? What will be the pipeline? Okay, what is the way through which we are going to learn? Okay, there should be a proper format, right? So let me tell you, okay, what will be the procedure of learning, right? So it will be a complete, just a minute, let me open this thing first. Okay, so it will be a complete scratch to deployment program. Okay, that means end-to-end program. Okay, so it will be conducted in 4 different stages. The very first stage that we are having is of what? I have to increase it a bit, right? Just a minute, let me make the screen little better. Like it's very small now. Okay, fine. Okay, so very first thing that we have to do is what? We will go through the Python basics, right? Okay, Python basics. So Python maybe it's a very simple language first of all. Okay, it is the most simplest language. Whichever programming language you know, like C, C++, Java, whatever programming language you are knowing. Out of those all programming language, it is one of the most simplest language, right? Anyone can learn it. It's just like writing a essay in English. Okay, it is easy as like writing a kind of or some kind of article, right? So it is very simple thing which we have to start from where we will start. The second thing that we will do is what we will understand, we will learn how to play with data. Okay, so the game of data, or you can say the way the you can say the skill of playing with the data. Okay, the playing with the data means what? I mean extracting the information from the data, right? If you're having a data, that doesn't mean you are having information. Informations are always meaningful, right? Data may have some meaningful entity and may have some kind of some meaningless entity. Okay, so what data scientists do actually, the role of data scientists is to extract the meaningful information out of the existing data set, right? So we will just have a we'll make our hand dirty on some sorts of different kinds of data. Okay, so that is the concept of data science that we will learn. Third, we will understand the mathematical, okay, the mathematical intuitions. Okay, now you say like why mathematics is required? Because machine learning is nothing without mathematics. Okay, if you are having a quite good concept, so it's some basics of mathematics like simple coordinate geometry or simple kinds of algebra, calculus. Okay, you can write any kind of algorithm. Okay, you can write any kind of algorithm as well as you can tune any kind of algorithm to do better. Okay, that means if we know the mathematics, then what we can do, we can make changes in the existing algorithm to work better. Okay, that is the first you can say benefit of knowing the mathematical intuitions that is used in machine learning. Second benefit, we are using what? Python. Python is what? Python is a technology. Okay, and technology is what? Technology is never stable, right? Technology used to improve, change. Okay, so many replacement used to come, right? Just suppose after 5 years, if Python is not in trend, okay, currently Python is in trend, but who knows, it may possible after 3 years some other language is in trend. Okay, industry used to update itself, right? So if things are changing continuously in the industry, and at that point of time, if we are just kind of knowing how to write a code in Python, then what happen? We will be outdated, right? But if we are knowing the mathematical concept behind it, right, adapting any language will be easier for us. Okay, any language you can quickly adopt and can use it, right? So that's why concept needs to be understood very well. That's why mathematical intuition is required over here. The fourth part, we will combine these two stuff. Which one? We will combine these two things. Just a minute. We will combine these two things together, okay, to create what? To create the fourth thing. Okay, and fourth is what? ML model. Okay, ML model will do what? ML model will be used for kind of for predictions, for decision making, right? Like we make a lot of decision in our life, isn't it? Like you made a decision that you have to attend a class, I made a decision that I have to deliver this session, right? So these decisions we made on what basis? On our life experiences, isn't it? Because like industry, we know like industry is in need of data scientists, industry is in need of ML developers. Okay, so it means we need to learn somewhere somehow. Okay, so that's how we made a decision, right? So that means on our life experiences we made the decision. So here data is there. Okay, data will do what? Data will generate the experiences, just like we are having an experience in our life using the data that is there in our brain, right? So data science means what? Data is there, and second, algorithm is there which can use that data, okay, so that further predictions, further decisions can be made. Okay, predictions or decisions. Okay, so we'll work over it, and at the last stage what we'll do, we will learn how to deploy it. Okay, deploy for what? Deploy for industrial use, right? It's not like just like ML model you created and it is doing some job. Okay, but how to use it in real time? Okay, suppose there is a front end developer. Okay, ML developer do what? ML developer is a back end developer. Okay, as a ML developer you will be a back end developer. Okay, because you will write a program which will work in the back end of an application. Okay, which will work in the back end of application. But if there is a front end developer, how he will use your code, right? Whatever code that you have written using these things, how it can be used for the front end developers, how it can be deployed over the server. Okay, how it can be used for the web applications, how it can be used for your any kind of applications, right? So all those things we will learn. Okay, and we'll create a complete wholesale project. There will be a one capstone project. Okay, that will be a bigger size project. Okay, in which end-to-end developments will be there. Then before some mini projects will also be there, but many projects will not be end-to-end because like in this duration we can just cover up one end-to-end projects. But if you know the deployment, same process will be used for any kind of deployment. Okay, it will not change with the code, right? So that means you can deploy all those things as well. The total duration initially planned for 30 hours, but that is not hard and fast rule. Okay, there is no hard and fast rule that only 30 hours will be given to you. Initially it is planned for 30 hours, Monday to Saturday, Monday to Saturday, 2.5 hours, 2.5 hours for the first week, second week. Okay, but if anything which is left, or if you are having any, you need any further classes, okay, you need kind of some doubt clearing session will also be arranged. But if you anything which is left, and for that if any additional sessions will be required, so that will also be arranged. Okay, it is not hard and fast, but initially because some timeline should be given. Okay, that okay 30 hours, right? But it is not fixed. It may possible 2.5 hours may increase based upon the requirement, right? But 30 hours is the thing in which you will try to fix it. 15 hours, that means 2 additional weeks will be there in which you have to finish your project and submit your project. Okay, your project will be analyzed, thereafter you'll get the internship offer letter. That internship may continue, I guess, for next 2 months. Okay, that within that 2 months you will get a continuous projects. Okay, some assignment on which you can work. Okay, submit, and can those assignments will be analyzed. Based upon that you will get some incentive as well, or you can do some sort of a stipend as well. But initially this 1 month you have to work properly, because based upon the project that you submitted, the quality that you give in the project that you're going to submit, based upon that the decision will be made for the further internship offer letter for the next 2 month, right? And this and what you will get, you'll get one training certificate. When you finish your project, all of you who finish the project certificate will get the project completion certification, as well as the internship completion certification, okay, that you had completed the internship, and the letter of recommendation. Okay, and if you are selected for the further internship, then only your internship will get extended, okay, for next 2 months. Okay, otherwise, on finishing the project, if it is just finish the project, normal project you have submitted, not like if it is not up to the mark, but you will be defined, it will be defined what actually required. I will tell you how to submit the project so that it can be, you can get some paid internship as well. Okay, I'll help you in that. I'll just let you know how to create a better project so that you can get a paid internship also after this, after the session gets completed. Okay, so that's all I can do from my side. If you are having anything to ask, please let me know before I just
Hello,
start with the, yeah, please tell me.
hello, people. Hello.
Yeah, please tell me.
Yeah, I just want to know that
Mm-hmm.
if you are completing this program with, so you will offer for an internship after your
Hmm.
proper, what we say, selection process.
Right,
Then
right.
after so then after the internship, you may provide a job, or we will expect from you that you are getting internship from your side.
Now, I may provide a, no, I'm talking about the internship, not about the job. Job assistance can be given, but I'm talking about internship. How it works, I will tell you. It's like this.
Yeah.
Okay, just a minute. I'll explain it. I'll explain it completely, right? How to remove this drawing? Erase all drawing. Okay, fine. Okay. So step one, your 30 hours of training. Okay, this is first thing. So step two, okay, project completion. Okay, project completion, right? After project completion, what will be given? It will be like training certificate has already been given. Okay, the project completion certificate. Okay, in the project completion certificate only the internship completion certificate will be there. Internship completion certificate will be there, plus letter of recommendation will be there. Okay, these things will be given. Okay, apart from that, if on analyzing the project, okay, like the way you have submitted it, the way you framed it, right, based upon the analysis of the project that will be done from our end, you will be, you will be offered with, okay, some of you, I can't promise all of you, but it may possible all of you, but some of you will definitely be offered with what, the additional 2 months of internship, okay, from our end, additional 2 months of internship from our end, in which you will be provide, you will be kind of given with some additional projects to work upon, okay, which you can finish, as well as some stipend may be provided in that case if you are getting hired for the additional 2 months of internship. Is it clear now?
Yeah, I got the point, but
Yeah,
I just
right.
want to ask that after the 2 months of internship, so
Mm-hmm.
you have a job, or that's my major goal of the internship.
Actually, just a minute. Actually, your voice is not very much clear. It is quite kind of blocking. So, can you write the thing into the chat so that I can read it? Your voice is not very much clear to me.
Hello,
I mean,
now it's clear.
yeah, it's clear. It's clear. Hers, right?
Ah, yeah,
Yeah,
Harsh.
please.
Uh, yeah, I just want to know about if the 2 months of internship is also done. So then after
Mhm.
what? I just want to know about that thing.
Okay, then after we will provide the like kind of from the HR team, they will provide some kind of a job assistance, okay, where you can give your proper interview and may get hired based upon your performance. Got my point?
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, I
yeah.
got it.
So that will be a full-time job. It's not like at all the job opportunity we can, but we will definitely help you in getting some job. We'll just provide some job assistance. We will let you know how to build up the resume. Some LinkedIn profile recommendations will be there. Some LinkedIn profile management program will also be given. Okay, in which you will be told how to manage your LinkedIn profile, how to apply for the job for the LinkedIn and Indeed. Okay, and those all things will be given, so that, and some additional job opportunity will also be given from our own clients, whatever the clients that we are having. So we will also send you resume over there, this will be done from, I guess, from the HR team and all. Okay, but it will be done, it will be, you will be helped in that case. Is it fine?
Yeah,
Hello.
thank you very much.
Okay, great. Please, Vishnu,
Uh,
please tell me.
Hello everyone. Good evening. I have one question,
Yes.
Ripple.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. So my name is Shreyansh,
Mhm.
and I have 5+ years of experience.
Better.
So I actually wanted to know what's scope for a person like for a professional like me who has a 5+ years of experience. How will this course uh,
Mhm.
be fruitful for me? Means like how
Right,
will it?
right.
Yeah. Thank you
Okay.
for my.
Okay, great. So, may I know in which domain are you working currently?
I'm an associate consultant with Global Logic. I work for a client for a big tech client, and it's
Mhm.
basically providing Google queries to them, Google consulting to them, Google Tech consultancy.
Okay. So, it's a you are working as a like your domain is programming oriented. Or it's a kind of is it on other basis like that's what I want to
It's a
know.
programming basis. I work on different Google Tech technologies. Like they have their own SQL, like Dremel and F1, and they
Mhm.
have their own visualization tool named as Google Data Studio. And apart from
Right.
that, I am working on Python. So basically, I wanted to know, means how can a person with a professional with 5 years of experience be benefited,
Definitely,
and
that
how
means
it will.
you are having so many ads on in that case. You will easily if you are having skills, if you just need a skill. I guess even you don't require any kind of assistance or any kind of additional support as well. You can if you will develop your skill, that is enough. You can because you are already having experience, you are already working in the industry. Okay, and you must be knowing like whenever like in the companies there's so many like whatever companies, whatever tech company you are working. Okay, every tech company is having first they release their internal openings. Okay, and out of like whatever internal openings now are coming, if there are 10 internal openings are opening up, vacancies are getting up, in that case out of I guess 50% are based out of machine learning or data science, right? So even you can upgrade yourself in your own company. Okay, where I can assure that you'll in your company also there's so many opportunities they will definitely give for machine learning and data science kind of the person who is having this kind of skills. That is first thing. Second thing, if you're working in this particular industry, you must be knowing that you can apply for a lot of different things by adding your experience with this thing. Okay, like whatever like you had already worked with so many Google Tech, data visualization, Python, and all. So with that particular part, if you will add these skills, so then also it's just like you will your kind of whatever the perks, whatever the salary that increment is, that is for sure. That is one thing. Second, you will get a kind of what is a leap, a big leap, or you can say big jump in your kind of a career, as per my experience with the knowledge of the data science and machine learning.
Okay.
Right, but apart from that we will definitely provide you the whatever the openings that we are getting from our end. But I hope, as per my experience, what I hope like you will not be required with that part also, because I know. So the vacancies, when the openings comes out, the internal, it will be informed to the internal people first. The internal guys comes to know it first, so you can apply to those openings as well. And I'm pretty much sure you'll get hired for those. Okay.
Hello.
Yeah, please. Vishnu, right?
Yeah, my name is Vishnu and
Yeah, please, please tell
good and all. My voice is audible to you, sir?
me. Yeah, very clear. Now it's very clear. Please tell me.
Yeah, so I am currently doing my BTech in petroleum engineering. It is mainly for oil and gas sector. So
Right.
before I go this, I will go this project and all these things. I just
Mhm.
want to know that if there is a project in oil and gas, because as you know, data science is not only for IT sectors and all that these things. It is all over about oil and gas sector. So
Right.
Halliburton's and some other like companies are looking for data scientists with petroleum core branch.
Mhm.
So before I go, I want to know that the project is on basis of only IT sector or like only computer science or like an banking sector. Any oil and gas project will be there.
It's not like that. Project will be from IT or something. I will just pick the projects from different areas, right? Like I will pick the project from retail areas. We'll pick the project from, like you said, like from oil and gas sector. So I will pick some project. I'll try to pick some project. If you're having some data with you, okay, on which you want to work, or some case study you are having, okay, and you want that case study should be discussed in the class, you can just let me know, we'll discuss that case study. Or else I will figure out some case study which can address your domain, or which can address your particular sector in which you are working, okay. So I'll figure out that case study and can work over that also, okay. That multiple, I'll take different case study from different zones. It is not like that for only banking sector we are going to solve the problem, okay.
Yeah, but I am in third year, sir.
Okay,
Before
no,
graduation, I want.
no, it will be it will definitely give you a good sort of first let's start learning, right? Once you start learning, once you learn, then only you can apply that thing in so many different areas. Like for example, if you are, suppose you learn, like when at the, like when we were very kid, right, we taught ABCD. So at that time we were not knowing that by learning ABCD at some time we'll make sentences and we'll do this, we'll speak with someone using the language, will create a kind of, this is, we are learning ABCD because it is going, because it is converting through ABCD we will learn English language. We were not knowing that, but with time we learned it, okay. So that's what I'm saying, first try whatever we are going to learn, just start learning that part. Thereafter you will automatically understood, you will automatically get the point, like how that can be applied in different domains, right?
Okay, sir, I got it. Thank you so much.
Right. No worry. Okay, so let's start our journey from here. Whatever doubts you are having, you can just let me know at any point of time. So very first thing, Python basics. Why I have written the Python basics? Because I know many of us are very new to it. So full Python programming I can't tell you, that is for sure, because we are for machine learning. If I'll go for complete Python course, it will take complete 30 hours in Python course. That can't be done. So what we will do, I will not make it very much short also, that no one is getting what is going on. What we'll do, we'll find out a way that is a midway, right? That means we will take those concepts of Python, okay, we'll learn those concepts of Python which are important for data science and ML, okay. Because Python is used for what? Python is a very powerful language, it's a high level programming language. That means any kind of environment, any kind of id, any kind of OS can be used. But it is used for multiple, like multiple cases, right? Like it is used for website developments, it is used for kernel development, it is used for kind of application development, okay, application development. And there are multiple uses are there. So one of the use is data science, okay. So it is having more than 300 libraries. So obviously all the libraries we can't read, we can't study, and we can't it even more than 300, okay. There is no defined count, okay. So it is impossible for anyone to learn all the libraries, okay. Like it's like some of the libraries which you have to use, those libraries only you have to learn, okay, you have to study, right? So we will just try to understand the concept of Python that can be used for the data science part, okay. And thereafter we will start with this second step, right? So how to use it, okay, how to start learning the Python, okay. So to code in the Python you need a IDE, okay. IDE is open source, okay. IDE is open source. Please, if you have already installed Anaconda, and if anyone told you to install Anaconda into your system, okay, please don't install it, okay. If you had already installed, then leave it, okay. Please don't open it, right? And if anyone told you to install it, because until unless I will tell you, please don't install any software which I had not, which I'm not telling to you. Because it may create a kind of what your problem in the system, and then solving that problem will take all our time, okay. So Python IDE one can use. What is Python IDE? It's an open source software, right? It is what? It's an open source software that can be accessible. You have to just type over here Python IDE, okay, IDLE, okay, Python interactive development environment. Now when you open it, you will get so many versions. So which version to install? Generally what we do, we install the latest version. Please don't install the latest version, because there are so many irregularities are there in the latest version, okay. So many things, so many software, so many libraries will be there which will not support the latest version, okay. And again you will face the difficulty, okay. Always use a little older version, okay. Python 3.7 up to 3.7 is fine, okay. So Python 3.7 you can search, and it can be clicked over here. The very first thing, it is showing 3.9 over here, but please don't go for 3.9. By default it came over here 3.9, Okay, 3.7 I will suggest 3.7.7 or 3.7 point other thing also. Okay, Python 3.7. Let me give the link to you in the chat window for anyone who is very new to it. So what is it? It is an interactive development environment where one can write a code, okay, and can make some application, right? So you can install it from here. Okay, the things are given over to you, like these are given for what that is, uh, what that known as your Linux. Okay, these are for the Linux machine, these are for the Mac machine, okay, and these are for Windows machine. So Windows machine you can use this thing 64-bit. Please use 64-bit part. Please don't install any other kind of thing. Please use don't install 32-bit ID, because 32-bit will again create a problem with some additional libraries. So I'm just giving you initially, I'm just letting you know that please install the 64-bit ID in your system. If it is already installed, that's well and good. What you can do then, you can just start the IDE. Okay, IDE you can search for. When it is installed, you can search for the IDE in the start button. Okay, in the start button, when you search for IDE, it will be opened up, and you can search for IDLE over here. IDE or IDLE, same thing, interactive development environment, IDLE, right? So you can just open it, right? So it is what that you have to install into your system. Make sure, please don't install any additional software which I am not telling to you. If you have already installed, you had already worked upon, you are already having experience of any other software, you can use it. But if you are not having any additional experience, if you're not having any experience with any other software, and your friends told that okay, this is a good software, please install it, please don't install that thing. Okay, because your friend can only let you know that to install. Okay, ultimately I have to tell you how to use it, right? So that's why only install those things which I am telling to you. Okay, just for you know our easiness, right? So once you start this thing, you will get a cell. Okay, it is called Python cell. Okay, once you install, you start, you will get a Python cell. Python cell is the interactive tool, okay, where you can write a code and code will execute without getting compiled. Okay, that means suppose if I'm writing over here print the full. Okay, so what it will do, it will just get executed and show me the output. Okay, the file will not be created, there is no file created, there is no application created, there is no executable thing created. Okay, just a line, a kind of instruction I had given. Okay, and Python interpret that instruction and giving me the output. That's it, right? Now how to create an application, that means how to create a kind of a application that can runs in the front end or in the back end. Okay, because it is not creating any file. Whatever I will tell him, like a is equal to 6, b is equal to 7, and just I will call a plus b, it will just follow my instruction. That's it, right? So to use this thing, what you have to do, you have to just click on file. Okay, new file. Okay, I'm again telling you, in the cell you have to click on file and the new file, any kind of OS, either Linux, Windows or Mac, anywhere you can click over new file, and it is a blank screen that you can see, which will be used for what coding. It's a very clean and clear ideally. Okay, it's there is nothing present over it, very clean and clear, ideally just like a notepad where we have to write the code. Okay, here only we are going to write the code initially, right? So initially, to be a Python friendly, what we need to know, there are only 4 things that we need to know initially, just 4 things. Okay, don't go into deeper part. Okay, it's just 4 things you want to know. If you're very new to Python, like you are learning for the first time, you are sitting with the Python for the very first time, only 4 things you require. First, how to declare a variable. You know what is variable? Okay, in mathematics we declare like this: x is equal to 7. So x is what? X is a variable. Okay, and 7 is what? It's a value. Simple, right? So how to declare a variable. Second thing that we want to know about loopings. Okay, or before looping you should also know about if else. Okay, if else is what? The logical programming. Okay, if you are not knowing what is if else, don't worry, I'll explain it, right? As if I'm just mentioning 4 different points. So looping, how to create a loop. Okay, what is looping? Same thing when executes for multiple times, again. Okay, and final thing that you want to know is the function. Okay, so these 4 things that we need to know. Okay, and if we are knowing this thing, we can start with the data science and machine learning very comfortably. Okay, we will start the things like, it is not like that you should be a complete whole soul Python developer, then only you can be a data scientist, or then only you can be a machine learning developer, because Python is a language of libraries. Okay, there is no end of libraries, and it is just a language of libraries where you have to use the libraries. Okay, you should know how to use libraries, right? So using the libraries, you will come to know with your experience in future. Okay, so many libraries you keep using and keep learning, right? Initially these many things are required, right? Okay, so so, so let's see how we can start. So just let me know, is there anyone who is facing any difficulty in installation? I guess no. You have to just go to this link. Okay, you can search and you can go to this link over here. Just a minute. Okay, and can download the executable file. This is your executable file, and can install it for Windows. This is for Mac, and this is for what? Linux, right? Okay, fine. Now how to start the part? Okay, step by step. The very first thing, variable. What is variable? Variable is that thing which holds a value. Simple, that's it. A, if I declare as 6, B, I am declaring as 7. Okay, C, I am declaring as Ripple. Okay, D, I am declaring as something else. Okay, like 4.0. Okay, so these are what? Variables. Okay, variables can contain a value. Now that value can be a number, can be a string. Okay, can be a character, right? These are the variables. Why we store these values in a variable? So that these value can be used, reused again and again. Okay, like I can use A multiplied by 2. Okay, I can use what? Print A plus B. Okay, I can reuse this variable, print C. Okay, so I can reuse this variable. Okay, so that is what done. Next, how to execute it? There are multiple ways of executing a Python program. Very simple way of executing a Python program. You can click over run button and then run module. Okay, I'm telling you, run button and run module. When you click over run module, it will say to save your program, right? You have to save the program. Okay, program must be saved, right? So you have to save it. Click over OK. Okay, choose your location wherever you want to save. I'll create a folder for this thing. Okay, the folder name should I give? I will give. Okay, so in this folder I'll give a name. It's a kind of suppose demo. Okay, demo. So in my system, I'm creating a file with the name demo and I'm saving it. When it will be saved, the output we can get over the cell. That means these two environments will be used together. If you are using any other ID, that's fine. But if for all those who are very new, please use the simple ID, clean and clear ID. That's it. This part will be used for writing your code. Okay, and this part will be used to debugging your code. That means once you execute your code, you will debug, you will find out how it is working in the cell part, right? So it is how it will perform the things, right? Next, the question over here, in this variable, how many kinds of values you can define? Look here, there is a number you can define, there is a string you can define. Okay, what else we can define? We can define over here. Okay, we can define over here a variable which can hold multiple values. Okay, and it is known as what? List. Okay, a variable which can hold multiple values. Okay, in this case, each value is having an address. Like this guy is having address 0, this guy is having address 1, this guy is having address 2, 3, 4 and 5. Okay, these all are having the addresses. These addresses are known as what? These addresses are known as indexes. Someone wants to say something? Someone wants to say something? No? Okay. Okay, that's fine. So these addresses are known as what? These addresses are known as what? Index. Okay, that means we can access the value. Okay, what we can do? We can just access the value using the indexes. Let's see how. If I'll print E, I'll get the complete list. But at the same time, if I print e of 0, okay, and I'll print e of 1. So it is what? As I told, these are the indexes, so I can access each value one by one. Done? Simple. So we are knowing that a variable can hold a number, a variable can hold a string, combination of character, a variable can hold a list. What else a variable can hold? A variable can hold a tuple as well. What is tuple then? Tuple is also a kind of a list. It almost similar to list with a very simple difference. What's the difference? The difference is list is mutable. That means I can make changes in it. Okay, if any member I don't like, I can delete it. Okay, I can add a new member into it. Whatever change I want to do, I can do over here. But in tuple, I can't do any change. Okay, this is once defined, that is defined. Okay, so let's see. Suppose over here I am calling e, right? Over here, see, I'm calling over here e of 2. Okay, e of 2 equals what? E of 0 1 2. If e of 2 is what? 5, by default it is 5. I don't like 5, I'll make it 45, and then I'm calling it e. Okay, so what will happen? The things will change. Okay, you can see the output changed. Okay, 5 becomes 45, but it is what you can't do in tuple. In tuple also you can access a value using the index, right? In tuple also what you can do, you can access it, print f of 2. Okay, print f of 2. What is f of 2? F of 2 is 5, sorry, f of 2 is 6, right? F of 2 is 6 in tuple, right? But here we can't make the changes. That means if I'll execute it, this is what, let me write over here. I will comment it, this is number. Okay, it is also number, this is a string. Okay, in number we will have what? We will have integer. Okay, this is called integer. Okay, it is called what? It is called float. Okay, it is also a number, but in number it is called float. Okay, because it is having decimal, right? So all the decimals are known as what? Float. Okay, these are what? These are list. Okay, these are what? These are tuple. Okay, difference is list is mutable, tuple is not mutable. Okay, for example, if I want to change, like if I execute it, f of 2 is what? F of 2 will be 6. Okay, it is 6. I want to make change in f of 2. Suppose I want to make it 65 or 66, right? So what I will do, I'll just use it, f of 2 is equal to 56. Okay, now print f. Okay, so will it work? Let's see. Not working. What's saying? We are getting an exception. This red color thing will always show you that you are getting an exception. Better. So that means list is one of the type where changes are possible. Tuple is another type where changes are not possible. The third thing that we are having, what? Let me remove this part, otherwise it will throw exception always. Now, the last that we should know is dictionary. What is dictionary exactly? In the list or in the tuple, the address is what? Here the addresses are index 0 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, these addresses are what? Address of a particular element is index. Okay, if I want to define my own address, I don't want to use index. Okay, I want to define my own, my element, my address. Right, so if I want to define my own address, then what we can do? If we want to define our own address, we can define in the dictionary. We can do it like this: a is what? A can be my address. Okay, or let me define it some meaningful thing. Name. Okay, name can be my address, and this is my this thing. Okay, I can define our age. I can define anything like 32 or something. Okay, or I can define contact. Right? In that case, what will happen? I can access the value with the this thing. Okay, so these name are in place of indexes. What will we use? this ID will be used. Clear? Name, age. Yeah, and this is also mutable. The way you change the value in list, same way you can change the value of a dictionary. Okay, so these data types are very important. These are 5 data types that we should know, because at the later stage these data types will be used. Okay, and at that point of time you should know that it is a list, it is a tuple, okay, and it is a dictionary, it is a number, it is an integer, it is a float, it is a string. Okay, that's why I am telling you this thing. If you're knowing it, well and good. I'm just taking, if you're knowing it, then just pardon me, because I have to take just a small part of it, a small session regarding it, so that everyone can understand the code and understand the Python thing which you are going to use further, right? And if you're not knowing it, you are having any doubt, please just let me know. I will love to first sort out your doubts, thereafter we'll proceed ahead. Please tell me.
Yes, sir. I have one doubt in G.
In G, okay, G is what? G is a dictionary, right? Dictionary, that means whatever these three things, okay, these three things are those data type which which are used for what? Which are used for storing multiple, okay, which are used for storing what? Multiple values. Okay, multiple values. Okay, because variable is one. In all these cases variable is one, but values are what? Where value, more than one values are there, right? So here the values will be stored always against the index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5. Index will, that means indexing will be what? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that will remain constant, we can't change it. Okay, but here in the dictionary we can change. Here this thing can't be called by G of 0. If you call G of 0, you will get error, because on 0 there is nothing. It should be called by this thing, that is key. It is known as what? Key. And it is known as what? Value. Okay, so dictionary is having what? Dictionary is also a way of storing multiple values, but here the values are stored against key. Okay, values are stored what? Against key. You can call it print G dot keys. Okay, and we can call it print G dot values. Okay, uh, okay, so here you are having a keys, name, age, contact, and values are what? Got it?
Yes, sir. If I change in G, then
Mhm.
program will be output other things or will be constant remain. No?
It will change, it will change. This is also mutable thing. Okay, that means suppose if you want to use name, you want to make the name, you want to change the value of name, you can just make it something different like Arun. Okay, the name will change. Now if you print G, it will change. Okay, if I will write over here G of contact email, so email is not present, right? Only name, age and contact is present, but I'm writing email, then what will happen? abc@abc.com. Right, then what will happen? Print. Okay, then it will create a new value. You can see first name changed because I changed the name over here. Fair enough, I changed the name, that's why name changed in the G. This is the original G. Okay, you can see over here, this is actual output. These are the names, this is age. Okay, these are keys and values are present over here. Okay, here I made the change, then again I printed, Bipul becomes over here Arun, right? And then I added an email, and that email is added at the end. You can see email is added at the end. Am I clear?
Yes, sir.
Great. Okay, now you know how to add a value into the dictionary. Now how to add a value into the list. Okay, so before I'll continue with the next part, I will create a new file now. These all files I'll share with you. Okay, these all files will be shared with you. Okay, so suppose I'm having a list over here. Okay, this is what it is, a list containing nothing. Okay, it is a containing nothing over here, right? Now if I print it, what will I get? It is a list, but it is containing nothing actually, right? So So it is showing nothing. Now I have to add a value. Then how can he add a value? The function that you need to know is known as append. From here the functions of Python starts. Okay, anyway this print is also a function that is doing a job. Okay, now append means what? To add, isn't it? That means there is a list present and I have to add certain value into it. Okay, or so what we can do, we can use l dot append 5. Okay, and then print l, then l dot append 7, then print l. Okay, so initially l was containing nothing, it was blank, but for the after first time it is having 5 and after second time it is having 7. Okay, so append function will do what? Will add a value into the existing list, keep adding a value into the existing list. So if we are knowing how to add, we should know how to remove, right? So for the remove, the function is also is simple remove, right? You can use this remove function to remove any value anytime, right? So suppose I am having k is equal to 5, 4, 7, 2. Okay, and I have to remove any particular value, suppose 3. So what we can do, k dot remove 3. Okay, and then print k. So what will happen? 3 will be removed from it. Okay, before removal also you can print it, and after removal also you can print it, right? So you can see 3 is removed from here. Okay, so two functions of list you should know: append and remove. Okay, append will keep adding a value into the existing list. That means list should be there. If list is not there, then it can't add anywhere. List should be there. That's why I'm telling you existing list. Okay, append will add a value into the existing list. Remove will remove a value from the list. Am I clear?
Sir,
Yeah,
Yes,
please.
sir.
sir, can we add a specific position by using a pen?
No, no. Through append we can't add at a specific position, but there is another function for doing the same. Okay, that function is known as what? Insert. Okay, insert. Okay, insert will do what? Insert will add a value at a defined position, right? Like for example, here you are having the values over here. It is having index 0, it is 1, it is 2, it is 3, it is 4. Suppose you want to add a value over here between 2 and 3, right? So in that case, what we can do? That definitely, if you are adding any value between 2 and 3, that means you have to add a value at index 3, isn't it? So we have to do what? We have to write over here k dot insert. Okay, index. It is saying what? First I have to pass index 3 comma object. What I actually want to add? Suppose I want to add 45. Okay, then print. But generally, insert function will be used very less. Okay, most of the time you will keep using the append function. Append function will be used at very larger scale. Okay, so append function should be there always in your mind. Okay, but insert function will be used. I don't think it will be used so much. Okay, very rarely it will be used. Okay, so append function you should always keep in your mind, right? Is it clear now? Any doubts?
No, sir.
Great. Okay, fine. So I guess it is done. So this is about the list. Okay, tuple. There are so many other functions are there, but we will learn those things as our class proceed. Next, what we need to know? We need to know one very important part. Let me create a new file. Okay, that is known as operator. Okay, so operator are basically there are certain types of operators are there. Okay, the very first operator is known as simple comparison operator. Comparison means what? Like you must have studied in your mathematics class, LHS, RHS. Okay, comparing two different things, LHS and RHS is just the comparison, right? So for comparing two different entity, like we are having a is equal to 6 and b is equal to suppose 7. So whether a is equal to b or not, okay, a is greater than or b or not, a is smaller than b or not, okay, a, then that is comparing these two things, we have to use comparison operator. Okay, so comparison operator. right? So I can compare it like this: print a double equals b. So what it will do, it will compare whether a and b both are same or not. Okay, if the both are same, then it will return true, else it will return what? False, right? So in this case, what it will return? Obviously it will return false. Execute it, because a and b both are not same, right? So it will return what? False, right? False. That means whenever you are going to use comparison operator between any two variables, it you will always get true or false. Okay, that is what you will get. There is third case also, that is null. Okay, but null, I will tell you, that is no value. Okay, that I will tell you when we will start the data frame part. Okay, when we will start picking the actual data, some real time data, and at that point of time I'll tell you the third case. Okay, because that case, that thing will only get in the those kind of cases, but initially there's true and false will get. Okay, now if I'll compare like this is called equals. Okay, comparing equality. It is called what? Comparing equality. Okay, then we are having what? Comparing inequality, right? So for inequality, what we have to do? Not equals. Not equals to means what? Exclamatory marks. Okay, non equality, right? So we will run it. So it is what? True. Okay, that means a and b are obviously not equals to each other. That's it, true, right? Same way, rest all you can easily understand. Okay, print a greater than b. Okay, it will check whether a is greater than b or not. A is smaller than b. It will check whether a is smaller than b or not. Okay, then print a is smaller than, oh sorry, greater than equals to b. Okay, and then print a, sorry, a is smaller than equals to b. Okay, so now if I execute it, I'll get true false true false. Okay, just see the case and let me know about any case if you're having any doubts. Anyone is having any doubt? Okay, these are comparison operator. It will compare two different conditions. Obviously during the programming, multiple conditions will be arised. Okay, and when multiple conditions will be arised, we have to compare multiple conditions whether they are equals, unequals. Okay, so in that case, like for example, if you are creating a login application, so in the login application, what used to be compared? Like whenever you enters your login ID and the password, okay, the backend program compares whether the login ID is correct or not. Okay, so how it compares? It's like this, right? Like for example, if you're having login id, you enter over here. Okay, like I'm entering people, right? So this is front end, right? So front end, the login id is entered. Now this front end information will go into the back end. Okay, now it will be compared in the back end, like whether the login id is actually people or not, right? So that means during in the program we have to use these kind of comparison operator for a number of times, so it should be very much clear that what it actually means, right? Second kind of
Sir,
operator is known as, yeah, please
sir,
please tell me.
variable always start from string or like a number. Like if I say one equals to 6, so 6 will
Mhm.
be stored in 1 or 1 will be stored in 6.
No. For variable, you have to always use a character. Always use a character.
Previous slide you have write one equals to a.
One equals to a, where I have written?
I
Just a
think
minute.
in
Here. No, it is not
yeah,
a one. It is L. It is
L.
L.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, it is L.
Okay.
Sorry for the confusion. It is L actually. So L equal to list I have defined, and that is a null list. That means that list is containing no value. Clear? And thereafter that list getting added up with 5 and 7 in two times, while I did it for two times. Clear? Okay, fine. We are having what? We are having this thing. Okay, arithmetic operator. Arithmetic operator do what? It will be used to do mathematical things. Okay, between two entities. Simple. Okay, like I am defining over here, a is equal to 35. Okay, and b is equal to suppose 4. Okay, so what we can do with a and b? There are certain things that we can do. We can just add a and b. Suppose print a plus b. I can add it, isn't it? I can add it. I can calculate the difference of it. Okay, I can do what? I can multiply, calculate the products of it. I can calculate the I can divide, okay, or I can calculate what? To the power 35 raised to the power 4. So double multiplication, 35 raised to the power double multiplication, right? Then modulus operator, then floor operator. Okay. Is there anything apart from this? Okay, so let me execute this thing. Okay. So actually, I should give over here a boundary so that things should be clear. Okay, so a plus b is what? A plus b 35 plus 4 39, right? A minus b, you can a multiplied a divided by b, then a raised to the power b, then a modulus operator. What modulus operator is doing over here? Like if you divide 35 by 4, you will get 3 as a remainder, right? So that is what we are getting. Okay, 3 as a remainder. So modulus operator will give you the remainder. Okay, the remaining part, because 4 into 8 is equal to 32. Okay, so 3 remain, so that is what you are getting. A floor division will give you what? The same output, only this 8 point in, it will give you the integer output. That means here you are getting what? 8.75, but if you to go floor division, you will get only 8. Okay, so the, you can say, the decimals will not be there. So these are some arithmetic operators, plus minus division. There are some comparison operator, quickly you can understand it. Now it's time to use it, right? So before we will use it, what we will do, I will just share this file with you. Okay, let me share these files with you so that you can access it, and I'll come to this part also. But first, coding things should be clear to all of us. Okay, so I will share whatever things I will share. Day 1, Python basics. Okay, whatever code that I will do, okay, I will keep sharing over here. Okay, or what we will do, you will also get the things, documents. Okay, all kind of data files. Some PPT I may use, but I rarely use PPT. But whatever PPT that I will use, I'll keep sharing over here. Okay, and the things will be mostly hands-on and practical. So be attentive and do take part in it. Right, most of the part it will be practical only. So I have shared it. You can access it from your own end. Okay, so now it's time for using. Okay, before I'll proceed next, I want that you should go through it once. Okay, I can wait for 1 or 2 minutes. Okay, everything whatever we did till now. Okay, so that if you're having any query, you can ask me. And next we will just go for the if else, and next for loop and function. Okay, classes are also there, but classes I will cover up later on. Okay, for today, up to functions is fine. After having the knowledge up to functions, we can start with our data, actual data point. Okay, shall we continue?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Thanks for the acknowledgement. Okay, we'll take a break also by 7:45, for around 10 minutes of break we'll take, so that everyone can get refreshed. We are having still 15 minutes, so we can continue. Okay, so next, it's like how to use it. If we're getting if else, then how to if we're getting true false, then how can we use this true false? Okay, this true false can be used in so many cases. For example, if suppose I'm writing a line of code, name is equal to input. Okay, input, enter your name. Okay, and then print input, sorry, print name. So what it will do, it will let the user input their name. Okay, that means the value of variable is not defined by the value of variable is not defined by the developer. Okay, as a developer you are not defining the value of the variable. Which variable? This variable, name variable. Okay, name is a variable. Okay, this, the value of it is not defined. Okay, what we want, the value of this variable we want should be defined by who? By the user itself, right? So we will use it. Okay, demo 3, demo 4, save. So when it will be executed, it is asking me to write the name, right? It is what written, enter your name. Okay, so it is asking me to write the name, right? So I'll enter the name over here, people. Okay, enter. So then it is printing the name, people. Now I have to compare whether the entered name is Vipul or not. So what I can do, whether the entered name is Vipul or not. So in that case, I have to use comparison operator, isn't it? Name double equals Vipul. So single equals assigning something. Again, I'm repeating. Single equals assigning something. Double equals comparing something. Right? Enter your name. So it becomes true. Right? That means it is showing what? True, because enter name is Vipul. Suppose I'm writing over something else. Arun. So obviously enter name is not Arun, enter name is what? Vipul. So input is what? Input is a function that will be used to let the user enter certain value. Again, I'm repeating, input function in Python, it is a function in Python to let the user enter a value. Okay, to let the user enter a value. Right. Now what I want, that if user had entered the correct name, I want to just I want to give him a message. Okay, so what we can do, in that case we have to use over here if. Okay, instead of print I am using what? If. So if, suppose within the if true is present, okay, within the if true is present, then what will happen? If true, just if true, then print hello. Again I'm repeating, if true, then it will print hello. Okay, what is the significance of it? I will tell you. So name Vipul, I'm just entering, for example, it is giving what? Hello. If I'll write over here false, then what happens? Nothing coming, right? So one thing you should be clear, if within this condition, if true is there, then only the next line will execute. Okay, if false will be there, if condition is false within this thing, then the next line will not execute. Next line means what? Next line means a line with the indentation, this much space. Okay, this space in Python is known as what? Indentation. Okay, actually not getting written properly, let me write properly. Indent, INDEN, indentation. Okay, this is known as what? Indentation. Okay, this is equal to 1 tab space or 4 space. What's the role of indentation? The role of indentation is that if I will not use it after the if condition, after the if condition, if I'm not using it, for example, okay, and I'm using it as it is, right, then what will happen? It is showing expected and indented block. Whenever you are getting this error, please cross check your program. There must be certain line in the code where the indentation is missing. Okay, here the indentation is missing, then what you have to do, you have to just write the tab. So that means this line of code right? Is dependent upon whom? Is dependent upon this thing. Okay, when it will be true, then only it will execute. If it is not true, it will not execute, right? For example, let's see, if the name which the user entered is what? Is Arun, then print hello Arun. Okay, right? So let's see, then save it. Bipul, nothing happened. It is just printing name Bipul over here. Okay, now if I call it Arun, it is saying what? Hello Arun, right? Because name entered is Arun. Okay, now in case if the user had entered something else, it is not Arun. Okay, you can see it is simple, like in if else. Okay, if it is something else, then just write else. There is no logic behind it. It's just like whatever you write in, it's like writing a kind of English. It is just English language, right? It's like a print. You are not Arun. You are not Arun. That's fine. And if I execute it, what will we get? If I will type Vipul, it is saying you are not Arun. If I will execute with Arun, it will say Arun. So it is a job role of if and else. Okay. If part execute when this is true. When this thing is true, if will execute. When this is false, okay, then else will execute. Okay. When the condition within if is false, then who will execute? Else will execute. If the condition within if is true, then if will execute. Am I clear? Just let me know. If any doubts, you can just let me know.
Sir,
Yeah, please.
don't we have to declare the type of new variable that is inches, string, or whatever?
Your voice is not clear. Can you be a little louder? You can write in the chat also if you are not so much clear. Your voice is not clear. Can you repeat, please? Hello? Am I audible to you? Your voice was not clear. I
Yes, sir,
want
you're
that.
audible.
Don't we have to declare type of name? Yeah, good. Good question. Actually, in Python, you are not required to define any type. Okay, Python is very smart. It understood the type on its own. Okay. For example, if you are calling over here print type of name, okay, print type of name. Okay, let's see what it is showing. Type is a function to check the type. Okay, it is showing what? String. Okay, that means Python is very smart to understand the type of a variable. Okay, we are not required to tell the Python that what its type. Python can understand a type on its own. Clear?
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, great. Okay, it is what we are having now. Next, what we can do? Fine. Now, if there are multiple conditions that we have to compare, here we are comparing just one condition. Suppose there is one more person. If I have to compare multiple conditions, then what I can do? Very simple. We can write over here else if, but there is nothing in Python called else if. Okay, it is what? Elif. Okay, elif, and you can just give the second condition over here. And if name double equals, suppose John, print okay. So that means condition 1, condition 2, if both the condition is not true, then you are not Arun and not even John. Okay, I will enter the name. Suppose I am entering Ripple. So both the conditions are not true. So it is saying what? The last part. If any of these conditions are true, it can be used. So if, if and else. I hope I am clear, right? Okay. So fine. Now next, we have Shall I continue?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now we can go for the next part, that is your loopings quickly. Okay. So looping will do what? Looping will just execute a fix, you can say some part of code for multiple number of times. Okay. For example, I have to print over here hello. Okay, I'm printing hello. Now single quote, double quote, both are same in Python. You want to use single quote, you can use single quote. You want to use double quote, you can use double quote. You can mix them also. That's also when the mixing means here I can't use single quote. Okay, mixing doesn't mean that in the single line you can use it. Means yeah, like for the first time I'm writing double quote, for the second time I can write single quote. Okay, here I can write single quote. That's okay. Both are same thing. Right, mixing in this thing, right? Okay, so suppose if I'm executing it, what will happen? It will execute for 5 6 7 times, whatever number of times it is written. Okay, but to execute this line of code, I have to write this thing for so many times, for 5 times or 7 times. Okay, what if I want to execute the same thing by just writing a single line of code? Looping always will decrease the length of your code. Okay, it will always decrease what? The length of your code, right? So what we can do, we can create a loop, right? For the looping we have to use for. Okay, for loop. First of all, for loop. Okay. For I in range. Range means what? How many times you want to trigger the things, trigger the activity. I want to trigger the activity for 10 times, so 0 comma 10. Okay, that means for I in range 0 to 10, it means what? It means the value of I will start from 0 and go up to 9. Print I. Okay, the value of I will start from 0 and automatically go up to what? Go up to 9, right? It means that thing. Okay, and for these 9 number of times, if you want to execute anything, for example, for these 9, sorry, for 10 number of times, from 0 to 9 it's 10. For this 10 times you want to execute hello. Okay, so in that case you can do what? 10 times hello. For this 10 times I want to print 3 plus 3. For this 10 times I want to do what? I want to print Google. Whatever I want to do, multiple things we can do in a single line also. For the 10 times, for example, I want to print Google comma I. Okay, okay, and I also want to do 1 multi 1 plus I. Okay, and I also, and here I want to do something else. Suppose here I want to do okay, fine, that's okay, then this is enough. Okay, here I want to do something like A. I want to print A along with it. And multiple things can also be done, right? Now execute it. So each of these things will be done for how many times? 10 times. See, for the first time hello, then 6a. Okay, then Google 0. The value of I is what? 0. The value of I is 0. I plus 0, that means 1 plus 0 1. Then again hello, then again 6a, this remains 6a. Then again Google, value of I becomes 1. Value of I becomes 1. 1 plus 1 2, so it is 2. Then again hello, then 6a. Google, value of I becomes 2. When it becomes 2, then 2 plus what? I plus 2, it becomes 3, right? That means loop will make sure that your fixed line of code, there are certain line of code, if you have to execute for multiple number of times, you can put those things into the loop, and loop will run in a cycle to make sure that your program is executing for multiple number of times. Please tell me, all those who are very new to Python, please tell me, is it getting clear for you or not? Anything, any doubts? If you are getting, you can just let me know. I'll explain that part, but concept should be very much clear. because I don't want that any of you should face any kind of difficulty at the later stage. Okay, when we'll go for some kind of a like day by day things will be more advanced, right? So I don't want that any of us should face any sort of difficulty while doing any kind of coding. That's why I picked up from the very scratch. Let me know if any doubts with this. Clear? Okay. So if it is clear, then we can just take a short break because continuously for 2.5 hours will not be good. We can take a 10 minutes of break. Will it be fine for all of you? 10 minutes by 7:55 we can join back for the second session.
Sure.
Okay. So in just 10 minutes we'll join back. Okay, so shall we resume?
Can you please, sir, elaborate again this
Yes,
looping, sir?
Looping. Okay. Anything else? Okay. Looping. Just keep in mind a very simple concept. Looping is something which do a repetitive task. Okay. That means there is a task assigned, and the same task it will keep doing, keep doing, keep doing. Okay. When it will stop? When the final destination will arrive, right? That means it will start from zero. Okay. The value of I will be what? First 0. Then this whole thing will, for the value of I equals to 0, this whole thing will execute. Then the value of I becomes what? 1. Then again this whole thing will execute. Then the value of I becomes 2. Then again this whole thing will execute up to what? Up to 9. Okay, so that means from 0 to 9, how many times? Total 10 times. Okay, total 10 times. What happened? This whole thing will keep executing. Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what we have written in the code, let's see. Okay, we can start writing a very simple line of code that is known as print I. That means for the 10 times I don't want to execute anything, I just want the value of I just want to monitor the value of I, right? So the value of I we can see from 0 to 9. Fair enough? Okay, now I want to do something else. Suppose I want to add 2 plus I. Okay, I want to print 2 plus I. Okay, I want to also print this thing. Okay, so for the 10 times what happened exactly? Look, for the first time the value of I is what? 0. So 0 plus 2 is what? 2. Then those hash marks. Then again the value of I becomes what? 1. Here it becomes 1. 1 plus 2 is 3. Then again hash marks. The value of I is 2. 2 plus 2 4. Then 3. 3 plus 2 5. 4 4 plus 2 6. That means the value of I keep increasing. Okay, and the value of 2 is getting added to it, and the job is getting done for so many times. Am I clear? Understood? Mr. Vishnu, you got it?
I think
You asked me, right?
zero will be included, but 10 will not included.
No, no, 10 will not be included. The initial value will be included. Okay, that means if I will write over here 1, then it will start from 1 and again ends at 10. Initial will be included, the extreme will not be included. Better? You can see
Yes, sir.
the last is not getting included. Up to 9 we are going. Okay, so that means this loop will run for how many times? For 9 times. Okay, so let me give you a very simple assignment. Okay, suppose there is a list. Okay, in this list, everyone, please, everyone, just try to do this simple assignment. I'm writing something Google. Okay, Yahoo. Ready? Bing. Go. Okay. Now, better. Now, if I have to call each and every value, I can call it like this: k of 0. Okay, I can call it. So k of 0 is what? Google, obviously. Okay, fine. So k of 0, k of 1, k of 2, k of 3, k of 4. Okay, and then I will then I have to execute. Let me execute this thing into the new part. Okay, and then execute it. I'll tell you what to do. I'll give you when you have to do. I'll tell you. Just have patience. Okay. So we are getting it. Fine. Now if I have to, thereafter if I will print over here length of k of 0, okay, length of k of 1. So it will do what? It will give me the length of each item that is present. Okay. So length of k of 2. Okay. Then length of this thing. Okay. Now run it. So we're having what? 6, 5, 6, 4, 10. Okay. Because it is having 6 character, it is having 5 character, it is having 6 character, then 4 character, then 10 character. Okay. Now if I want to print k of 0 along with it, that also we can do. That means I will just print this thing over here, comma. Okay. So along with length, that value will also come. So what exactly you have to do? You have to do the same thing in the loop. Okay, just try to do the same operation because I'm writing it for 5 times. I don't want to write this thing for the 5 times. Okay, so just execute it. Okay, and show me. You can update the code into the chat box as well. Okay, once you code it, you can just copy and paste the code into the chat. Okay, I'll look into it. Okay, so you have to write a code so that this process can run in the loop. That means I will not be required to execute this thing again and again. Just let me know how it can be done. Okay,
Sir,
right
do we
for
have to upload in class?
sorry.
I was saying, do we have to upload code in classroom or here in chat
No,
box?
no, no, not in the classroom. You can just update in the chat box. Like there's a chat option, you can just update over there. Just copy and paste. I guess your chat option is accessible to you, right? Okay, 4K. Okay, okay. Right. Mr. Sarif, you are just giving the correct answer, I guess. Let me execute your output, whatever code that you have given to me. Okay, you were saying to use this thing for I in range, and then this can be this thing. Okay, for I in range 0 to 5, correct. Print k of I, that means obviously k of I, k of 0, k of 1, k of 2. Okay, I hope everyone who are doing it, please look at here. The value of I will be what? Will be first 0, then 1, then 2, then 3, and then 4. That's what we want. Okay, length of k of I 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, absolutely right, it will work. So let me execute it, and before I execute it, what I will do, so I will remove this part from here. Okay, I guess k is small, right? So it is not your fault. Actually, k I am using the small, so I should use a small over here. Okay. So this is one way, right? So what are you doing? You are executing something in the loop and with the variable I, which is auto incrementing, which is basically auto incremented in the loop. Okay, it runs from initial to 0 to 5. Okay, we are controlling these operations. Okay, one more thing that you can do whenever you are having a list, okay, list or any variable, okay, if you are having any variable which is containing multiple values, okay, which is containing what, multiple values, any variable, it can be a list, it can be a tuple, it can be a dictionary. For any kind of variable which is containing multiple values, we can directly use that variable name. Okay, we are not required to use range. Okay, that is good. Okay, you can also use over here for val in what, in k. Okay, val is what, val is similar to I. Here I is a variable, here val is a variable. Okay, no range, nothing. Okay, print val. Okay, if this part of code I don't want to execute, what I can do, I can put three quotes. If I'm putting any, for any line of code which I don't want to execute, if suppose three lines of code are there, I don't want to execute, I want to skip it. So for skipping, it is not required to remove it, just put it within three quotes. When you put it within three quotes, it will not execute, it is now a comment. Okay, now execute it. Getting done, right? No range, nothing. You can use over here what, length of val. Okay, so we had understood two different concepts over here. First, a loop can be controlled, a loop can control any execution with the value of I. The value of I is auto incrementing. Okay, it can be auto incrementing or it can be auto decrementing also. If you are using over here 5 comma 0 comma -1, it will auto increment or auto decrement. Okay, the first value of I is will be 5, then 4, then 3. But what to do with the value of I? Okay, the value of I is not important, the important is how many times you are executing it. Okay, how many times you are executing a particular process. Now if you are executing from 0 to 5 or 5 to 0, ultimately you are executing for 5 times only, right? So that means it is fine, you can use 0 to 5 only. Okay, so you can control a process through range function. Range function is one thing. Second, if there is a variable which is containing multiple values, we can directly use the variable name. So this will benefit us a lot in data science, because in data science we will have a data containing a huge amount of data. Okay, that means we'll have a data which will have a huge amount of sample. Okay, so many samples are there. Suppose the size of sample we are not knowing. Okay, that size of sample is unknown. Okay, size of sample is unknown. So in that case, if the size of sample is unknown, then how can we define the range? We can't define the range, right? So this feature help us to execute the loop, and that loop will operate over each sample one by one without knowing. If we are not knowing the size of sample, then also we can operate over each sample one by one. Okay, so I hope it is clear. Let me know if it is clear or not, everyone.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so there are two ways of defining the loop. Okay, that can operate, one for the normal cases, other for the list or tuple or dictionary. That's fine. Now next thing that we need to know, so we had seen what we had seen, if as a statement, we had seen the looping. Okay, the last thing that we need to know, okay, we can use over here functions. Okay, so what functions do exactly? Okay, functions are functions work like that kind of group. Okay, just let me give you a very simple example for a function to understand. Okay, suppose um, our college or our institution are having some kind of a technical fest or cultural fest. Very simple example I'm considering, right? Now in the technical or cultural phase, what used to be there? There are multiple groups used to be created, right? There's a group called who deals with the coding part, okay, coding kind of competitions. There is a group who used to work for kind of for bringing up sponsors, okay. There is a group who is involved who basically involves in the games, okay. So what they do, each of these groups are assigned with some kind of a job, okay. So whenever a new job needs to be assigned, okay, whenever a new job needs to be assigned, it is not like that. Suppose this game group is having 5 member 1, member 2, member 3, member 4 and member 5, okay. These 5 members knows basically knowing their job role, what they have to do, okay. Now whenever new job needs to be assigned, it is not like that one by one we have to call them, okay. We can put what, we can create a notice and we can paste it over the notice board, okay, and can write that the group who is dealing in the game section needs to do these things, okay. Any notice, any kind of announcement that we have to make, we can just call that particular game and can make the announcement. The say it is the way that a function behaves, okay. There will be a piece of code who will be sitting very silently, okay. There will be a piece of code, some line of code who will be sitting very silently, will not do anything until unless they will get triggered, okay. They will get triggered, okay. So that's how function works, okay. Let's see. So let's see, we are having how to create a function. Def means for defining a function, okay. And then the name of the function, suppose the name of the function is name only, okay. Then a parenthesis. Why we use parenthesis, I will tell you very soon, okay. Now this function I am defining to do a job, and what's the job that I am assigning it? I am just assigning a job over here to print hello world, okay. I am assigning a job to it to print hello world. That's it, very simple job I have assigned, okay. Now I'll execute the program, okay. So it executed and showing nothing. What I said, a function will contain some line of code who are who will do nothing. They are sitting just silently. They are doing nothing. Okay. Now, when they will do something, when they will be triggered. Whenever this function will get triggered, okay. Now it's get triggered, okay. So when it is getting triggered, then only, that means for triggering you have to come out of the function, okay. This is a zone that is inside the function, okay. It is what, it is a zone that is inside the function. If I have to trigger, I have to come outside the function, okay. So when I come outside the function, what will happen, it will trigger and now things will execute. That means hello world will get printed out. Better, okay. Now this hello world I want to trigger for multiple times. You can trigger for multiple times, so you will say that okay, this can be done in the loop also, okay. But in the loop, hello world will be printed for 5 times continuously. After 3 times I want to do something else. Suppose I want to do something else, I want to add a is equal to 7, b is equal to 5, okay, c equals a plus b, okay, a plus b, and then again print C, right? And then again I want to trigger name, right? That means in between I am doing these many jobs and thereafter again I am triggering name, okay. So what will happen, hello world, hello world, hello world, then these jobs are done and then again hello world, okay. So function can be triggered for n number of times. If it will not be triggered, it is irresponsible. That means it will do nothing, it will sit silently. Am I clear with the concept of function? Clear? Please let me know if you're having any doubt.
No, sir.
Okay, great. Now, this function is showing same output each time. That means hello world. If I want to change the output, then what I can do? That means each time I am triggering a function, I want it should do something, some different job. Why it is doing the same job each time? Then what I can do? Then we have to define the argument. Okay. So let's see how we can do it and what is argument exactly, right? So for that, I'll create a new file. Okay. I'll define a function over def calc, okay, x, okay, and then print or print x. So what I have defined something within the parenthesis. Okay, I have defined something within the parenthesis. Okay, now I'll call calc4. So when I will call it, what will I get? It will print 4, right? Okay, printing 4, right? Now if I trigger it for the second time, it will print something else. Okay, so 4, it is printing 6. I want something else, and then I want something else. So 4 times I called, and it is printing 4 different values over here. Okay, that means function is doing different job. Okay, so if I want my functions to do different job, I can make use of these argument, and I can also use multiple arguments where I can use over here. Like for example, xy I am passing, so I can do the calculations over here, like z is equal to x multiplied by y. Okay, and then print z. Okay, in that case I can give over here multiple values, 4 3 6 2, right, 3 5, right, and then execute it. So 3 times executed, the value of x and y for the first case is 4 and 3, so 4 cross 3 12. For the second case, 6 cross 2 is 12, 3 cross 5 15. But for the third, fourth case, I have to pass two parameters because two arguments are defined, right? So two arguments, I have to pass two parameters, so I am passing two parameters over here. Clear? Okay, so it is called a function with argument. So function can be created with without argument, or it can be created with argument. Without argument, a function will do a same job, a constant job each time. A function with argument can do a multiple job whenever it will be called for multiple number of times. Clear? Okay, I hope it is clear. Next, one very simple question I'll ask you. Yeah, print 4 multiplied by 2. I'm executing print 4 multiplied by 2. It will show me what? It will show me 8, right? You may be saying like, why am I am asking this easy question? There is a reason behind it. Okay, fine. Now, what I will do, I will execute it. So I'm getting it 8, fair enough. But now if I'll write print, okay, and here it is what? This is 4 3. It is showing output of 12. That means it is what? It is equivalent to, this thing is equivalent to 12, right? So that means what I can write over here, calc 4 3, okay, multiplied by whom? Multiplied by 2. So I should get output of 24, isn't it? Just like it is showing 4 cross 2 8. So here it means 12. So 12 cross 2 24. right? It is logical, right? Now just execute it. If I'm executing it, what am I getting? I'm getting a lot of errors, on not lot of error, only one error, multi, it is written so many lines. The reason is what? The reason is, you can see, unsupported operand. Okay, operand means what? These are the operators, people call it operator or operand, same thing. Okay, unsupported operand for star, none type. Okay, showing what? None type, just a minute. None type and integer. It means what? It means it is showing that it is an integer, but here it is none type. That means it is doing nothing. Okay, but it is doing something. Why it is so? Because function is just a normal function. It is not a return type of function. What is return type function? Okay, let's see. Let's create a new function. Okay, I will just copy this thing. Okay, and paste it over here, not here. Let me close it. Close it. Okay, we'll do what? We'll just write over return. Okay, return z. Okay, so what it means? What is the difference between print and return? Okay, return means it is returning something to someone. Okay, after doing the job, it is returning something. Okay, and print means what? It is just doing the job, returning nothing. Okay, like some job is assigned and it just did the job and it is returning nothing. Just like, for example, suppose you told someone to do a job and he completed the job. Okay, and if you told someone to do a job and thereafter mail back to you, okay, you said please do this job and thereafter do mail back to me, do write a mail to me. So that means after doing the job he is returning something to you. Okay, he is returning a mail to you. Same thing over here. Okay, we are doing what? We are creating a function and we said what? That first do this job, and after doing the job, whatever the output you are getting, just return it, right? So what's the benefit of using it? Now if I call this thing 3 comma 2. Okay, so 3 is your x, 2 is your y. If I call it, will I get any output? I'll get no output. Okay, I'll tell you why I will not get any output and how can we get it. So we're getting nothing. Why? Because it is a return type function. It is just returning, it is not printing anything. So whatever it is returning, if I have to see, I have to use print function over here. Okay, then I can see whatever it is returning, right? So earlier print function was used where? Earlier print function was used over here. Now it is used over here. Okay, so when it was used over here, we just called it, it did the job. Okay, and whatever it was printing something. Now we can do what? We can apply the operator over here, multiplied by 3. Okay, now it will support the operator. Okay, it can support the operator for n number of times. Okay, 3, 2, 6, nothing. So for the first case, 6 cross 3, this is 6, 6 cross 3, 18. This is 6 cross 2, 12. I can change the value also. It is not mandated to give the same value. Suppose I'm giving over a 4. Okay, here I'm giving suppose 5. Right. So each time I am giving say different value. So it is what? 5 cross 2, 10, 10 cross 6, 60, 4 cross 2, 8, 8 cross 2, 16. Okay, 3 cross 2, 6, 6 cross 3, 18, and then 3 cross 2, 6. Okay, so I hope the things are very much clear to you. One normal function that will do a same kind of job each number of time, keep repeating the same job whenever triggered doing the same job. Okay, just like for example, you are hiring a guy who can just you know, do a particular, that means work over Excel. Okay, so if you hire a guy who is working over Excel, he will work over Excel each and every time. Okay, then after you hired a guy who can do multiple things. Okay, so that means multiple argument can be passed to him and he can do a multiple job. Okay, whatever the argument you are passing, he is doing that job. Okay, Return type means what? You are having a guy who is doing a job and thereafter creating output and giving the output to you. Okay. So just like selling something and taking money and giving back to you, right? So that means it is what? It is the whole thing that about the function that we had seen, right? Now we are having some files created. Let me share these files with you. I am expecting that you should go through this file at least once. Okay, let me know if you're having anything to ask which you could not understood, so that we can discuss that part. Okay, and then only we can move ahead, right? So up to 3 I have already shared. Okay, I have to share 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Done. Okay, now I'll suggest you one very small thing. Okay, there's a website that I will suggest you. What's the website actually? Python. There is a website that I will suggest you, on which you open. I'll tell you, very, very simple. Okay, W3 School. Okay, it's a very nice website actually. Okay, from here you can start home. Okay, very simple. If you're learning Python, intro. Okay, because that much basics I already told you, that so that you can work over it. Intro, some basics are there. No, it is not required to read it. Here, this is the first print function. You have to check how it works. You can click over try it yourself. When you click over try it yourself, here it is a coding thing, and here you can get the output, right? You can just change it whatever you want to change. Suppose I am making it Ripple. Here, run it. So it will execute and you'll get the output at other window. Okay, fine. So in this way, for each topic, okay, for each topic things are present over here. Okay, just read the things, try it yourself, execute it. Okay, and just let me know if anything which you could not understood. Better you can start from here. Okay, what variables? Because variables is something that I told you before this. There's just some kind of initial introduction, not so important. You can start from variables, data types. Okay, like text, numeric, sequence, right? Dictionary, right? Numbers. Okay, casting. Just go through these things one by one. Okay, one by one. Okay, and just try this thing. Okay, and check out what it is doing, what these things are doing, right? Because it is like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, S. Thereafter, what we do? We combine A, B, C, D to form words, and then we combine words to form sentence. So it is like A, B, C, D. Okay, so I had given you the initial concept. Just go through it whenever you get time. Today, tomorrow, day after tomorrow. Daily you can execute 2, 3, 4 things from here, or 5 things. Some things, some of the concept you can get easily. For anything which you could not understood, just note that thing. Just note it down and let me know in the next class that this is a part in Python that you could not understood. In this way, what will happen? At one end, we keep learning our data science concepts, and at the other end, you will get pro in Python also. If you are new to Python, then also you'll get pro in Python also. That means at same point of time, we can learn both the things, right? That means you're not required to take any Python additional course for the Python and all. Okay, so up to this part, just read slowly. Okay, and do let me know at any point anything which you could not understood. I am here, I'll explain that thing quickly and you learn it quickly. Okay, so this is your thing that I am expecting from you. So I'm giving you this website link. Please do access and execute and let me know. Now, not now. After the session, you can just spend a little time. The chat option is not good. Just get. Okay, I am sending it in the chat. Okay, I hope it is clear. Okay, next. After this, what we have to do? After this, once you understood this thing, so what we had seen till now, we had seen initial variable declaration. Okay, second we had seen what? Can you let me? We had seen the data types. that is string, numbers, list. Then we had seen if else after learning the operators. Then we had seen for loop. Okay, then we had seen functions. Okay, so out of these topics, these 5 topics, if you are having any doubts about any of these topics, please let me know. Before I will start with one very basic, very interesting function that is called numpy. Please do let me know. Clear? I guess we can move, we can proceed. Shall we?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So we are having half an hour left for the session. So we are going to learn a very interesting thing now. Okay, that is known as the libraries for data science. Okay, if we are going for data science or machine learning, there are 3 libraries that are very important. Okay, for data science, we are having 3 libraries that are very important that we should know or everyone should know. The very first is known as what? Numpy. What? Numpy. That is numerical Python. Okay. Second is known as what? Pandas. There is no name for it. It is just pandas. Okay, I can't make it right. And third is known as what? Matplotlib. Okay, because if you are knowing these libraries, okay, you can solve any kind of problem that you are having related to data science and machine learning, right? Numpy is what? Numpy will be used for numerical operations in Python. Now you say like we are already doing the numerical operations over here, then why additional library is required, right? So I'll tell you why it is required. It is a numerical operation that you are doing on a single number, like 5 multiplied by 2, okay, 3 multiplied by 1. If I am giving you a data containing so many numbers, okay, so many rows and columns, suppose I am giving you the information over here 2 3 4 5 6 7 1 3 2, okay, these values I have given to you, okay, and thereafter I am asking you to do the multiplication, to do the kind of some kind of operation over it. Okay, some kind of operation in the sense like some multiplications, addition, division, multiplication, or you can say subtractions. Okay, any kind of mathematical operation over it, then how you can do it. Okay, so in that case numpy will be helpful. Okay, that is the first, that is the very first requirement. That means working on n dimensional data. Okay, n dimensional data. Okay, fine. Then pandas will be helpful in accessing the data frame. Now what is data frame? Okay, if you can see a data in Excel file, so that is what? That is a data frame, right? If you see a data in Excel file, that is actually a data frame. Okay, so what is pandas? Pandas is something which will be helpful in accessing a data frame. That is the very first requirement. Okay, that means if your data is in a proper structured format in an Excel file or any other file, proper structured format, through pandas you can access it, because without accessing a data you can't do anything. Okay, you can't work with data science, you can't work with machine learning, right? So accessing the data, pre-processing the data, that means what we have to do with the pandas? With the pandas we have to access, pre-process, and you can say uh, manipulate the data sets. Okay, manipulate the data set. Okay, so let me show you this thing. Just a minute. Let me show you some PPT where some detailed explanations are there. Okay, so 2 things I told you. First I told you numpy, second I told you pandas, the third is known as matplotlib. Okay, matplotlib will be used for what? Will be used for plotting the data. Plotting means what? On a graph. Okay, the visualization, okay, what actually information that is there, right? Now these are the libraries that we are going to use for data science, but first of all we need to know what is data science, isn't it? Then only using those library we can create a relevance, we can create a kind of a connection. Okay, this is data science, then that's why we are using this library, right? So data science is what is normal science. Like whenever you're dealing with normal science, we deal with physics, chemistry, biology, geology, and those things, right? Now, data science is what? Data science is a kind of a study where we have to process, we have to you can say play, we have to kind of manipulate, we have to kind of extract the information from the data. Okay, we have to extract what? We have to extract the information from the data, right? That is called data science, right? Now how to extract the information from the data? For extracting the information from the data, a lot of steps will be there. We have to filter the information, we have to analyze the information, we have to extract, we have to kind of pre-process the information. Okay, so by applying all these things, a data scientist do what? Do basically extract the needful information from the set of data. Okay, or find out or finds out the hidden pattern. That is the point number one. Okay, the goal to discover hidden patterns from the raw set of data. Okay, so this ppt I can give you, you can just read it, only definitions are there, but overall concept you should know. It is just a process in which the data scientist or any kind of a person who is working on data science domain work over the raw set of data to extract the information and discover the hidden pattern that data is having. For example, suppose we are just suppose there is a company, right? Okay, okay, just suppose there is a company, okay, and they are doing what? They are just spending some money on advertisement, okay, and they are getting some sales. Right. Now, whether the advertising is influencing the sales or not influencing the sale, how they will decide? Based upon the data analysis, right? Because data analysis basically helps them. Okay, data analysis basically helps them to figure out the hidden pattern between the advertisement cost and the selling that they're getting, right? Hidden pattern within it. Okay, for a stock market, okay, stock market depends upon time and something. Okay, so there is a hidden pattern. So data science in that case also will help someone to predict that next market will be bullish or bearish, right? Some other example, suppose you are considering, suppose kind of it's like any other thing that can be considered. Like suppose, okay, like suppose I'm considering the example of Spencer. Okay, Spencer or Reliance Mart. Okay, so these are what? These are supermarkets, right? These are supermarkets. Okay, so these supermarkets, how do they decide that which product needs to be kept and which need not to be kept? Okay, they are doing a lot of analysis, they are doing a lot of research to decide each and every product in their store. It is not like that any product, because they are not having a one or two products in their store, and it is not, and their product, whatever the product they are keeping into their store, like it is not decided by a single person. Okay, there is no owner of their shop. Okay, like whatever the, suppose you are opening a shop, okay, and you are sitting on here, so you are the only owner, you are the sole owner of the shop. So whatever you decide, you will not use any algorithm, you are having that much experience. Okay, this product I can sell in this many quantity. Okay, is a product X that I can sell in a quantity of 30. Okay, you are having that much experience, so we'll just store 30 products of X. Okay, but Spencer and Reliance Smart are not having any single owner who is present in their store, right? So what they do, they do a lot of data analysis to decide, okay, like this product is getting sold higher, this product is getting sold lesser, so this product should be kind of should be in good number of quantity. As well as they also do a research that where to keep which product. We'll also learn it. Okay, that is called association rule. Okay, that means if they're putting a product X, so with X they will keep Y. Okay, it is not like that with X. That means if they are putting a product milk, so with milk they will put the product such as bread. Okay, they will put the product like eggs. Okay, these all things they will put together. It is not like that milk is they are putting over here, and for the egg they get the space over here, so they'll put the egg over here because here is a space blank. Okay, they will not do like that. Okay, there is a relationship. Okay, there is a relationship between each product. Okay, there is a pattern, like they, they read the behavior of the buyers, okay, by using association rule. Okay, that okay, how do they read? They read it like, okay, like if there is a product X, the next possible product that a buyer can buy is Y, the next possible product that a buyer can buy is Z. Okay, so need to keep all these things in a particular zone where people can get it easily, right? Just give me 1 minute so that I can put this thing into charge. It is getting out of juice actually. Okay, so that means they figure out those things, and based upon that they used to put the, so if you visit the Reliance Superstore or Spencer kind of things or any Big Bazaar kind of thing, you can easily notice that if you are visiting different city, okay, and each city, suppose you are visiting 10 different stores of Big Bazaar, okay, 10 different stores of Big Bazaar, 10 different stores of Spencer, do notice one thing, the way they are putting the product, the pattern, that means will remain same for all the stores. Okay, that they don't put the product randomly. Okay, there is a research, there is a database research happen. Based upon the database research, it is figured out that which product needs to be kept at the exit, which product needs to be kept at the end, which product needs to be kept in the middle. Okay, and how the product should be arranged so that maximum sales can be generated, right? So that's how data helps in lot of different things, right? It's like for weather forecasting, for mineral forecasting, that means finding out the minerals in kind of how much chance is there of finding out someone actually like initially only like about the oils and all. Okay, the chance of getting a oil or a gas, okay, is there somewhere. Okay, so in all those cases data helps a lot. Okay, based upon the analysis, but like based upon the kind of weather condition in a particular region, the temperature fluctuations in a region, the kind of different waves in a region. Okay, a study of all those things and comparing that with the other conditions, okay, initial conditions, the decisions used to be made, right? So that is how data science works out. Okay, so these are certain examples. Customer prediction, that predicting the customers, will deal with it, will solve certain kind of project, will work certain kind of project which will helpful in customer prediction. Okay, this kind of model usually Netflix uses, okay, to predict what you can watch. Okay, and so that you can keep, so that you can be there on the Netflix always. Okay, they will recommend you, okay, you watch this show, now you can watch this show. Okay, YouTube uses, okay, Facebook uses for showing the, you can say, the advertisement or something based upon your own interest, whatever interest that you are having. Okay, based upon your interest, the kind of advertisement you can see. All right, service planning means planning a service means, okay, if you like, if you're continuously doing shopping, if you're doing a shopping from a particular website, that website is can easily identify like, okay, this product you may require like big basket or something. Okay, or restaurants can predict, okay, how many customers this Zomato. Okay, if I this in this case you can take the example of Zomato and Swiggy. Okay, Zomato and Swiggy is using a data science. Okay, they are having a huge amount of data. Their data is containing what? Their data is containing about the locations. Okay, the number of orders in a particular location. Okay, like what kind of orders, the duration, okay, the time slots in which orders were made. Okay, like in the morning, in the afternoon, in evening, the kind of orders, okay, the kind of foods that people are ordering in a particular location. So that made them reach with the data. Okay, like initially Zomato and Swiggy were offering so many kind of still they're offering so many coupons. Okay, so still people were investing in that Zomato and Swiggy like anything, like people are burning their money. Okay, the reason was data. Okay, because now they're having huge amount of data which can let them decide anything. Okay, now they can easily decide in which location what kind of food will be purchased, what kind of you can say dish that people will prefer. Okay, so they can let the restaurant know that you can prepare these kind of dish if you are operating your restaurant after 6 p.m. So these kind of dish you can be prepared with, because these kind of orders are going to be more, okay, from these locations. Okay, and so they can easily they can act as a consultant to increase the sales of any restaurant. Okay, because they're having that much amount of information. Okay, they know when the order will increase, when the order will decrease. They can plan their coupons, they can plan their offers, so many things they can do based upon that particular thing, based upon data, right? That is called service planning. Okay, so some of the problem we are also going to solve like that only. Okay, data life cycle that a particular data scientist use: first, discovery of the data. That means then data preparation. Preparation means prepare the data for the use. Then plan your model. Okay, plan your model means what? How to use the data. Data discovery. Preparation means what? Remove the things which are not required, filter out the things which are not required, filter the things which are required, filter in the things which are required. Plan your model, that how you are going to use the data. Build your model that can make some predictions. Operationalize it means what? Deploy it. Okay, communicate the result. Just communicate the result means what? Just verify it, monitor it, how is it performing. Okay, just like when you teach a student, right? Like for example, I will teach you, thereafter I will examine you, right? I'll just give you assignment to do, you'll do the assignment, right? So that is called communicate the result. Okay, and these all things will be done by whom? These all things will be done by a single guy called data scientist. Okay, so now what is the job role of data scientist and machine learning developer? Are they different or same? Okay, so actually the data scientist, in general term, if I'll say, job role are very much similar to each other. But data scientists do what? Data scientists mainly operate over the data. Okay, they, whatever source of data, that means if the structured data given to them is structured, if non, if unstructured data, sorry, how can I erase it? Okay, fine. If a structured data given to them, if unstructured data given to them, okay, or if semi-structured data given to them, okay, they can work with any sort of data to extract the information out of it. Okay, a structured means what? Normal data, normal Excel file. A structured data. Unstructured data, like image. Okay, like I have to make an image identification model, like your phone, okay, gets unlocked with your face, right? So that do what? Identify the image. So like image, video, okay, audio, text. Okay, these are unstructured data. So converting the unstructured into structured, and then using it. Okay, this is a job role of data scientist. Semi structured like JSON file. Okay, JSON file. Okay, like the so many websites used to have semi structured data, like JSON files are present. Okay, so those are semi structured. That means some information not fully structured. That means not fully structured is what? Not fully structured in a kind of a table format. Okay, and even not completely unstructured like image. So those are called semi-structured. Okay, so the job role of data scientist is to analyze these things and extract the information of it. Okay, information which anyone can understand. Okay, that means converting any complicated complex set of data into a layman, into a kind of information which anyone can understand. Okay, a person who is knowing nothing can also understand like what is going on. And the job role of machine learning developer is what? Using that information, okay, to create a model that can predict something. Okay, that can predict future. Okay, to create a model that can predict, that is a job role of machine learning developer. But generally machine learning developer used to have a knowledge about this thing also. Okay, like if a data scientist is there, he is also knowing that how machine learning algorithms works, and if a machine learning developer is there, he is also knowing how these things works. Okay, that means the job role, the job, you can say it's like job title is little different, but job is almost same. Okay, job is almost same. Everyone should know everything about each other, right? That is important part, that you should know like what's the difference. Now these are two libraries that I talk about on which we have to work upon. So what are these two libraries? Like Numpy and Pandas. Okay, Numpy numerical Python. Okay, it will helps us in extracting, filter and transform our data quickly and efficiently. Okay, Numpy, it is a Python package. Okay, how to use it? Before using it, we need to know how to install it. Okay, so how to install it? It is saying pip install Numpy, you have to execute and it will get installed. Okay, how to execute pip install Numpy? Don't worry, I will let you know. Okay, have patience, I'll let you know how to install it. Okay, Or better, let's see. Just do one thing. If you are already having installed Python, then do one thing. Just open this thing called file, new file, okay, and import numpy. Just execute it. Only this much line of code. Okay. If this much line of code will get executed, that means numpy is already installed into your system. Okay. Let me execute it. Numpy 1. Please store your file. Please don't store your file at the C into the C drive. If you are using Windows system, please don't store your file into the C drive. I am requesting you, please don't store into the file into your C drive. Always try to store your file at some other location. It may be D drive, E drive, F drive, whatever drive you are having, but please don't store in C drive. Okay, please do change the location. If you're using a Mac system, you can store anywhere. That means in the document section you can store it, right? So numpy1.py, and please don't create a file name with numpy only. Okay, if you're creating a file name with numpy, that will be a huge mistake you are doing. Please don't create a file name with numpy. You can use numpy1, numpy2. Okay, because numpy is the inbuilt library. Okay, you can't use the numpy name again. Okay, so it is getting executed. I'm not getting any error. Why I'm not getting any error? Because numpy is already there. In case if it is not there, you will get the error. Then how to solve the error? To solve the error, it is written over here, pip install numpy. So what you have to do, you have to open your terminal. Okay, terminal, that is also known as command prompt. So let me open the terminal, right? So where is terminal? Everything is there, terminal is not there. This is terminal, looking good. Okay, so this is a terminal. I have to write something called pip3. Okay, it's very simple, right? Very small. Now it's bigger, visible, I guess, right? So I have to write what pip3 install numpy. Why I'm writing pip3? Here it is written pip. Why I'm writing pip3? Because you can also use pip, but my system is having what? My system is having Python 2 and Python 3 both installed. Okay, Python 2 and Python 3 both are installed in my system. Now you may ask, why am I teaching you Python 3 then? Why I am not teaching you Python 2? Because nowadays no one is using Python 2. Industry is not using Python 2. Industry stops using Python 2. So learning Python 2 is just a waste of time. Okay, so we are learning what? Python 3. So if your system is having only one Python, then you can execute pip install python, sorry, pip install numpy. But if your system is having both the Python 2 and 3, then you have to give over here 3 to tell the system that I am installing numpy for Python 3, not for Python 2. Otherwise by default your system will install it for Python 2. Okay, so where I am giving it? I am giving it in the terminal. So pip3 install numpy, if I execute it, it will show what? It will process for some amount of time, and thereafter it will install your numpy library into the system. If it is already there, it will say it is already there. Okay, so you can execute it and let me know if it is getting installed or not. Just install it and cross check whether it is installed or not. If you got any kind of error, please just let me know. First install it and thereafter execute it, import numpy. I can wait for 1 or 2 minutes. Is it working for anyone? My Python version is, that's fine, that's fine. 3.7.1 or 3. No, it is not required to update. That's fine. You can use 3.7.1. Please tell me, is it worked? NumPy import worked?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's great. So I hope it is
Sir,
working for everyone. Yeah, please tell me.
sir, in Windows, it's not able to. It says PIP is not considered as an internal or external command.
Okay, fine. That is what I was expecting, because many of you will get this problem. So what I'll do, I'll make you a presenter. Okay. Now you're a presenter. Just share your screen. Start sharing your screen so that I can let you know how to solve this thing. Everyone who is getting you, many of you may get the same error. So just let me just look into it. Okay, please share your screen. Are you getting the screen sharing option? Yeah, great. No, it's you are showing your WhatsApp.
Yeah. Let me close it. How do I close it?
How to close it? How can I tell you how to close it?
Yeah, it's
Okay. So you can minimize your WhatsApp and you can again share your screen, right? Okay, Bharat, you are also getting the same problem. So shall I make you presenter so that you can say, because the solution will be same. Bharat, shall I make you presenter?
I already installed Anaconda, sir.
Okay, no worry, I'll tell you. Bharat, you are a presenter. Please share your screen. Bharat, are you getting the screen sharing option? Is there anyone else who is getting the same kind of issue? It is stopped, Bharat. It's just, I guess you had start sharing, but you stopped it, right?
Sir, I'm not able to share the
Okay, you're
code.
not able to. Okay. So is there anyone who is getting the same problem like PIP is not recognized, so that I can make him a presenter and I'll tell you what to do? Okay, let me tell you what you can do if you are getting this thing. Generally, what happen when you get this thing, this error when PIP or the folder in which PIP is there is not set as an environment variable. Okay, so you need to do what? You need to trigger execute the same command for all those who will get the later, anyone may be planning to install later on. So you have to do what? You have to go to your C drive. Okay, then from the C drive you have to go to your users. Okay, then in the users you will have your own system name or computer name, whatever, like suppose my system is Bipul, so Bipul. Okay, then it will be app data. You will see app data folder. You will go to app data folder. Then you will go to what? In the app data, you will get a folder called programs. Okay. In the programs, you will get a folder called Python 37. Okay. in the Python 37, you will get a folder called scripts. Okay, so you have to execute the same pip3 install at this location. That means you have to go to this location and then you have to install it. Okay, then pip will, because pip by default is present in this folder. Okay, the support for pip library is present in this folder. Just try to install it. Still, if you face any problem, you can just let me know. We'll solve it, but for that you have to share your screen, right? I'll just tell you to share. You can share, and thereafter I'll tell you how to solve it. Okay, but please do try everyone to install it. Okay, and tomorrow we will start working with Numpy and the pandas part. Will it be fine?
I
And I
have
expect
Anaconda, bro.
you are having Anaconda. No, it's like Anaconda software. If you install, that's fine. You can use that thing also. Ultimately, coding will remain same. Okay, today whatever we did, where did you code it? Like whatever the things that we did. Okay, are you using Anaconda today?
Yes, sir. Just I want to show my screen. If
Okay,
you
please, Bharat, right? Vishnu,
if you if you allow me.
Vishnu, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, fine. Please. You know how to use Anaconda, or you don't know?
I know, sir, because I have done so many things on Anaconda, like
Fine.
Python.
That's if you're knowing, that's fine.
Sir, my screen
Okay.
is audible.
Yeah, it's visual. It's visual. Okay, that's
Yeah.
fine. You can start the Jupyter notebook and can use it. No, not this one. One, two, three, four, fifth one.
Oh, yeah.
This is also used, but I prefer this one. Okay, this one, fifth one, right? Yeah, and then you can click over new button just after that one, right? And then click over Python 3. Okay, and here you can code and execute. Okay, you can type over here any code, like suppose you're typing print hello.
Yes, sir.
Just type print hello in this box. Okay, parenthesis. Yeah, right. Okay, and to execute you have to use what? Shift plus enter. Shift plus enter you can use, it will get executed and show the output just below it. Is it fine?
Yes, sir. But I was about NumPy, sir. How to restore
Okay,
NumPy in
okay,
Jupyter?
fine. Okay, right over here, import numpy. Execute it, shift plus enter. Execute it. Just shift plus enter, press shift plus enter. It is already there. It is already there. If it would not be there, it will show the error. It is already there in your system, right?
Okay.
Yeah, no, nothing to install. It is already there. So all those who had installed Anaconda software, that's fine. If you had not installed, please don't install. It is not required. Okay, as of now, it is not required. When it will be required, I will tell you. You can install it, and I will tell you the better option in which, even Anaconda will not be required, and you will get this Jupyter. Without Anaconda, you will also work upon, because this Anaconda software takes a lot of RAM, consumes a lot of RAM in your system, so your system may get slower. So that's why I will suggest you some other way through which also you can do the same thing, some simple way in which your RAM will not be consumed too much. Okay, so that is it for today. Just go through the things whatever we discussed. I will share this PPT
So,
also with you. Yeah, please tell me.
sir, I have a doubt. Actually, when I was installing the idle Python
I,
idle, okay,
Mhm.
so the run option was not available there. So I did all the coding part in the idle shell.
In the idle cell. Okay, can you share your screen once?
Yeah,
Okay, fine. I'll make you presenter. Your name?
Pranali.
Right. Okay, fine. I'll make you presenter just so it can tell you what's the problem. You're getting the screen sharing option.
No, not yet.
At the bottom, you'll see like mic, camera, and there is a screen, written screen before leaving. Leave. There are four options: mic, camera, screen, and leave in the tool. Getting?
Not, sir. Actually, there was a privacy issue.
Privacy. That means your system is showing some privacy thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. I understood. Understood. You have to change the settings in the system. I'll tell you what you did actually. I'll explain you. You did this thing. That means you opened up. So suppose I'm
Yeah.
closing up this whole thing. Let me close it and then I'll tell you everything I closed up. Okay, and then I'll start the ideally over here. Okay, this is ideally. Okay, and then when I started ideally, you are doing all the codes over here, right? Like
Hmm.
5 plus 7. Okay, like this, right? You did all the code.
Yeah.
So what you have to do, because you are, look, I'm not getting any run option. Okay, you have to click over file. Are you getting the file option?
Yeah.
Okay, file, new file, and then in this file, if you code like a is equal to 5, b is equal to 7, and then I'm doing print a plus b. Okay, and then you can see the run option over here. Getting the run option now?
Can you show it again, please?
Okay, fine.
The new
Yeah,
file.
file. You can go to file and then new file. Okay, so you will get a blank notepad kind
Yeah.
of a thing.
Actually, the file option is not here.
Sorry.
New file. Yeah. 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 Sorry. Got it. Got it.
Okay. So now you can write the code. Okay, and then you can get the run option. In the cell, you will
Yeah.
not get any run option, but in the this thing you will get a run option, and thereafter you can click over run module. It will ask to save your file. Just save your file in some location other than C drive into the system, and then
Sure.
execute it. It will execute.
Yeah.
Am I clear now?
Thank you.
Yeah, right.
Yes, sir.
So everyone just do this thing. I have already saved the code. Okay, if you had, I am pretty much sure all the code, like we are having a 2.5 hour session now, it is not possible that I am telling you the code and at the same time you can execute all the code. I can understand you must have, but still you must have done 40 to 50% of the code that we did today. Whatever that is left, you can just give your half an hour of time, go through one by one, very small, very simple code is there. Half an hour additional time just give, execute this thing on your own end. Okay, and just let me know if you faced any difficulty, any error while doing it. And additionally, I'm giving you this ppt which you can go through if you get a time. If you are not getting a time, then also it's fine, I'll explain that. But if you get a time, you can just go through that ppt if you want. Okay, so I am sharing this thing also with you. Okay, so that is it from my side for today. Tomorrow again we will meet on the same time. Okay, start with the Numpy and Pandas. Okay, okay, and just keep in mind, just try to execute some basics from this website to learn the Python better. Shall we wind up today?
So can I share my screen now, sir? Can you tell me what to do? Get into it.
Sarif, right? Hello.
Yes,
Who
sir.
wants to say this? Who wants to say this?
Uh,
Bharat, right?
yes, sir. That
Okay.
I'm getting the PIP error, sir.
Okay, please say it. Okay. So show me the error first. Okay, you are getting, but Python. Can you type Python over here? Python and enter. Just type Python, enter.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Okay. Okay, close it, close it. It is opening Microsoft Store actually. I think it's installed into your system, right?
Yes, sir, it is installed.
Okay. Do one thing, just open your C drive.
Yes, sir.
C drive.
Okay. Open it.
There is only one drive. Huh?
Yes, sir. I have only SSD.
Open it.
I have to split it. Okay.
Okay. Go to users.
Okay.
Users. From last it is fifth, I guess. No, it is not users.
Okay.
Then the same thing Bharat VS.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and here you will get a folder called app data. Is it there? No, not there. Okay, click over the view section at the top. At the top, you can see home, share, and view. At the top, at the top. Just at the topmost thing. File, home, share, view. Okay. Select this hidden items on the just on the right hand side. There is a section hidden items. Select it.
Okay.
Now there is a
Data.
app data. Open it. Okay. Then open local.
Yes, sir.
In the local, you will get programs. Scroll down somewhere, you will get the programs. Wait. MNSP after P, you will get it. Yeah, it's there. Okay, Python. Open Python. Python 39. Actually, you are using Python 3.9, is it?
Yes, sir. It was previously installed, so I didn't reinstall it.
It's fine. It's fine. Okay. That is just okay. Open it. Okay, there is a folder called scripts. Open that scripts folder. Okay, now do one thing. Click at the address bar, at the top address bar. After script, click anywhere. After script,
script.
after in
Okay.
that, go to address bar. Okay. Now type over, just select everything from it. Okay, select everything from it and type over here CMD. CMD. No. Just select everything and in place of everything, now type CMD.
Okay.
Replace this thing, enter. Okay, now this command prompt is working in this particular directory, right? Now type over here pip install numpy.
Numpy.
Numpy. No, numpy.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so now it
Yes,
will
sir.
be installed and then we can use it in the next class for working with n-dimensional data sets.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, just wait, it will get installed and you can cross check it. Yeah, it is installed. Oh, it is showing some warning, but that's fine. Warning is not a big deal. Error should not be there.
Yes.
Okay,
Thank
so
you, sir.
execute and check everything and we'll meet in the next class and we'll go ahead. Shall I sign off then?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Take care. Good night. You'll get the recordings most probably by tonight. It will be uploaded to the Google Classroom. Okay. You can download it and keep it to you. Okay. Thank you and take care. Good night.
This conference will now be recorded.
Okay. Hi everyone. Very good evening. I hope I'm audible to you, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Great. Okay. Perfect. So we will start our second session. So people are still joining. We can wait for 1 minute more, 1 or 2 minutes more. Okay. Till the time everyone gets joined. Okay, and if you're having anything to ask, you can just let me know. Any query? I hope you had gone through the things. You must have tried whatever that we did in the last class. So while doing any of those thing, if you faced any difficulty, let me know. You said we don't have to declare the type of variable in Python, right? Okay, taking okay. Good question. Okay, everyone just here. As I said that variable is not required to be declared. Okay, but here like taking a value from user, why it is used int. Okay, so it's a very good question that you asked. So let me explain it. Okay, okay. So just suppose I'm taking a value from the user in a, right? So a is equal to have to use input, isn't it? So input enter a number. Okay. Second b is equal to input enter second number. Okay, two things are there, right? Now what I'll do, c is equal to a plus b, right? Then print c. So will it work or not? It will definitely work. Okay, let's see, execute it. Okay, so if I execute it, it is asking for the first number. Let me give the first number 5. Second, asking for the second number. Let me give 7. So it is showing what 57. Okay, so that means it is not adding them mathematically, right? If I'll give a and I will give b, it will make it ab, right? So the operations are not basically whatever the operation that is going on over is not getting done mathematically. Okay, numbers are not getting added up mathematically, they're just getting appended up. Okay, they're just that means they're just getting combined and giving a single value after getting combined. Okay, so that means whenever a user is entering a value, by default it get entered, or by default Python considers the entered value as a character. Okay, the entered value is considered as a character. Okay, it is not considered as what, as a numeric value, but we have to consider it as a numeric value, isn't it? So to consider this thing as a numeric value, we have to do what, we have to use over here int. That is called, what it is called, it is called your typecasting. Okay, this step is known as what, typecasting. That means we are typecasting the thing. Okay, that means the entered value now is getting converted into what, integer. So it is not declaring a type of a variable, it is called typecasting of a variable. Okay, typecasting of a value for a variable. Okay, so that we can change the type of it. Now again use it. If I'll use 6 and I'll use 8, it will add it up and it becomes 14. Okay, so this process is known as what, typecasting. It is used whenever the entered value, suppose the entered value or the number, whatever the value that you're using is a number, but Python is considering that thing as a character. Okay, so in that case, by using typecasting, a number can be considered as a number. Am I clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So I hope it is clear for all of you. So in the last class, we had started discussing about the NumPy, some basics of NumPy already I told you. Today it's time to use it. Okay, we'll first use NumPy and thereafter we'll go for the pandas part one by one. Okay, so for the NumPy, what we will do, okay, if it is already installed, you can use it. Okay, it like all of you must have installed it and must have checked it. Okay, if not, then what we can do, if it is not installed, then what we can do, we can just open over here collab. Okay, collab.research.google.com. Okay, This is online tool that you can open up. Okay. What's the name? collab.research.google.com. Better. So everyone can just open it. I'll tell you what is it actually. Look, whenever you have to code, okay, whenever you have to create an application, what you need? You require a system, right? If you have to code certain thing, you require what? You require a system, okay, a system or a computer system, okay. In that computer system, you just code somewhere, right? Now what happened? If we have to code, we have to install certain application over here, okay. That application we have to run and we have to code over there, right? Here through Google Colab we can use the application that is already installed on the server of Google, okay. This is the application which is installed on the server of Google, okay. From that server we are accessing the application and we are using it. That means all the processing will be done by Google server, okay. All the processings will be done by whom? Will be done by Google server, not by our own system, right? So it will be done by whom? It will be done by the Google system, right? So that means we are not required to install anything in our system and we can use it directly and we can save a lot of time, okay. And once our application is done, we can download it for the further use, okay. So how to use it? You can just use your simple Google login to get logged in, and thereafter you can just go to file section, okay, and then new notebook, okay. So hello, am I audible? I guess I'm audible, right? You have to click over file and then you can open file and then new notebook. So when you click on new notebook, a kind of a interface will open up, okay. And on this interface we are going to create our first program, that is a program for the Numpy, okay. Here all the options you are having. After finishing the code, we can download the Python file as well, okay. I can download the ipynb file as well, okay. Whatever kind of, I can save the file as well. I can save this thing into the drive as well, right? I want to use some advanced configuration. I can use what? I can use the GPU, okay. If suppose my code is quite complicated, okay, quite kind of requires high amount of backend processing, we can use GPU. For the later stage, for the huge amount of requirement, like for images, videos, we can use TPU. But as of now we are using none, simple, save, right? So that means you can access it and let me know if you're facing any difficulty in accessing it. Is Google Colab accessible for everyone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if you had already installed certain other software into your system and you know how to work with that, you can use that. If you don't know anything, then please don't go for that part as of now. Once we will develop some amount of practice, then we will also install some other software and all those things. Initially, please don't get stuck into that particular thing. That means if you get stuck into the installation part only at the very first stage, okay, then we will get, fed up, okay, and we will just leave this topic, right? So don't get fed up. It is the most easiest thing. So once you got it, we have to use what? Numpy. So for the Numpy, we can use import Numpy as NP. So NP is what? That means Numpy library I am importing. Why I am importing Numpy library? Because I have to work with a data set that can contain the values in rows and the columns, right? For those, for n-dimensional data, the operations will be done by NumPy. So we are importing the NumPy and giving it a name NP. Simple, right? Now we have to use it. So for using it, we need to know certain functions of NumPy. There is a very first function of NumPy known as array. Okay. So what we can do, a is equal to np dot array. It's a very first function that we should know. Just pass certain value over here. Okay. We are passing a certain value and printing a. So you will say You'll see over here. What are you getting? You are getting a value in a form of list over here, right? Now you say like, why, if there is already a list, then why we should use it? So let's see the difference. Let's define the list. For the list, I'll use b. B is equal to, okay, so it is what? It is list. A is what? A is a numpy array, sorry, A is a numpy array, and B is what? B is list. Better. Now we have to figure out the differences. So let's see the differences. The very first thing, mathematical calculations. If I'll do a multiplied by 2, what will happen? The 2 will be multiplied to each of the entity of a. Okay, each entity of a will be multiplied with 2. Okay, and each entity of b will be multiplied with 2. Okay, so if you are using simple list, list gets doubled. That is, this is the first thing and this is the second thing. That means it just gets duplicated, isn't it? But numpy is not getting duplicated, right? That means the mathematical calculations will get much easier with numpy at the later stage. Okay, that's why numpy is created. Okay, because with the list, if you're doing the mathematical calculation, it will take a lot more amount of code. Like you have to you have to create a loop. That loop will run for multiple times again, do the calculations. Okay, so that will take a little bit more effort. Second thing, with numpy, I can create or I can process multidimensional data. So let's create a multidimensional data. Okay, so if I will create a multidimensional data, here it is, here we are having. Okay, what I did, I have defined one row, and second I have defined the second row. Okay, first row and the second row, and you can see it. Okay, mathematical calculations, simple one. Okay, if the same thing I define in the list, what will happen? Just define one more row. Okay, so in the list will not support the n-dimensional array. Okay, you are defining two different rows, but both the rows are getting defined in the single row only. That means list will only give a support to a single dimensional data. Multi-dimensional data processing will not be done by the list. Okay, so if we are using numpy, we should know very first, like, why are we using numpy? Because with the numpy you can process, you can access, you can do the calculations over n-dimensional data set that you can't do over the list, right? So let me share this code with you.
So, why do we get an error when we add 6 elements on the second row for A?
Okay, I'll tell you.
Yes, yes, sir.
So I'm sending this file to you. You can access the file, okay, and whatever the code that I will do, you can get it in real time. Okay, I guess just a minute, let me share it again. Is it accessible? Please just confirm once. Is the code accessible? Is the code accessible for you through this link?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Okay, so you said me like, if I'll define over here one more value in the second row, what will happen? The first row is having only 5 value and second row becomes 6, having 6 value. So it becomes a unstructured data. Okay, so it is not an error actually. Okay, it is not error. It's just not getting converted into a structured format. It becomes unstructured data, right? So that's why if you had seen any matrix, you must have seen like matrix is having all the rows used to have the same number of value in the matrix as well, isn't it? So that's why a numpy array will have same number of value in all the rows.
Yes, sir. So, but
Okay.
what if we add a character, like
Yeah, you can add a
instead of
character.
4?
Yeah, it will support. It can hold the character also.
Okay, sir. So everything will get converted to strings, sir?
Yeah, everything will convert it to a string. Because there
Okay.
is one character added, because of that everything will be now a string. But generally we don't use a character in a numpy array. Okay, it can hold that value, but generally we don't use. Okay, numpy array is used mostly with a homogeneous set of data and mostly with the numerical values in data science, because so many calculations that we have to do, and those calculations get done on the numerical value. If it is a non-numerical value, then in that case we prefer pandas, okay, for pre-processing the non-numerical value. That also we'll discuss,
Yes, sir.
because
So for
pandas.
the
Mhm.
yes, sir. Sorry, sir.
No, no, please continue.
So no, sir. It was related to that the Google Classroom, sir. You need to provide access to everyone to access the file.
Access to everyone. This file is not accessible.
No, sir. It says you need access. Like we
Just a
have to
minute.
request access from you, sir.
Now just check once.
So it's working.
Okay. Okay.
So,
Mhm.
when you multiplied the array with 2, all the integers got multiplied, but in the case of list,
Mhm.
it doubled the list.
Mhm. Right. So that is a difference between a numpy array and the list that I just did to explain you the difference between a numpy array and the list, because if you're creating a numpy array, almost the same kind of output you are getting. So how can you understand that why to use numpy array and for mathematical calculations? Because for the mathematical calculations, numpy array will be more like supportive. It can do the calculations. We can do the calculations easily using numpy array as compared to list.
Okay.
Yeah. Just give me 1 minute. I have to put this into charge. Okay, it's simple. If you can see, if there is a numpy array, okay, through numpy np, through numpy always you can create this two-dimensional data, okay, or you can process the two-dimensional data. With the list, you can't do it. If the with the list you are defining it, it remains in the same row. It remains in the single dimensional. Okay, it can't be converted into two-dimensional values. Okay, with the numpy array, if you're multiplying with 2, things are getting multiplied and we are getting it. Okay, with the list, if you're multiplying with 2, the complete things gets doubled, right? So that is a difference between a list and a numpy array. Make clear?
All the matrices or mathematical operation we can do on
All
NumPy.
the yeah, right. All sorts of matrix operations can be done on we can do on numpy array. Okay, so let's discuss in detail about the numpy. NumPy. Okay. So we can use what import numpy as np. So what we need to do understand first. We will see the very basic thing. N1 is equal to np dot array. Just define one simple array over here. Okay, so we will do some very basic calculations to understand how we can analyze a data. The very first thing, print np dot sum n1. Sum product uh, mean, that is the average value, standard deviation, maximum, minimum, arg maximum. Okay, so we are getting all the outputs. That means all sorts of calculations over that numpy array. First one is summation, second one is product of all the values from numpy from n1. Okay, third is the mean value, that means average of all the value, then standard deviation value, that is 1.69. Maximum, minimum, arg max and arg mean are the argument of maximum and argument of minimum. Which one is the maximum value in it? 7. So 7 is having argument of what? 7 is having argument of 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's why 4. Okay, which one is minimum? 1 is minimum. So 5, 6, 7, 8. It is having 8. So since 1 and 4 and 8 are the argument of minimum and maximum values, so we are getting it over here.
One is not, I think, it is in a matrix or like an you are submission all the numbers.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
in
given we have.
matrix you are adding
Yeah, please continue.
in matrix you are adding by some other process, and in this process you are adding all the numbers. How it can be possible, sir? As you said, it is a matrix or like group of numbers in a set.
Right, right. So in matrix, how you add the numbers?
By row, by column. Like it's
Hmm.
a 3 by 3 matrix A, then we can add only by 3 by 3 matrix.
Hmm. That we can do. That we definitely do. It's like it is just adding all the elements in the numpy array. So there's a function given, so it is getting added up. Like for example, if you're having suppose n2, I'm defining n2 is equal to np dot array. Okay, some value that defined 3 comma 2 comma 2 comma 3 comma. Okay, so we're having what n2. This is your n2, right? Now, if I have to add n1 and n2, then what we can do is simple n1 plus n2. That's it. Sorry. Something is missing. It's 3 cross 5. Okay, fine. One more value. Okay. So n1 plus n2. It is what you were saying.
Please, about the slide, you are right, 59.
Mm-hmm.
59. So print n2 dot sum and
59 is the sum of all the values within it, like 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7 plus 2. All the values are getting summed up. It is for some statistical analysis. Okay, like if I want this at some stage, suppose if I have to know the sum of all the values in a particular matrix, then we can use this function sum to get the summation of all the value. If we are having two different matrices and we have to operate between them, then also we can do, suppose this is matrix n1, okay, and this is matrix n2, I have to operate between them, then just use operand and operate, that's it. So that then what happens, your first value 3 be added up with what, 3, so becomes, suppose if I'm calling over here n1, okay, so if I have to operate over here, like 3 plus 3 becomes 6, 2 plus 4 becomes 6, 4 plus 5 becomes 9, okay, 1 plus 6 becomes 7, isn't it? So it depends, like you have to operate between two different matrices, or within itself you have to do, within a single matrix you have to operate, that you can do. You want to add all the value, all the element of a matrix, you can use the sum function. You want to make the calculations column wise, that also you can do, okay. You have to make the calculations row wise, that also you can do, okay. All these things you can do, right? Because in the program you never know like what kind of requirement will be arised. Am I clear?
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yeah, please.
Hello. Sir, I tried getting the product. I'm getting it a negative, sir.
You're getting a product in negative, so
Ye-
you may have defined some negative values,
No, sir, it's all positive values.
okay. Will you share your screen? Shall I make a presenter?
Yes, yes, sir.
Satyam, huh?
Yes, sir, Satyam. So can you see my screen? Hello.
No, 8 now. Now it's visible, yeah.
Yes, sir. So this one, I'm getting the product as negative.
Can you execute n2 once again, the
Yes,
line
sir.
number 5 once again? Okay, then execute this one.
Yes, sir.
Execute it.
Yes, sir.
You're getting a negative value. Where are you getting a negative value? Hmm. Just a minute.
Yes, sir.
I guess you are defining the same value that I have defined, right?
No, sir, this is a different. These are different values.
Yeah, different values are there.
I'll try giving something else here.
Mhm.
I'm still getting negatives. I'll try giving the same.
Actually, integer is having some limitations. I guess it is outside of that limitation. That's why.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, just execute and then you check.
So I executed this also. It's coming negative still.
Mm. Okay, just a minute.
Yes.
Cross check once. Okay. Mm.
Hello.
Yeah, please, please.
Yes, Satyam. No, Satyam, you should have a three rows in the np.array. So you have two rows. Can you put that? So
So sorry, I didn't get you. So
No,
Hello,
I'm
I'm
just
Harsh. Hello.
hello.
Satyam. Hello.
Yes,
I'm audible to you?
yes, 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 yes. You are
Yeah. Then go to that np array where you have only two rows. Put at the three rows
two
in a
rows.
matrix. There are two rows in your matrix. Put the three rows in a matrix, please.
No, there are three rows in my matrix.
Both the matrix.
Yeah, I'm just. It's only N2, right? It's only one matrix.
it should work. The product should, there must be something which is, uh, okay, Satyam, just share your screen once more. I'm making a presenter, right? Just share once more.
Yes, sir. Now I'm getting positive. Like I changed it to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm
Okay,
getting negative again. Yes.
well, I'm getting negative value over here. So what you can do, n2 is equal to np dot array to define over here as well. Can you give in np dot prod just give a?
Sorry,
There
sir.
is a matrix a.
Yeah.
Just calculate the product for the matrix A as well.
Sir,
You want to?
Okay.
actually, I am getting the result with same row matrix in positive.
Sorry.
Actually, with same values, I am getting the result in positive.
That's what I. You should get a
For A, I'm
value.
getting it in positive,
Mhm.
but for N2, I'm getting it in negative.
Okay, you are using Jupyter. Okay, and on Jupyter it should not. There must be some problem with memory allocation or something.
I'll try with this thing, so
Collab, huh?
yes, sir.
We just try with Collab because I guess
I'll
there
just
must
try
be
it
some
here.
problem with memory allocation.
I'll just try it here.
Mhm. Is there anyone else also getting the negative values? That is standard deviation, Avi. What standard deviation is basically? Okay, just park this thing. Okay, just park this question for some time. I'll explain about standard deviation.
Yes,
When
yes,
I
sir.
will explain the statistics, I'll explain standard deviation, variance, mean, everything. Okay. What are you getting? Are you getting the negative value in collab also?
Sir, I'm trying it, sir. I'm trying it.
Hmm. Anyone else also getting the negative value? Like it is not negative actually. I guess you are just getting a negative symbol, and that is just because of
Sir, in collab,
uh,
I'm getting it as a positive value.
same output. That means the name. Just consider, just compare only the numerical value apart from
Oh,
sign. So are you getting the
no, sir.
same
No, sir.
value?
It's
Is also
completely
different.
different. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. So I'll just cross check like with the Jupyter, like what's the issue that is there. It may
Yes,
be
sir.
it just evaluate a simple array with like this one. Just like k is equal to np dot array 3 4 in Jupyter. Okay. We'll get to know like
Yes,
how it is actually working.
yes,
Yeah, right, right. It may be problem with the Jupyter file saving system or some memory allocation thing.
yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so anyway, so you can just check it like why it is doing what output you are getting, and then we will find it. I will also have a look in the Jupyter documentation, like what's the problem with the. It may be problem for version as well, right? Whatever
Yes, sir.
version you are using, it you may require to update it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you are
Yes, sir.
using
Thank you, sir.
Python 3.9 or which version of Python?
Yes, sir. 3.9.
Yeah, that's why. Because I told earlier also, 3.9 is the most recent version, and there is so many instabilities are there in 3.9. So better you
Okay.
should use a stable version that is 3.7. You'll get a better experience. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So so these are the initial functions that we need to know. Next, what we need to know? Next, we need to know in the Jupyter in this NumPy, that is known as slicing. Slicing is one of the very important part that we should know. Slicing means what? Extracting a set of information from the given NumPy array. Okay, suppose I'm having a NumPy array n1. Okay, and I want to extract, or I want to use a particular column or a particular row, right? That means I want to use this column, okay, or I want to use this row. Then what I have to do? I have to slice it out. Okay, I have to extract it out. So how can we do that? We can do that with the help of indexes. Okay, for example, if I have to use this first value, okay, how can I use it? N1 0 0, right? N1 0 0, just like matrices, right? N1 0 0 is what? Is my first value. N1 0 0, N1 0 1, N1 0 2. Okay, 3 4 5 6, right? If I need this value, then what will be the index? It is 1 0. Just try to understand the indexes. It is what? 1 0, 1 1, 1 2, 1 3. Okay, so it means what? Just look at the indexes. This is 0 1 2 3 4. It is what? 0 1 2. Okay, it means what? It means you are having this thing at location 0 0. This is at location 0 1. This is 0 2. This is 0 3. This is 0 4. This is 1 0 1 1 1 2 1 3 1 4 2 0 2 1 2 3 2 4. Okay, so that's how indexes are defined. I hope it is clear, right? Now, how to use these indexes for slicing? Whenever you have to slice, you have to use the variable representing your array, comma, close, and then you have to give the colon over here. Okay, this is used for row slicing. What? Row slicing. That means I have to slice the row, and it is used for what? Column slicing. Okay, it is used for what? Column slicing. So row slicing means what? I need, suppose, this row, okay, or I need the middle row. Okay, suppose I need what? I need the middle row. Okay, so middle row is having what? 0 1 2 1. That means I need the row 1. Okay, and from 1 I need how many rows? I need only one row. So 1 is my initial value plus 1, that is 1 plus 1, that will be 2, right? And how many columns are required? I required all the columns, so it becomes n1 1 colon, sorry, 1 colon 2 comma colon, this is okay. So I will get the middle row. So let's see, n1 1 colon 2 colon, yes.
So can you explain it once again?
I'll explain. Okay, so now the very first thing you need to know over here, if you are having a array, okay, for the slicing from the rows and columns, the first, this will be used for row slicing, right? And it will be used for what? For column slicing. Okay. Now suppose I am having an array 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15. Okay, it is what I am having. Right now I need what? I need this column to be used. Okay, I need this column to be used, right? So if I require this column to be used, in that case, or I need, suppose I need, yeah, suppose, okay, this column. So how can I extract it? For extracting it, I need to know two things. Okay, like number of rows I required all the rows, so I'll use only column. Okay, the column that I required the column number 2, so I have to give 2 column 3. That's it. Okay, initial value and the last value plus 1. Okay, it means what? Just suppose one more example. Just consider one array. Let me define one array. N3 is equal to np dot array 3 comma 4 comma 5 comma 2 comma 1. 3 comma 1 comma 5 comma 4 comma 2 comma 6. Okay. Just take an example. Okay, a better matrix. Okay, now I have to understand slicing. So for the slicing means what? I have to extract some amount of information from it. Suppose I have to extract this. Okay, so if I have to extract this, that means I have to use two entity. This is the index of column. Okay, it is the index of what? Row. Okay, then n3, I need row number 1. Okay, and the last row that I need is 3. So 3 plus 1 4. I need column number 2, and the last column that I required is 4. That is 4 plus 1 5. Okay, if I execute it, I'll get whatever I required. So let's execute it. N3 1 colon 4 comma 2 colon 5. Am I clear?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I am finding difficult.
Yeah. Who is finding the like? Please tell me. What problem are you facing? Anyone is getting some error or difficulty? Okay. So if you're getting a difficulty, just try one small step over here. I'll give you a small assignment. Just try that. Okay. Let me know what we should do to extract this column. This whole column I required to be extracted out. Okay. What I should do? What should be the thing that I have to pass over here? Please tell me.
5 and 3 cost of 5.
So you are getting the value, but actually you have to do what? Oh, what happened? Okay, you're getting a value, but you have to do what over here? 5 colon 6. Okay, because if you don't give the second coordinate, what will happen? It will return the value in single dimension. Okay, if I'm just giving 5, then it is returning the value in single dimension. Okay, but since this is in 2 dimension, I may require the output in 2 dimensions, so I have to give. Okay, so now just let me know if I have to extract out these 2 rows, then what I should do. These 2 rows.
Sir, 2, 5.
2 5, just a minute, and 3 2 colon 5, and all the columns are required, so colon. What I'm getting, am I getting the output that is required? I'm not getting it. Okay, I'm not getting the output, so what I should do? This is row number. Okay, it is row number 0, it is 1, it is 2. Just a minute. It is row number 0, it is 1, it is 2, it is 3, it is 4. I read 2 and 3. That means I have to give what? 2 colon 4. Am I clear? Just let me know. Any doubt with the slicing? If any kind of doubt you are having, please just let me know.
सर
Yeah, please.
सर जो फर्स्ट हमारी रो होती है, उसके बाद इंडेक्स ऐड होते हैं ना, जैसे हमारी 2 पे फर्स्ट रो है, जैसे हमें जो 2 से 5 2 से 3 2 और 3 चाहिए रो नंबर, तो 2 प्लस होगा ना फिर सर, 2 एंड 2 प्लस 3, तो हमने 2 प्लस 2 क्यों किया है?
2 plus 2, यहाँ पे आप देखो, like the rule says what? N3, correct? Initial index क्या है? 2 है, like the first initial index we are having 2 colon, okay, plus initial index plus number of rows. So how many rows we required? I required number of rows 1 and 2. Okay, comma this thing. So this is rule number 1. Okay, so you'll get what? N3 2 colon 4. Okay, so that's why these 2 row you are getting. Okay, this is how many people use like this. Many people use it like this, like N3 2 colon. Okay, the last row. Okay, like this is 0, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4. The last one is what? 3, right? So many people do it like this: 3 plus 1, all the columns you require, that's it. So you'll also get what? N3 2 colon 4. In both the case you are getting the same thing. Okay, either you can add 1 into the last row that you required, or the last column you required. Again I'm repeating, either you can add 1 into the last row that you required, or the last column you required, or you can add number of rows or number of columns into the initial value. Okay, like I need 2 rows after index 2, so I can add 2 into the 2. Okay, if I required like some number of columns, for example, let's take one more example over here. Suppose I required these many values. Okay, I required how many values? These many values, right? Right, that also we can do, right, Pranal? Okay, these many values are required. Okay, so it is having what? It is having N3. Okay, so rows are what? Rows are like 0 1 2 3. The first number of row colon, 3 rows I required, so 1 plus 3, 3 rows required from 1, so 1 plus 3. Then 0 1 2, from 2 I required 3 columns, so 2 colon 2 plus 3. Okay, so instead of writing this plus and all, okay, what I get? 5 4 2 3 4 5 4 3 4 2. Okay, you can also use what over here 4, or you can use over here what 5. Am I clear now?
Yes, sir.
Better. Okay. So one very important thing that you have to know over here. After the slicing, suppose if I'm storing it into the A. Okay. So it is my A. A is a matrix I'm having. Now in this matrix, I want to make changes over 4. Then how can I make it? So that means the 4 is what? 4 is having a index 0, 1. If I'll call 0, 1, I'll get 4. Okay. Now if I will equate it equals 56. Okay. Yeah, that also n number of logic that you can create, right, Prajapati? Harsh Prajapati, you can create a n number of logics. It depends like which you understood. That's fine. That is also fine.
So they are a
Okay.
bit confused with logics plus one. So I thought that I can put this into the syntax. How we can do.
Yeah, right. That's fine. That's fine. That also you can do. Okay. Like the thing is, you should understand the concept. Either you can use the number of steps. Okay. Initial index colon initial index plus number of steps, or you can use initial index colon the last index plus 1. Okay, it depends like how you're doing it, but ultimately the result will remain same, right? Okay, so now let's see. A01 is what? A01 is 4. I don't want to be 4. I am making it 56, right? Now if I'm making it 56 and then I'm calling A, what am I getting? I'm getting 56. So why am I telling you? Because if I call N3, there also you'll get 56. That means what you did, you had created an array. Okay, that array is created by using the slicing. Okay, but when you are trying to make any change in that sliced array, the parent array is also getting affected by it. Okay, the parent array is also getting affected by it, isn't it? So how can we avoid it? Anyone knows how can we avoid it? Any idea? No, you have to do what? There is a function, a small function called copy function. Okay, that means whenever you are slicing, just suppose it is my n3. Okay, and after the n3, whenever you are slicing over here, suppose you are slicing, and the sliced value you are storing in a variable, and you have to make changes in that variable. Okay, and you don't want to affect the parent array, you have to use a function called copy. Okay, so it will just make a copy of it and store the value into A. Okay, and the parent thing will not get affected by it. Am I clear?
Yes, sir.
Now, the question over here is why are we learning the NumPy? Okay, because NumPy will make your a lot of calculations very easy. Just suppose there is a simple mathematical equation I'm writing: 3x plus 2y plus 7z is equal to 9. Okay, 2x plus y plus 3z is equal to 5. Okay, 5x plus 3y plus 7z is equal to 7. Okay, now to solve this equation, what we require? Okay, we have to solve it mathematically. It will take a lot of time, right? But with the help of matrix, we can do it quickly, right? What we have to do? We have to create a matrix over here: 3, 2, 7, 2, 1, 3. Okay, 5, 3, 7. Okay, dot product x, y, z. Okay, is equal to 9, 5, 7. Okay, so it becomes what? A dot x is equal to what? Y. That means x is equal to what? A inverse y. Is it clear? Okay, that means by using this simple calculation we can calculate the value of unknown variables very easily for any kind of complex equations. Okay, so a lot of complex equations, complex calculations can be done with the help of matrix in just some line of codes, right? But for doing it, what we need to know? We need to know about the dot product. Okay, how a dot product can be calculated in Python. So for calculating the dot product in Python, we need what? We need to know about a simple function. The function is what? Dot dot. Okay, so let's see, let's create a array. Suppose we are having an array over here, print n1, okay, and print n2. Okay, so it is my n1 and n2. The very first thing I have to check the shape of n1 and n2. So n1 dot shape, I can check the shape of any array. Print n2 dot shape, I can check the shape of any array, right? Now once the shape is checked, I have to do the dot multiplication. So what's the requirement? The requirement is very simple. If the first matrix is 3 cross 5, the second should have at least 5 number of rows. If this one is having 5 number of columns, second should have at least 5 number of rows. Okay, a number of column can be anything. That is a requirement for a matrix, right? That means how can we do it? If I have to do a dot product, I have to calculate the dot product between n1 and n2. Then what we should do before calculating a dot product? What is the requirement? Okay, what kind of transformation that we have to apply over here?
We can change row into column. Column.
Okay, so that procedure is known as what? Transpose, right?
Transpose.
Yeah, transpose in the matrix. That means one of this particular thing we have to transpose, right? So how can you do it? It's very simple. n2 dot t, it will get transposed. It is getting dot transposed, right? So you can do what? Just call over here n1 comma, okay, and then np dot dot. So we are getting the dot product. Okay, so I hope all of you understood the dot product. So it is how we can calculate the dot product. Now let's go for the thing that I had just written. I'll write some random equation. 3x plus 2y plus z is equal to 45. Okay, or let me make it 5. Okay, 2x plus y plus 3z is equal to 7. 5x plus 3y plus 5z is equal to 9. Okay, now what we can do, we can create an array of it. So for creating an array, we can do what? K is equal to np, or you can say a np dot array. Okay, let's create an array. 3 comma 2 comma 1. Okay, 2 comma 1, sorry, 2 comma 1 comma 2. Okay, 5 comma 3 comma 5. Okay, so it is my a, right? Now I can define x. X will be what? Np dot array x comma y comma z. So as it is a string, so we should put this thing into okay, and then y is equal to np dot array four comma 7 comma 9. So here it is what? Ax is equal to what? Y. Okay, that means x is equal to inverse of a dot y. Okay, so how it can be done? It can be done by using one algorithm from Okay, sorry, we can calculate the inverse of A. So A inverse is equal to NP dot linear algorithm dot inverse. So it is your inverse of A. Okay, I have to calculate X, so I can do what? I can just write X is equal to NP dot, that is dot multiplication with respect to what? A inverse comma Y. Okay, so we are getting it. Okay, X, the value of X, Y and Z. How can you verify it? If I will calculate NP dot A comma X, so I should get Y. Okay, I'm getting Y 479. Okay, I'm getting the value of Y, that is 4, 7 and 9. If I'll print over here, print A, this is my A. Okay, print X. Okay, and then print Y. So it means what? X is already okay. This is my equation. This is my value of A. This is my initial value of X, Y, and Z. This is the value of Y. We calculated A inverse. That A inverse we are passing through dot product, and we're getting again the value of Y. That means any kind of complicated equation can be easily solved with the help of NumPy. Okay, because through NumPy we can create a matrix, and any kind of matrix operations can be done. Okay, and that makes our calculations much easier than the conventional ways of calculating. Okay, if your NumPy is having a NumPy array information, the you can also use it like this, and one dot shape, this will return the shape. Okay, and two dot shape, sorry, and one dot size, you can get the size, and one dot ending, you can get the number of dimensions. Okay, for any array you can check it anytime. Better, as well as suppose I am defining over a n4 is equal to np dot a range. Okay, I am defining a range for defining an array. Suppose range I am defining 0 to 36. So my n4 is what? Having an array from 0 to 36. Okay, now I can do what? I can just reshape it, n4 dot reshape. Okay, reshape function is used for what? For manipulating the shape of an array. Okay, reshape function is used for manipulating the shape of an array. To change the shape of an array. So we are having an array, or we are having a matrix. Okay, that is in a single dimensional array. We can reshape it into 6 cross 6. So if I reshape this thing into 6 cross 6, it becomes 6 cross 6 over here. Okay, so that means it is your 6 cross 6 matrix. Okay, n4, n5, or we can say if I want to change it into a single dimensional again, I can use what? N5 dot ravel. Okay, ravel is a function which will convert n dimensional array into single dimensional. Okay, what ravel do? Just a minute, let me write it over here. Ravel or flatten, there are two functions, both work same way. Whatever you want, you can use it. Flatten. Okay, ravel or flatten converts n dimensional array into single dimensional array. Okay, it means what? I can use n5 dot flatten as well. Both do the same thing, both are same function, right? Three additional function: print, np dot zeros to create the zero matrix. Okay, you have to just define the size of it, 3 cross 4. What happened? Something is missing. Okay, one bracket is missing. Okay, so it is for zero matrix. Okay, it is for ones matrix. Okay, and then np dot I, it is for identity matrix. Identity matrix with diagonal value 1. Okay, so these are certain functions of numpy that we should know initially. Okay, file already shared with you. Please go through the things from initial, from top to last, whatever we did, one by one. Okay, and if anything which is creating any doubt and you want to be explained again, please let me know. I'll explain that part quickly before we can start the new topic.
So why does a I return a floating point array?
It's a you can say it's a inbuilt feature of that function. It returns the
So then,
float.
if we want to convert it into integer, can we do that?
Yeah, we can do it. Let's see if typecasting works or not. I guess it should work. No, it is not working, but we can do it. I'll tell you how. There is a function as type. Let me check if as type is working or not. If not, then I'll use some other function. Okay, as type is working. Okay, so with the as type, any types you can convert into, like integer can be converted float, or float can be converted into integer. Clear? But we get zeros. Zeros means what? Sanjay, I'm not getting your point. Zeros in the zeros matrix, we're getting zero. Okay, it's an identity matrix. In the identity matrix, only the diagonal value used to be 1, else everything used to be 0. Is it clear, Avi? Avi, is it clear? Okay. Since a matrix is having a rows and column, so that's why it is called two-dimensional array. I will also show you three-dimensional array, right? But before that, you should finish this thing. Okay, and in the meantime, you can also take our first break, that is our 10 minutes of break. And after the break, we'll again resume so that we can be little refreshed. Ready? Fine for all of you. Shall we resume in 10 minutes by 7:50?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. So in just 10 minutes, we'll resume. Okay, so have you tried and tested everything? Is it working for everyone?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so now we'll go for the pandas data frame. We'll study about the pandas thing. Okay, so before going for the pandas, okay, that is the next thing that we have to do. Okay, before I'll start the pandas. Okay, one thing that you need to know, that if it is a two-dimensional data, what is two-dimensional, what is three-dimensional, what is one-dimensional. If I'm talking about one-dimensional data, it can be simple like this: np dot array. So you should not get confused further. This is simple n-dimensional data having a single row. Fair enough. If you check this dimension of it, it will be one-dimensional. Okay. Two-dimensional you had already seen. It's the same thing I'll use over here. It is what two-dimensional, right? Now let me use for C. One more bracket increased. This whole thing I'm copying. Okay, this is three-dimensional, right? So in the three-dimensional, what are you having? You are having the rows, you are having columns, but you are already also having one floor. Okay, you can keep increasing the floor. Okay, like this is two floors. Suppose I want one more floor. This is three floor. Okay, three floors. If you check the shape of it, what will be the shape? The shape is 3 cross 2 cross 5. 3 is representing number of floors. How many floors? 3 floors. 2 is representing each floor is having 2 rows. Okay, and 5 columns. Clear?
So NumPy will always work with matrix, or we can solve any complex equation.
Actually, we can solve any kind of problem, any math for any kind of mathematical problem, complex mathematical problem. We use it, but in data science, since data will be in multi-dimensional format, so in data science, NumPy will handle the matrix information in most of the cases. Okay, it will just handle the matrix information, process the matrix information, the information which is in the matrix form, to give you certain output after doing some calculations.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so it is a numpy which will use the mathematical values to process. Okay, that is one thing. Now from where we can get the values? Obviously from the data, but how can we get the data? Okay, so to read the data files, we need to understand about what? About pandas. Okay, so let me tell you about the pandas thing. I'll create a new file. Okay, pandas 1. Okay, import pandas as pd. Okay, what we need to know, just like in numpy there are certain functions like array is a function to create the array. Okay, a range is a function to create an array in a range. Okay, reshape is a function for reshaping an array. Okay, there are so many functions are there that we had seen in numpy. Okay, now in pandas we have to understand the very first function, that is known as data frame. Data frame. Okay, so what data frame do? Data frame is used to create a data frame. Okay, and the information will be passed in the form of dictionary. Dictionary means what? Curly braces. Okay, so A, B, C. Okay. Now just store this thing into df, df for data frame. Okay, and then I'm calling a df over here. So it will create a structured data frame, okay, which will have the proper table structure, okay, in the table form. A table which is having what? Which is having the some very important information such as column headers. These are your column headers, okay. These are your what? Row numbers, okay. These are your row numbers, okay. Column headers and the row numbers, right? So it is how things are working out. Okay, so we are having what? Proper data frame created with ABC 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 are the rows, ABC are the column headers, and through which we are creating a proper data frame. Okay, now what we can do? We can access any row or any column that we want to process. Okay, if there is a data frame, this is a single row through which I can access, sorry, single column. I want to access multiple column. I can access the multiple columns like this: A, comma B. I can access the multiple columns that whatever column that I want. Can I convert this thing into numpy array? Yeah, you can convert this thing into numpy array like this by using a function called values. Okay, by using values thing, you can convert any pandas data frame into numpy array, right? So it is a very basic initial introduction to pandas. There is lot many things, complete data science. That means almost 50% of the data science is based out. That means 50% of the part of your data science we have to use pandas. So pandas is one of the very important libraries which we need to learn in very much detail. Okay, it is just the initial introduction. So let me share this file with you. Okay, so just let me know if you're having any doubts about pandas over here. Please do let me know. I hope it is clear, right? Is it clear how pandas data frame works?
Yes.
Okay, so now let's take some actual data set. So to read some actual data set, we have to use what? We have to use the function that can read the file, read the data file, right? So which function can read the data file? Let's see. If you'll find out the, if you will go for the documentation of pandas, input output pandas. Okay, just I'll search for input output pandas. Okay, so it is saying some input output tools. Okay, this is present in its documentation of pandas. That means if I have to read csv file, comma separated values, I can use read csv. If I have to read fwf file fixed with text file, okay, then read fwf. JSON file, read JSON. HTML, okay, if you have to write, then to, okay, read to read, right? And you have to create, then we have to use to, right? So as of now we will start with this thing. Okay, suppose I have to read a csv file. So what I need to do, I need to just use over here pd dot, why pd? Because pandas are imported as pd. So pd dot what? Read csv. Okay, then I have to give the address of the file. Address can be either local or it can be over the server. Okay, it can be online or it can be local. So if it is local, I have to give the location of my system drive. But since we are working on what? We are working on this collab, so I have to upload the data file over here. Okay, you can see the upload button. This is a folder in which you have to click, okay, this folder icon, and then the upload button. You have to upload the data file over here. That is one option you are having. Second option you are having what? You can use, if you know the web address of a data file, you can use the web address. Okay, for example, let me use the web address over here, http://bit.ly/Kaggle train. So that's how I have imported a data file in which total 891 rows are there and 12 columns are present. Okay, these 891 rows are containing some information about some passengers. Okay, these are the details about the passengers who were traveling in Titanic. Okay, the ship, right? So here the information that we are having are the passenger ID, the survival conditions. If 0, that means that passenger could not survive. Okay, if 1, then that passenger survived. Passenger class, in which class it is his that passenger is traveling, name, sex, that is the gender, age, sibling and spouse, pars, parents. Okay, then ticket number, fare, cabin and embark, that means from where they had you can say boarded the fleet, right? So I can store this thing into df. So it is containing a huge amount of information. The same address you can also use. Now df dot head, if I will use, I will get only top 5 values. Okay, top 5 values for the analysis. Okay, I picked it up. Now whenever you will have a data file, you will have what? You will have in the data file two things. Some column, okay, some column will have the continuous values. Okay, some column will have continuous values. Some column will have what? Categorical values. Okay, for example, this thing, it is having a categorical value 0, 1. Passenger class, it is also having a categorical value 1, 2 and 3. Okay, these are what? Some column will have the simple string value. Okay, some string value, right? So these are what? Simple string value, name and all. This column is having what? This column is having a string value and it is also categorical. Okay, like only male and female is there. That means a string value and the categorical, two properties it is having. It is what? It's a continuous value, simple continuous value, numerical. Okay, here these are what? Categorical and numerical. Here continuous and numerical. These are categorical, these are also categorical. These are string value, these are continuous numerical. Okay, these are again a string value, these are string categorical. Okay, so that means you will have either string categorical or string numerical, sorry, string categorical or string just a string. Okay, so options are there. There are 4 options we are having. If it is a string value, then it can be a categorical value or it can be a non-categorical value. Okay, if it is a numerical value, then again it can be a categorical, that will be represented in 0 and 1, or it can be a continuous, like age part, like fare part. Okay, these are continuous, right? So why am I telling you this? Because this is what that is required, that we should know if we are going for a data filtering thing and all, right? So I'll explain the data filtering part, but before that, let's discuss one very important thing, that is known as, if I have to access any particular column, then how can I access it? Obviously, if I have to access these columns, I can access it very simple way. Okay, what I have to do, I have to just use over here df, okay, and I have to pass these column addresses. Okay, or I can do one more thing, I can call all the columns df dot columns. Okay, so these are my all columns, I need these 3 columns. So I got these 3 columns, all the 891 rows, and we're getting these 3 columns easily. Okay, what if I required only these 3 rows? Okay, what if I require only these 3 rows? Then what I can do, then I have to use a function that is known as loc function. Loc means what? Location. Okay, I have to use a function called location. Okay, how? Let's see. We can use what? Df dot loc. Okay, I need which row? I need row number 1, 2 and 3. So 1 colon 3. Okay, comma, I need what? I need these three things, right? So I'll copy it. I'll copy it and I'll paste it. Okay, so from these three row, these three columns are extracted out, or we can also do it like this thing, like this way. Okay, both the ways you can use it. So whatever suits you, you can just use it, right? So just go through it and let me know if you're having any doubts. Okay, there are certain questions. Can you please explain categorical container? Sure, I will explain, Pranali. Your voice is not audible. Am I not audible?
It's audible.
Okay, okay, fine. Okay, I'll explain LOC as well, and the confusion about continuous and categorical also will get cleared. Okay, don't worry. I'll explain that part again. Okay, so the very first thing, if any column, first of all, you need to know if there is any column and the column is having a information. Okay, so a column can have only two kinds of information, right? Just a minute. A column can have what? Two kinds of information. Either a column will contain a numerical value, okay, or it can contain a string value. Okay, so if it is containing a numerical value, then it may have categorical value like 0, 1, 2 represented by 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that means fixed number of categories like this. Survival, only two categories are possible, 0 or 1. In passenger class, only three categories are there, 1, 2 or 3. Okay, so that is categorical. Okay, or it can have continuous value. Okay, like 2.5, 3.1, okay, 1.5, 6.2. Okay, like this. Age, it is not fixed. A person can have any age. Okay, 20 to 30, 35, there is no limitation about it. Okay, that means we can't say like, okay, you only two group of people are there, some of are from 25 age and other are from 26 age, only 25 and 26 is there. It is not there. Okay, the n number of categories are there. Okay, n number of possibilities are there in the age. So this kind of option is known as what? Continuous. This fair thing is also known as what? It is also continuous. Okay, it is continuous, not categorical, right? That means if there is a number, it can be either continuous or a categorical. If it is a string, then also it can be either non-categorical, like this. Name, it is non-categorical. Ticket number, non-categorical. We can't say that, okay, there are only two ticket number present, only two persons are there, like whatever the persons are there, those persons are having only two possible names. Okay, any name can be there, so it is non-categorical. But at the same time, it is what? Sex, that is your categorical. Okay, embarked, that is your categorical, right? So a column can have either a categorical or a non-categorical value. Okay, either the value is in the form of string or it is in the form of numbers. Any data frame, any data frame. Am I clear? Everyone, please let me know. Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I guess there is no doubt. Pranali asked. Pranali, is it clear? I'll come to that D type. Don't worry, I'll come to that. Okay, next, you asked me about LOC. Okay, LOC means location. Okay, LOC means what? Location. Location means what? It's like if you are having any value. Okay, if there is a data frame given, and in this data, from this data frame, you have to find out, or you have to extract some number of information, just like the slicing. Okay, just like you just similar to the slicing that you use. Okay, you have to filter out these many informations from here. Okay, so for filtering out these many informations, or you can say you have to filter out these many information from here. So what do you have to do? You have to use LOC, df dot loc. You need location 1, 2, 3, 4. Here it is a location, not index. So 1 colon 4, okay, and here survived to sex, right? That means you have to use it like this one. Let me show you. Df dot loc. I need location 1 to 4, okay, and I need value from survived to the sex column. Okay, it is how it works. Okay, if I want a specific rows or column, then what we can do, we can use it like this. loc, and I can pass a, suppose I need a 2 comma 6 comma 8. Okay, I need these many rows. Okay, and I need some number of columns. So I need this survived. Okay, and I need name, and I need sex, and I need age. These many things are required. Okay, so 2 3 6 8 survived, name, sex, and age thing that we got over here. Okay, it is how loc works. That means in the loc you can use the colon if you want a value in continuous form, 1 2 3 4 survived, passenger class, name, and sex. If you want a value like some column from the first survived, after survived you are skipping, after survived you are picking up what name, you are not taking passenger class. So from survived you just make a jump to name, from a name you are taking a jump to age, then sex and age. So you are taking, you are passing those value in a list, those column name in a list, a specific column that you want and a specific rows that you want. Okay, so loc will be used for what, for you can say kind of a slicing, okay, in the data frame. Am I clear with this loc part?
So what is D type?
I explain, don't worry.
Yes.
Okay, Sanjay is asking, shouldn't one colon 4 mean 1 2 3? Yeah, good question. Actually I was expecting this question. Yeah, it can be 1 colon 4, okay, but if we are using indexes, okay, if you are using numpy, okay, if you are using numpy, then it can be 1 colon 4, okay, but here we are using loc means what, we are directly passing the location, because let's see, as you said, over here I can use 1 colon 4 to address 1 2 3, but how can you use it over here? Okay, how can you use it? We can't use it, right? So that means by loc we are just passing the location, exact location. If I will use over here df dot iloc, that means index location, and then I will use 1 colon 4, okay, then I will use 1 colon 4 comma, suppose I need 2 colon 5, then what I will get? As you said, I am getting 1 2 and 3. 2 colon 5 means what? 2 colon 5 means what? Just see, this is 0, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4. So 2 colon 5 is, will return these three things: passenger class, name, and sex, right? So just see, are we getting the same thing or not? Okay, so we are having two options. One is loc, in which you have to pass the exact location that you want to pick, okay, or a range of location from where you want to pick, and you are having option of iloc, in which you can use the same rule that you have used in the numpy, that is index loc, index location. Is it clear?
Sir, so in iLoc, if we specify the column name, for example, survived and name, we
No, it will
won't
not
get
work.
the output, sir. Okay.
No, it will
Okay.
throw exception.
Okay, sir. Thanks.
Yeah, ilog is for index, for defining the index. Log is for defining the location name. Both the ways are there. Whichever suits you, anyway, whatever way you are comfortable, you can use it. So, shall we continue?
Sir.
Okay. Just give me 1 minute. Okay. So now there's a question that you're asking D types. Okay. So D type is an attribute just to check the type of a data frame. That means df dot, if you are calling D types, okay, you will get what the type of each value in each column. Like the first column is having an integer type of value, second column is having a survived column is having integer, the passenger class is having an integer, name is having object. That means in one, just using one line of code, okay, by using just one line of code you can get the type of each column entity. Okay, this is called D type. Am I clear?
So what is object, sir?
Object is just string values are represented as an object. Like name is having what? A string value, it's an object represented by object. Sex, male, female, it's an object. Okay.
So
That means
and at the last, why does, yes, sir, sorry.
any non-numerical value will be represented as object. 64 bit.
Yes.
64 means 64 bit.
Yes, sir. Sir, at the last we are getting D type and colon and object. Why do we get
Okay.
that?
Overall, this complete data frame is a type of a object. The object means what? Is like if any value, like suppose in the numpy only, suppose you had all the values are numerical, but you had just defined one single value as non-numerical. So that becomes what? Kind of a every other value converted into a character, right? So that's why overall this whole data frame is considered as an object. That means a non-numerical values. If all the values will be numerical, it will be considered as a numerical type. Individual, this is a type of individual column. Again, it is a type of whole data frame. Okay, 64 means 64 bit of integer. Okay, that is a size. You know, like if you are representing, there is if there is 32 bit of integer, like integer 32. Okay, if I'm writing over here integer 32. Okay, so there are two kinds of integer. One is called signed, okay, and second is called unsigned. Okay, unsigned. So if it is a signed integer, right, so it will have what? It will have a range of negative 125. Oh, sorry, I'm doing a mistake. It's not 32. Suppose I'm writing over here integer 8. Okay, integer 8, right? So it will have a range of negative 125 to plus, sorry, plus 125. Okay, and if it is a signed integer, then it will have a range of from 0 to 256. Oh, sorry, 0 to 255. Okay, total 256 value. Okay, if there is a range of what? Total 256 values. Okay, in case of unsigned integer. Okay, if it is 8 bit, now how this value come out? Just calculate over here 2 to the power 8. 2 to the power 8 will be equal to what? 256. That means a 8-bit integer can accommodate maximum of value up to 255. Okay, or if it is signed, then it can accommodate from -125 to +125. Okay, here also it is 256 value. Okay, we can just sum it up, we'll get a 256 value. 125 plus 125 will be what? Is the range is something different? Just not. If I divide it 256 by 2, what will get? 1, 2, okay, 128, right? So I guess I have to give over 127 minus 127 to 127. Okay, this is what 127, 8, 16, right? That's fine. Okay, so that is what. Now if I'll give over integer 16, okay, integer 16 will have what? Integer 16 will have a range 2 to the power 16. You can calculate it. Okay, so that will have a range from 0 to 2 to the power 16. Okay, that can accommodate a value from in this range. If it is integer 32, that means it can have 2 to the power 32. If it is integer 64, that means that particular value can hold a integer in a range of 0 to 2 to the power 64. That is 64 bits. Okay, am I clear? If you want to check a single row data type, that also you can check, like df. Suppose I am taking over here age dot d type. Okay, it is just float. If I use d types, will it work? It is still float. So you can use, if you are using a checking a data type of single row, you can use d type or d types both. But for the complete data frame, I should use only d types. D type will not work. D types. Clear? To check the data types in the columns of the data. Next, to do a statistical analysis of numerical columns. Okay, so if I have to do a statistical analysis of numerical column, just use df.describe. Okay, so in one line of code, the complete statistical reading will come out only for numerical column, like passenger ID. Total passenger is 891. The average value is 446. Okay, the standard deviation is 257. Minimum is 1. Okay, 25% of total summation summed value is 223. 50% of total summed value is 446. That's why mean is also 446. Okay, 75% of total summed value is 68. Maximum passenger ID is 90, something like this. Survival, passenger class, age. In the age you are having just 714 value. That means there are certain values which are missing. There are certain cases, there are certain things which are missing in the age. Okay, in the age we are having certain values that are missing. Okay, so that's why we can treat that thing, we can make it better by by analyzing the statistical data. I'll tell you how to treat the missing value. I'll tell you. Okay, as of now, just consider there are certain values which are missing in the age column. Okay, total average age is 29, standard deviation is 14, minimum age 0.4. Okay, 25% of total age, some 20, 50%, 75%, maximum age of a person is 80. Okay, so in this way the statistical reading we are getting over here. So what we can say that there is a age column in which some values are missing. If it is missing, how can we find out if there is any value missing in some other column? It may possible some other column is also having certain value missing. So what we can do, we can use df dot is null dot sum. Okay, so we are having it will read you what? Okay, let me use is null. Is null will do what? Is null will read all the, that means where the values are missing and where it is not missing. Okay, if it is missing, if a value is missing in a particular block, we are getting a true over there. True is representing that value is missing over here. False is representing that value is not missing. Okay, false represents 0. True represents 1 1 1 1 1 1. True represents 1, false represents 0. Okay, so we can do what? We can just use dot sum so that all the ones can get added up. Okay, and we will get the complete figure over here. The figure is saying what? Passengers id is having no null value. No null value means what? Nothing is missing. Okay, survival is having no null value, but age is having 177 value missing. That's why total count is 740. Okay, sibling is spouse, no null value missing. Cabin, in the cabin section we are having 687 null values. In the embarked section we are having 2 null values. Okay, so it is a way of finding out the null values. Next we will see how we can treat that null values. Okay, so just go up to this point and let me know if you're having any doubts. Please tell me if anything which you could not understood.
No, sir.
Okay, okay, so let's see how we can treat this null value. First of all, try to understand what a null value is. Like suppose someone is creating a data frame. Okay, is collecting some data. Okay, and he collected some data and putting the data in a data frame like this. Okay, so while putting the data frame, what he did, he missed some blocks to fill. Okay, like suppose, okay, suppose he is filling up these points, all the points are filled up. Okay, but there are 2 points which are missing in this case, isn't it? That means here he didn't, there is nothing present here, so these are called missing value. That means all the void things, void space in a data frame is known as missing value. So what we can do to treat these missing values? Okay, so option number 1, I can delete this column. If I delete this column, these 2 columns, missing value will also get deleted. But loss is what? Loss is I will also lose these informations. Okay, I will also lose these informations. Second option, I will delete these rows. If I delete these 2 rows, missing value will be removed. Loss, again I may lose these informations. Okay, these informations will be lost out. So these are 2 informations, 2 options. Option third, what we can do, I can calculate the average of these guys. Okay, I can calculate the average of these guys and I can put the average value over here. Or I can do what? I can calculate the mode. Mode means what? The maximum occurred value over here. Okay, That means the maximum occurred value can be calculated and can be used over here. That means a mean or a mode can be used at these void points. Okay, a mean or a mode can be used at these void points. Is it clear? That means there are three things: either remove the rows containing missing values, remove the columns containing missing values, or fill these things with the statistically calculated value. Am I clear?
But sir, in this example, you have only two voids. If suppose we have more than 1,000 of voids, so if we remove or if we feed it, so it will not affect it or no?
Yeah, good question. Okay, so it depends upon the total number of data value. Like suppose here we are having a total number of data value 891. So from 891 we are having three conditions. Condition 1 over here age. So out of 891 around 177 values are missing. So almost you can guess almost 20%. Okay, almost 20% of the values are missing. Okay, so what we can do in this case? Case 2, out of 891 687 values are missing, so almost 90%. Here it is almost 90%, and here a very small portion 2. Okay, so what we can do? So it totally depends upon the number of data that you are having, and out of total number of data, what is the percentage that is missing. Okay, like if it is missing in a kind of a very less number, suppose it is missing just two things are missing. Okay, it happens for like out of 891 only for two incident values are missing in case of embark. That means if you will remove the rows, okay, the number of samples will be left out with 889. Right, initially you are having 891 samples. If you remove these two rows, still you are having 889 samples. So you are not losing too much data. Okay, you are not losing too much data, and health of your data will not be affected too much. So we can afford it. Okay, we can afford it, right? Losing two sample is fine. Case 2, in the Kevin section, we are having 90% information missing in Kevin. So whatever the statistical calculation you do, it will always fail. Okay, because a major portion is missing. So in this case, what we can do, we can delete that complete column. Okay, we can delete that complete column because that column is not having the good sort of information. In that column, a huge number of information is missing. So deleting that column will be the best option that we can have. Okay, second option. So first
But
option,
sir, by the
please.
by the address of missing voids, we cannot remove it.
I'll tell you the process. I'll tell you, don't worry. The process I will tell you. I'm just telling you that what three things we can do. Here we are having just two values missing, so we can remove those two rows. We will not lose any huge amount of information. Here a huge amount of missing values are there, so we can remove that complete column because that column is a faulty column. It's having so many faults. It's having so many things which are not present. So that column is not so much informative. So we can remove it. Third case, we are having around 20% value missing. Okay, so it is neither too less nor too big. Okay, it is something in between. It's some kind of a mediocre case, or you can say intermediate case. So here we can decide what to do with this value. We will not delete anything. We'll calculate statistically. We will calculate a number. Okay, and that number we can fill at all the void points. Okay, let's see. Okay, so if you have to find out where are the values missing, okay, that is what you are asking. You want to know where it is missing. So let's see. Let's take the df age. Okay, if I use over here is null, so it will do what? It will check the null value, where the null values are present and where it is not present. So it will return what? Either true or false. Now whenever you are comparing, whenever you are cross checking or comparing anything, okay, you will get output in terms of true or false. Okay, just keep in mind, after getting true or false, we can do only two things. The first thing that we can do is what? if we are getting true or false, there are only two options I am having. First, count total numbers of true value. This is the first thing that we can do. So to count total number of true value, simple use dot sum. Okay, so I am having 177 values missing in age section. Second, what we can do, if I'm getting true and false, second what we can do, filter the data based upon true value. So what you can do, how to filter it? Simple, pass this true or false through df. So it is a filtered data you are having in which the age are missing. So whenever you compare anything and you are getting true or false, okay, you can do only two things. Either you can calculate the sum of all the true numbers, or second, you can find out where you can do the data filtering. So when we did the data filtering, all the true incident had been filtered in and false is filtered out. Please don't think that your actual data frame is disturbed. Actual data frame is still as it is. No changes has been made in actual data frame. Okay, it is still as it is. Don't worry about the actual data frame, it is still as it is. Just for this instance we are having, only for this instance we are having all those informations where the age is missing. Am I clear?
Yes, sir.
It is what you are asking?
Yes, sir.
Okay, second thing, if I want all those cases where age is not missing, then what I can do? Very simple, just copy this thing. I want all those cases where age is not missing, so it will return true or false. Then what I have to do? Simple, I have to convert false into true and true into false. Just use a negate operator over here. Negate operator, if I use, true becomes false and false becomes true. Now pass this true or false through data frame. Okay, so what are we having? We are having these cases where age is not missing. Okay, so it is a data frame where age value is missing. It is a data frame where age value is not missing. Am I clear?
Yes, sir.
Great. Okay, so let's do one thing. I want to fill all the null value. Then what I can do? Let's calculate the average age of all the people who are traveling. So this is the average age of all the people who are traveling. That is 29. Okay, I want to, so what I can do, I can just use over here df age dot fill na 29.69. Okay, and then update df of age. Then update it. After filling it, if I'll execute it, all the null values will be filled up with 29.69, and then I can do what? I can update it. Okay, and now if you check if there is null value existing, you'll see there is no null value existing in, at least in the age column. Okay, at least in the age column there is no null value existing. Okay, so dot fill na is a function, dot fill na is a function to fill the null or void points. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So for the Kevin, what we can do? Kevin is also having the null values, right? So for the Kevin, what we can do? It's if we have to specifically remove any column, you can use what df dot drop. Just give the drop thing. Okay. What I would drop? You have to drop Kevin. So define Kevin. Sorry. Kevin is present where? Kevin is present in the column section. So define axis is equal to what? Columns. Okay, because you have to tell the function where from where you are dropping. So drop function will do what? Drop is a function. Sorry. To drop a specific row or a column. Better? So you can see Kevin is removed from here. You can see there is no Kevin column, and then I can use it over here df. So now Kevin is also removed. Just check it out. Is there any null value exist? Kevin is not there, then what's the null value? Only embarked is having a null value. So in the first case, what we did, we calculate the mean value and filled the mean value with the, that means all the null value of age filled up with the mean value. In the second case, I removed the Kevin column completely. In the third case, I have to remove the rows where the null values are there. So what we can do, we can just do df embarked dot is null. I can compare is null wherever the null values are there. It will be compared over here. Df. Okay. These two rows are having the null values. These two rows I don't want. So just use a negate operator over here so that these two rows will be not there. Still all of the will rest will be there. So we are having 8, 8, 9 rows. Initially it was 8, 9, 1. Update your df with this new data frame. Okay, update your df with this new data frame and again check whether null value exists or not. You will see null values are not existing. So finally we treated all the null values in our data frame according to the conditions. If there is very few null values are present, we removed those rows. If there are huge number of null values present, we removed that column. If there are some intermediate number of null values present, we just use some statistical calculation to do the thing.
So, but what if we need to remove only specific row, like instead of using negation? Like, is there any other method to remove those two rows? So,
Okay, like those two rows where null values are present. That's what you were asking?
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
there is one more way. I'll tell you. Let me take the data frame once again. For the same, I have to, because it is already updated, so I have to take it once again. Let me take it. So through negation also those two rows had been removed, isn't it? Because if you are using this, if you are not using this negation, oh, I did that mistake. Just a minute, let me comment it. Okay, so this Kevin is removed and this is the final thing that we are having. Okay, so if you'll do this thing, then what will happen? I'll get those two rows where null values are there. If I use negation, then I will get on only those rows where null values are not present, right? Apart from negation, there is one more way that you can do. Comment it. that is known as a function called drop na. Will drop any row or a column containing null value. That means through drop na also you can do. For example, if you see over here there is a null value existing 2. Now if I use drop na, df dot drop na. Drop any you want to apply for what? A row or a column. If you are applying for the column, all those column will be removed. That means this complete embarked column will be removed. Okay. If you are applying drop na for the column, this complete embarked column will be removed because there are two values which are null in this, which are void. Okay. Or you can do what? You can apply the axis is equal to rows. So in that case, only the rows will be removed. Okay, where the two values are null, right? So apply it, okay, and then update it. Is it clear?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
So both the options you are having actually for doing, sorry, for doing a particular job, you need to have multiple things that you should know. Any query, please just let me know. Done. Okay. So it is what that we did. Okay, treating the null values, right? Next. Okay. One small topic that I'll tell you before winding up to this session, that is known as data filtering. That is very important. Okay, data filtering. Okay. Okay. So what is data filtering exactly? Data filtering means filter the data based upon certain conditions. Okay. So what we can do, we can just use it over here, df. Okay. Suppose I want to filter all those passengers who actually survived, right? So it's a very easy way of data filtering. We can just use double equals and compare, because all those passengers who survived are represented by 1, right? So just compare it this thing with 1. Okay, so you will get what, true or false. And already I told you, whenever you compare certain thing and you are getting true or false, you can do two things. Either you can calculate total number of trues, okay, or you can do the data filtering. So that means if I will pass this true or false through the data, I'll get what? I'll get all those passengers who actually survived, right? So these are the passengers who actually survived. Okay, now if I have to find out the passengers who didn't survive, so I have to use over here what? Geo. Perfect. So geo and 1 is there. Now in passenger class, Okay, in the passenger class, if I'll ask you how many total classes present, how can you tell you? How can you tell me that how many classes are present? So to know about how many classes are present, you can do what? Df p class dot unique. Unique values in a data column. Okay. So how many classes are present? There are three classes present, 3, 1 and 2. Okay. That means if I have to do the data filtering, I can compare with out of these three class, one can be there. Either it can be 3, 1 and 2. Okay. And if I have to know the number of incident in each class, okay, number of passenger in each class. Okay. So I can do what? Df okay, like how many times a passenger class is repeated. Okay, so we are having what? 491 and 214 number of passengers in each class. Number of males and female passenger, df sex dot value counts. These are the number of male and female passengers. Okay, how many can anyone let me know, like in the embarked section, how many different possibilities are there? How do we come to know like how many different S is representing Southampton? Okay, here C may be representing Christchurch. Okay, just like that, how many different cities are there? How many different cities initials are there? Okay, in the embarked column, how many different possibilities are there? Please tell me. Simple, right? You have to just use over here embarked, sorry, df df embarked, right? Just pick the embarked column dot unique. So these many unique values present, and how many times these unique values are repeated, we can use what? Value counts. Better? I hope I'm clear. Any doubts? Anyone, any doubts? Please let me know. Quickly, please let me know. Satyam, Vishnu, Utkarsh, Pranali, any doubts? Perfect. Okay. Anyone, please tell me. I hope everything is clear for everyone. Before winding up, a very small
If sir,
function I'll tell you. Yeah, please. Very small function I'll tell you, because using that function I'll give you a assignment
if
as well.
sir, if sir, we want to know about how many age of the person is in passenger like 26.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay,
how
how
many
many
person are
passengers are having the age 26, right?
yes.
Okay, fine. So you can use what? Simple df. Okay, age. Okay, double equals 26. Compare this. Okay, you'll get true or false. Filter it. So these are the passengers having the age 26. Okay, how many passengers are there? You can count it, or you can do this thing also. 18. Got it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's good. Now there is a small function that I'll tell you, and it is one of the very interesting function actually, group by. Okay, what group by do? Through group by you can group the entity, group the uh, complete data frame based upon certain criteria. Okay, like I want to group my data frame on the basis of what? On the basis of the gender of a person. Okay, so df dot group by, so it grouped. So now after it is grouped, what I want to know? I want to know the average age of male and the average age of female. Better. So I can do what? I can pick age dot me. So it is what? It's the average age of male and female I will get. Again, let me repeat. Suppose I want to do what? I want to count average age of passengers traveling in each class. So what I have to do? First of all, I have to group the passengers. I have to group the passengers on the basis of what? Class, right? And then I want the average age. So age dot me. Better. So average age of passengers in each class. Okay. Suppose I want the average fare that each class passenger paid. Okay. Average fare. So df dot group by each class passenger. So group on the basis of what? Class fare. Okay. So the passenger traveling in class 1 paid an average fare of 84, whatever unit may be there, dollar, euro, rupees, whatever, but 84. Okay. Can we do these two things together? Yeah, we can do it. Okay. What we can do, we can just use it over here. Okay. I can, along with fare, I can also pass over here age. So average age, average fare, representing the passenger class 1. The passengers traveling in passenger class 1 are of little higher age as compared to passengers traveling in passenger class 2 and passenger class 3. Okay, so what the assignment? Yeah, please.
If we want to more subcategorize by the male and female in P class, then
Male and female by what?
just suppose if in class 1 we want to check average age of male and female, both
So you can do
partially.
that. You're right. So in that case, you can do the data filtering and can do it.
So
You
no,
can
like
separate.
he's asking, like, can we use two group by statements? I mean, like group by P class and age. Can we use like
Okay,
that?
you are saying like group by, and here I can pass the sex column. Okay, this is what you are saying.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so what's the assignment actually you are having? The assignment is very simple. We filled up null value in age column by 29.69. Okay, but average age of passengers from class 1 is having huge difference from 2 and 3. Okay, so what you have to do? Fill the null value of age. Okay, null value of age based upon the class of passenger in which he or she is traveling. This is a small thing that you have to do. Okay, you have to fill the null value of age based upon the class of passenger in which he is traveling. That means if the value of age is missing, okay, and the passenger is traveling in passenger class 1, again I'm repeating, if the value of age is missing and passenger is traveling in passenger class 1, then value should not be replaced with 29. Value should be replaced with what? 36. Okay, and if the age is missing, okay, and passenger is traveling in passenger class 2, then value should be replaced with 29. Okay, and if the age is missing and passenger is traveling in passenger class 3, then age should be replaced with what? 26. That means we are replacing the null value but based upon certain given conditions. Why I am using passenger class only? Why I am not using other criteria? Because other criteria is not that much influencing. Okay, if I will consider the gender column, so in the gender column the average age of male and female are very close to each other. Okay, so if you are using 29 or you are using 28 or you are using 30, not a very huge difference. So gender is not creating a very huge difference as compared to passenger class. You got the thing? You got the question? What you have to do? Any doubts in the question? Please let me know. I'll explain it again.
Again, please explain.
Shall I explain again?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's see. Okay, so let's see. Suppose I am having a data frame, right? Okay. So in this data frame, this one is representing passenger class. So some of the passengers are traveling in 1, some are traveling in 2, some are traveling in 3. Okay, and this is a age column. So here the age is given. Okay, suppose age is given 20. Here the age is what? 36. Here the age is what? Suppose 29. Here the age is what? 26. Okay, 26, right? And these are the points which are missing. Okay, here it is void. Okay, now if I have to replace these 3 null points, what I am doing? I am using a single value called 29. Okay, but statistically, what we should do? If it is missing for passenger class 1, here we should use what? Here we should use 36, because most of the passenger who are traveling in passenger class 1 are of higher age and their average age is what? 36. So if a value is missing for passenger class 1, it should be replaced with what? 36. If a value is missing for passenger class 2, it should be replaced with what? 29. If the value is missing for passenger class 3, it should be replaced with what? 26. Okay, in like instead of using a single value for all these 3 cases, okay, we are using a single value for all these 3 cases. You can see over here. Where is it? Here. Okay, we are using a single value to fill up all the null points in the age column. The recommendation is you should not use a single value to fill up all the null points in the age column. If it is a null point and the passenger is traveling in class 1, it should be replaced with 36. If it is a null point and passenger is traveling in class 2, it should be replaced with 29. If it is a null point and passenger is traveling in class 3, it should be replaced with 26. Am I clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it is what that we have to do. Just try for it. Just think of it like what logic can be applied. Okay, and try to finish it. And tomorrow we will discuss some other data sets like from some kind of a restaurant, data sets from IPL, data sets from different cases we will take in consideration. Tomorrow we will learn more about different kinds of data pre-processing, and then we will go for the algorithmic part, most probably from the day after tomorrow class. Okay. So anything to ask, please let me know now. We'll discuss and then we'll sign up for the today's session.
Sir, I have a question apart from the thing you taught today.
Please, please.
I have made some projects on this data science or machine learning thing. So can I show them and you can rate them? You can suggest any improvements or something.
Yeah, definitely. Please, you can mail it, right?
Okay, so can I get your email ID or
Yeah.
I can just GitHub link?
You can share the GitHub link as well. Okay, or you can mail me. Okay, you can mail me over this mail ID.
Okay, sir.
Okay, or you can also put in CC. Very fine. You can share the GitHub link over it on the same mail ID, right?
Okay, sir.
Okay. Or you can also okay. Well, first share me if required. Then we'll see what we can do next. Anything else? Please let me know.
No, sir.
So shall we sign up for today's session?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, everyone. Take care. Good night. We'll meet again tomorrow. Thank you. Good night, everyone.
This conference will now be recorded.
Okay, hi everyone. Very good evening to all of you. I hope I am audible to you, right? Okay, so uh, okay, so last class we did what we had studied a little bit about the data filtering as well as some of the functions. Okay, let me give a quick revision out of that. Okay, as everyone is joining, so we can till the time everyone joined, we can have a quick revision, right? So first we understood like how data frames are used. Mostly it is used for kind of a well structured data, right? So how to access the data? There are the ways of accessing the data. We can use a function read CSV, okay, read Excel or whatever the format of data we are having. Okay, so read CSV and the address of the data. Okay, so that address can be there from your system or can be there from the, if you're using an offline tool, then it can be address of your system, any drive address, or it can be some web address. Okay, or we can also upload the data in this space and can access from there. Okay, that also I'll let you know. So we have accessed the data. Thereafter, for accessing the column names, okay, these are the column names. For accessing a particular number of columns, okay, how LOC works. Two things we had seen, LOC and ILOC. I hope you had gone through it. Okay, so LOC represents location, ILOC represents index locations. Okay, that also we had seen. Describe function for a statistical analysis. Sum function, okay, that will sum all the value but in a particular column. Okay, here using is null dot sum is doing what? It will just sum up all the situations in each column where null values are existing. So we are having null values. Yeah, am I audible now? Okay. Sorry, get- I just muted myself for a minute. Okay, so is null dot sum is doing what? It is checking for null value in each column and giving you a kind of picture in which column how many null values exist. Okay, that is what we are having. Thereafter, we figured out about the filtering. Okay, so first filtering was done on the base of null values. Okay, where the null values are existing, we just filtered it. Okay, then where the null value is not existing, that also we can filter it. We can filter. Okay, and then we are calculating some kind of a mean value. Okay, we had seen how we can calculate the mean value in a particular column. Then treating the null values. For treating the null values, there is a function called fill na. Okay, then we are having what? A function called drop. So drop function will do what? Will drop the columns which is not required. Okay, that means the column that you want to drop, you can drop using drop column or drop function, or you can also drop a particular row. It depends what you want to drop. You want to drop a column or you want to drop a row. Okay, whatever you want to drop, you can drop using the drop function. Okay, then we are having a drop na function that will just drop those rows or those columns where null values are present. The function is what? Drop na. It will drop all those rows, all those row columns where the null values are present. Okay, so that is drop anything. Data filtering, it will filter the data based upon certain condition. We are just making a filtration of the data. Okay, unique function will represent all unique values in a particular column. Value count, the number of repetition of a unique value, and then it is about the okay. This is filtering and then summing up the number of true conditions. Okay, so now it is done. Okay, at the end, what I told you, I just told you about a function called group by. With the group by function, we figured out that for different the the passengers who are traveling in different class are having a huge age differences. Okay, if the passengers are from different class, like from passenger who are traveling in class 1 are having more age as compared to a passenger who are traveling in class 2, right? Okay, so let's see what we can do for that. Okay, so I hope, is there anyone who did it? Vishnu is giving a solution. Okay, Vishnu, you're correct. Means first you applied the data filtering and then you did it, right, Vishnu?
But sir, I got some error in this code.
Okay, okay, okay. We'll see.
I have just put it on Google Classroom of my college.
Okay. We'll see. Okay, this is what which thing is this? Okay, fine. We'll see. Just compare once. Df dot head. Okay, Sanjay is giving a solution here. I guess Sanjay is doing it right over here. That's fine. Okay, so step 1, df dot group by. Okay, group by what? Group by on the base of sex, oh sorry, on the base of passenger class column. Okay, and then age, oh sorry, age is missing, right? So we can just use age dot me. So we got it. Okay, so having these values we can access one by one, like 0 or 0 is not giving me any value. I guess 0 is not there, so I can give 1. So 1 is giving me the first value, then 2, then 3. Okay, so fine, and then df passenger class, okay, double equals 1. Okay, it will return all the true value where for the passengers who are traveling in class 1, right? So I can use over here df. Okay, so these are the guys who are in passenger class 1. Okay, and for these guys we can take the age column and then use fill na. Okay, fill na, what fill na, this thing 38.23, right? Right, we can do this part. Okay, so if we are doing it, this can be your what, this can be your the first, if I am doing it. Okay, so we are just filling these values, right? Now what we can do, this is a data containing some part of your data. Okay, it is not containing the whole data. Okay, like 1 hour after 1 we are having 3, right? So better what we can do, we can just create 3 different data frames. Oh, sorry, I just we can create 3 different data frames over here. This is your data frame 1 where all the passengers are from passenger class 1, df1. Okay, df1 representing all the passengers from passenger class 2, then df1, df2 and df3. Okay, this is df2 and this is df3, passenger class 1 and passenger class 3. Okay, so 3 groups are there. All these 3 groups we can execute one by one. df1 age dot fill na. I can fill what, 38.23 for the second one and for the third one. Okay, For the third one, that is df2. The df2 is that data frame in which passenger class 2 guys are there. So you can just use over here 29.87. Okay, and for these guys, third I can use 25.14. Okay, and then I have to update the age value as well, right? So just update the age value for each of them. df1, df2. Okay, so these guys updated their age values. Okay, so we are having three different data frames. Okay, df1, df2, df3. Okay, and those age values are also get updated. Okay, so next what we can do, we can join them back. So for joining them, the function we use is concat. Okay, pd.concat for joining different data frames. Concat is a function. Concat function to join more than one data frame together. Okay, concat what I have to concat? I have to concat df1, df2, and df3. Okay, so it is showing some error. The error is what? First argument must be iterable, so that means I have to put it in this. These things will be the one argument. Okay, so now what we are having, we have just added all the values. We are having now 891 rows, right? And this is one parameter. Okay, so now these are again appended up, but after 1 3 is showing. Why? Because df1 is having 1, then 3, then 6, like that. I want to reset the index. So what we can do, I can just use over here ignore index. Ignore index equal to true. So it will ignore the index to give you the complete information. So now it is perfect 0 1 2 3 5 6 7 8, right? And now it is your df. So now if you check df dot is null dot sum, you'll get no null value. At least in the age column we are having no null value, right? That means what we did, the process is very simple. I had given this thing as an assignment. First, pick the data. Second, find out the age based upon the class. Separate the different class information into three different groups: df1, df2, and df3. These are three different groups which are containing passenger class 1, 2, and 3 guys. Okay, for the passenger class 1 guys, replace the age with 38.23. For passenger class 2 guys, replace the null age. Okay, or the if the information is not present, it will be replaced with 29.87. For the third guy, it will be 25.14. Okay, and thereafter we can use these things. Better?
Do we
Let me
use
share.
ignore index? Hello.
Yeah, why we used ignore index? It is what you are asking?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, ignore index is doing what actually when you are having multiple data frame. Okay, just okay. So when you are having a multiple data frame like this, the first data frame, the second data frame, okay, and the third one. So these data frame are having what? Are having a index irregular, because the original data frame is having an index value 1 2 3 4 5 like this. Okay, now if you do a filtering, it may possible the filtered value is containing this thing first, second thing, this thing. Okay, that means containing the first value, then third value, then fifth value. So it will have an index 1 3rd 5th. Okay, this may have index 2 and 4. So when you join them, okay, the index are not in a continuous form. Okay, so by using ignore index equal to true, what are you doing? We're making sure that after one, okay, the index can come in a continuous form. Okay, the after one, it should be converted into 2. If it is alone, then it is 1 3 5. That's fine. Like for example, if you are picking up, suppose if you are picking up df1, okay, so it is having an index of what? 1, 3, 6, 11, 23, like that. Okay, if df2 is having an index of what, 9, 15, the remaining one, whatever is there. df3 is having an index 0, 2, 4, whatever the meaning, right? So it means these are the index that arise from the df itself. Okay, so what we did when we are combining them, okay, we are making it so that after getting combined, index can be ignored and it can be in a continuous form like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, like that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Clear for everyone? Okay, let me share this code. Krishna, you got it?
But what is the wrong in my code, sir?
Okay, okay.
Tell me.
We'll see. Okay, you did what? Or df is passenger class. Or what I do? Let me execute this thing. You are putting two different values together, right? So how it will work out? That means if you are filtering on the basis of passenger class, so you have to filter like this. Okay, and it is df passenger class. Okay, and this double equals to 1. Okay, that means you are comparing passenger class thing with 1, right? You have to compare the passenger class thing with 1. Okay, to separate all those guys who are in passenger class 1. These are the guys who are passenger class 1. Now you can take the age from here. Okay, now you can take the age from here. Okay, these are the age of what, passenger class 1. Okay, and now you can take the mean from here. Okay, but you are putting age at this before passenger class. Getting my point? This is the mean of average of age of passenger class 1. Okay, the same way you can make it 2 to get the average of passenger class 2, but I use group by function. You can use it like this also. All good.
Excuse me, sir. Sir,
Please.
instead of using df1, df2, df3, can't we
Hmm.
make the changes just in this one code, sir? Like p class
Okay,
is
you are
equal
saying,
to 1? Yes, sir. In that same
okay,
line.
okay, you are saying to create a single just a minute. You're saying that we can create a single logic over here. Okay, single
Yes,
line of
sir.
logic which can replace all the null values by checking whether the passenger is traveling from passenger class 1,
Yes.
2 or 3, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes,
right.
sir.
Yeah, we can create that thing also, but since we are just like I need to explain from the very basic, that's why I just made it very easy, okay, so that everyone can understand. That thing also I'll tell, okay,
Yes, sir.
because in some problem when the like this kind of things will repeat at some point again, so I'll tell you like how to do that also. Like we can create a single logic. That logic will do what? Check whether the person, like first if it is null value or not, and if it is a null value, then that null value belongs to which category. Is it from category 1, is it from category 2, is it from category 3, and then based upon the categorical value it can replace it, it can fill the null value. That also I'll tell you. But
Yes,
first of
sir.
all, let me know if it is clear for everyone, for everyone else or not. Any doubt for anyone over here? Sanjay is showing your code is not running. Which code you are? Which code is not running? The code that you had given over here. This one.
Why is this showing 0, sir? In DF age play class 1. Yes,
What?
in this line.
This one. Okay. This is comparing age and passenger class. Both is equal to 1 or not. So obviously both is like there is no age which is 1. Passenger class may be 1, but age is not 1, right?
If we want to separate it from age P for pre-class, then how we separate? Double bracket.
Yeah, double bracket. Like what exactly you want to do? You want to find out the null values in case of passenger class 1. This is what you want to find out?
Yes.
Okay, so you can do it like this. Simple. First of all, take only the passenger class. DF passenger. Just take only passenger class, right? Okay. Now in the passenger class 1 I have to consider. So just compare it equal to 1. That's it. Make it simple. Okay. And now over here I want to filter the data. Then just pass this true or false through the data frame. Go step by step. Okay, so these are the guys from passenger class 1. All of them are from passenger class 1. Then you want to what? Then you want to check the null value in case of age. So you can take the age over here. Okay, and can take the null values by using dot is null. Again getting true false, then dot sum. So it is showing that how many null values are there in passenger class 1. Total 30 null values are there.
Sir, after is null, can we put dot fill NA and then put the average or mean?
No. After is null we can't do. Before without using each null you can do it.
So we can give df and then dfp class equal to 1 age dot fill
Mhm.
NA. We can do that.
Right. Let's see. Dot fill NA. This is what you are telling, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's see over here first. Div is dot is null dot sum. So we are having total null values 177. Now we are filling up is this thing. So we can, okay. I want to fill this thing with what is the average value? 38.23. 38.23. Okay, I filled it. Okay, so it is showing this thing. Okay, now whether it will be affected in the original value or not, it will not be affected until unless we have to reassign it, right? For reassigning I have to use what? I have to use this thing. Okay, here we can use something for the reassigning. I told you for the reassignment. Okay, what I did, I first filled it, okay, and then reassigned it to the age column. Okay, I filled it and reassigned to the age column for df2 df3, right? But here I can't do. Here I can't do. I can't reassign it. How can I reassign? Because if I reassign, it will be. It is not the complete data. Okay, it is not the complete data of the age. It is the data of only those guys who are in passenger class 1. After 1 we are having 3, then 6, then 11, then 23, right? So it is a data of only those guys who are in passenger class 1. not the whole data, right? So what we can do, we can use something over here called in place equal to true. Let's see if it worked. So it means now if I will check the null value, we are having 177 null values existing. That means there is no change happened. Okay, this in place works, but this in place works on the whole set of data when you are picking up the actual data. Here if you're trying to do it, it is not affecting the whole data. Okay, so that means if you are using it, it can replace, but it can replace what? It can replace the filter data. Okay, it can only replace the filter data, not the whole set of data.
Yes, sir. So, but then how to replace it with the whole set of data then, sir?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, just a minute. Okay, that's what I'm saying. There is a way. This is the one of the way. Okay, one of the way says what? If you are having a complete data frame, just a minute. If you are having the whole data frame over here, okay, this data frame is containing three different categories. Some of the passengers are traveling in passenger class 1, some are traveling passenger class 2, some are traveling in passenger class 3, right? So what we did we have divided this thing into three different small data frame. Okay, three different small data frame by using data filtering. Okay, and thereafter these three small data frames we are having, and we just replace the null values in case of data frame 1, 2 and 3 by the average age of passenger class 1. Average age of passenger class 1 was 28. Okay, here 35, sorry, here 38, 20, 28 and 25. Okay, so average age of 38 values replaced in replacing the null values over here. Okay, 28 is replacing the null value over, 25 is replacing the null value over here, and thereafter we just join them back into a single data frame. We just join them back into a single data frame. This is what we did, right? It is one of the way. Okay, the other way also I'll tell you, but it is one of the way. That means breaking and then replacing and then joining them back. Okay, so it is what that we did. Just let me know if there is any doubt with this way. Anyone? You can see the steps. The steps are very simple. First, find out the average age for each class. Average age of class 1, average age of class 2, average age of class 3, right? Then filter, separate average of, this is df1 containing only those passengers who are traveling in passenger class 1. Average is only those passengers traveling in passenger class 2, those passengers who are traveling in passenger class 3. Okay, and then replace the null value in case of df1, replace the null values in case of df2, and replace the null value in case of df3, and then join them back. Again, join them back. This is what we did as of now. Okay, so any doubts with this thing, please tell me. Sanjay is saying that it is showing warning. Let me show this thing. Okay, you let me execute your code once, Sanjay. So you are saying that passenger class 1, right? Then you filtered it, okay, and then you are equating it with fill NA this thing. Okay, so if you will execute it, what will happen? Are you getting any warning? No, it is not error. Even not, it is not warning actually. Don't worry about it. It is not error. It is not a warning also. It is what are you doing exactly? I'll show you. Suppose I'm taking a data, original data. Okay, what are you doing here? You did the data filtering. Okay, here you apply data filtering, you filter the data and then replacing the age of the data of this filter data. Original data will not get affected. Okay, for example, if after executing it, the original data will not get affected anyhow. Like it is still 177, right? Why? Because you are just making change in this filter data. Okay, you are not making change in the original data, you are making change in the filter data. So after filtering, that's why after the filtering done, I am again joining them back. I am recreating the data. Getting your point?
Yes.
Excuse me,
Yeah, please.
sir. When we use that concat command to merge 2 or 3 data frames, so sir, how does that work? Like if all the data frames have 20 lines, so it will make the final data frame of 60 lines.
60 lines, right?
Okay.
Hmm. Clear? Okay, it's fine. Okay, so I hope it worked for everyone, right? Let me finish this thing. Okay, so thereafter there is a question asked like, how can we do this in a single line of code? Okay, can we create a logic that can work in such a way that these null value can be replaced by just one line of code instead of breaking the thing, instead of breaking the codes one by one? Okay, can we do it? Yeah, we can do it, but for doing that we need to understand some important things as well. Okay, like how to apply a function on a data column. Okay, how to apply a function for a data column, how to do certain kind of operation on each element of a data column. So some concepts are required that will cover up. Thereafter we'll see how we can do that also. Okay, so we are having what we had seen, like how can we do the data filtering. We can find out all the unique value in a data column, that also we can do. Okay, and then we can also do what. Okay, we can fill the null values, we can use the group by function. Okay, now just suppose this is a name column, and what I want to separate these surname from each of these name column. I have to separate these surname from each of these name column. Then what I can do? Okay, so for doing that, let's take any single name. N is equal to this thing. Okay, then I will do what? N dot split on the basis of what? Comma. Okay, I am splitting this thing on the basis of what? Comma, right? Then what we can do, let's see. We are getting two values separated from each other. Okay, first one and the second one. Okay, why? Because on the basis of comma, and it is what? It's a list. Okay, and from the list you can take the value using better. If you are using any index, you can access any value from a list, but this is done for what? This is done for a single value. I have to do it over the whole data frame, over the whole data column. So for doing it over the whole data column, we will do what? We'll create a function def surname. Okay, surname x. Okay, x dot split comma. So this function will do what? Whatever the x value will be given, it will split and will pick the value from the zero coordinate. Okay, and then return this value. It means what? I will call it surname and will pass this value with it. Is it understood by everyone? You got it? What it is doing? Is it clear? Anyone having any doubts about it? What this function is doing? If you need to be explained again, you can just let me know. Next, we need to know how we can apply this function on whole data column. To apply this function on a whole data column, we can pick the data column, that is df of name. Just try to understand how can we apply any function on a data column. Df of name dot apply. What I have to apply? I have to apply surname. Okay, so what apply do? Apply is a function to apply any function over a data column, right? So if I execute it, what will happen? From each name, our surnames are separated, okay? And then we can do what? We can add the surname into the data frame. Now, how to add the surname into the data frame? There are two options of adding any new information into the data frame. What are the two options? The first option, you can add the new information in between. Suppose after name, if I have to add, I can do it. And there is second option, we can add at the end. Adding at the end is very easy. Adding in between, we have to think of it. Okay. So for adding any new information, suppose it is my information, I'll just store this information in surname variable already used. Your surname is your function, so I should use something else. So sur, or I can just use s. Okay. So s is a variable containing the surname of each guy. I can use df.insert, simple, and insert will tell me what to do. I have to add location first. I want to add after the name. Okay. So name is having a location of 0, 1, 2, 3, third. So it can be what? 4. Okay. The column name. Okay. What's the column name? The column name I want to put as a surname. And what's the value of that column? S. Now called df.head. So what we did, we created a function, and that function is applied over a whole set of column to work upon. Okay, in just 3 different steps. There is a function created. That function is doing what? Is doing a particular. That means a split function is simple string function. A split function is what? Is a simple string function. Okay, take the value 0 from it. Okay, the same function, using the same function, one of the function is created because it can be used for repeated again and again. So that function we applied on a set of function by using apply. Okay, and applied, s is created, and that s is added over here. Clear?
So, but what if we want to add it from the second row?
Second row means
Like we want to skip the first row and start adding it from the second row. Like we don't want to add it for the 0th row. We want
uh,
to add it from, yes.
it is added. I'm not getting, like, you want to add from here, the value you want to add from here, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but why, like, then these points will have what? These points will have in that case null value, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so like in that case you have to select by using LOC. By
Okay.
using LOC thing, like
Yes.
I told you, like by using LOC you can select these many informations. Okay, so
Yes, sir.
these many
Yes, sir.
informations will be separated, and then the information will be added from the second row only.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Give me a minute. So you understood like how to apply a function on a data column? Okay, what will happen? What will be 0 in? Okay, 0 is what? It's like, when you are splitting, when you are applying the split function on a given string, right? So you are getting what? You are getting, that means Paulson and master, the name is separated into two different parts. First part, second part, because there is a comma in between, and we use the comma as a reference for splitting, right? And this is the whole value is within a square bracket. That means it is a list. Okay, so from the list, if I am taking 0 coordinate, then this is my first value. Got it, Satyam?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, what will be 0 in x dot split? I guess I told get the 0th index of the list. Get the 0th index of the list. Okay, fine, you were telling you, fine. Abhi, is it clear? Okay. Okay, so let's proceed now. So now next what we'll do, we'll try to understand the mapping. Mapping means what? If there is a column and that column is having some categorical value, like this column is having some categorical value, but these categorical value are in what? Are in form of numeric. Okay, these are the categorical value which are, sorry, non-numeric. Okay, like male and female. Okay, so if we want to use these categorical value as a in the numeric form, then what we can do? We have to map. That means I can represent female with 1, male with 0. Okay, so mapping we have to do, converting a non-numerical categorical value. Non-numerical means what? Okay, non-numerical categorical value into numerical categorical, because when we are going to use some algorithm, okay, algorithm can only consider the numerical value, the non-numerical value will not be considered. Okay, so we need to understand it, numerical categorical. Okay, so how to use it? Simple, df, your sex column you can pick, dot map. Okay, so if we are mapping, we can map the female into 1, okay, and then male into, for example, or you can use anyway, like vice versa, 1 0, it's not important, you can use 1 and 0 at any time. Sorry, both are becoming 1, it becomes 0, for example. Right, now if I execute it, you can see the female values are represented by 1 and male values are represented by 0. Right, and then we can add this information into the existing data frame. To add this information into the existing data frame, what I have to do, we can use insert function. Using insert function, define the position where you want to add, like here we added at location 4. Okay, 0 1 2 3 4. Okay, the name of the column, that is surname. Okay, and value of the column that already created s. Okay, so that is a process. Or we can do what, we can just write over here df gender, that's it. It will get added up at the end. Okay, it will be added up at the end. You can see the end column, the last column is a gender column representing female with 1, male with 0. This is called mapping.
Excuse me, sir.
Please, please.
Sir, when we assign female as 1 and male as 0, so these are two different quantities. So when we put our data in any algorithm and there is mathematical calculation in the algorithm, so it will be a huge change, like 1 and 0 would make a huge change there.
No, like what kind of change, like you're talking, like like if there is any categorical value, that should be represented in some numeric form. There are two ways of representing the numeric form. The first way says that if suppose you are having a categorical a b c, okay, so you can represent this thing at 0 1 2, okay, or 1 2 3, like this. Okay, anyway, whatever the form I want to represent, it depends upon my choice, I can represent. The second way, if we don't want that this 3 should create a higher influence as compared to 1, or this 2 should create a higher influence as compared to 0, Okay, so what we can do, there is a second way of representation that is known as one hot encoding. That means in that case what we can do, we can represent using the binary encoding. Okay, A100, B010, C001. This is the second way of encoding. Okay, so this way of encoding we'll see later on. Okay, this is the initial encoding. Since we are having just two category, if we are having just two category, then representing into 0 and 1 format will not be any kind, will not show any kind of bigger uh, that means will not show any kind of adverse effect. Okay, yeah, if you are having a huge number of category, then using this kind of encoding may not be suggested. Okay, if you are having a large number of categories, suppose 10 categories are there, and with the 10 category, if you are using this kind of encoding, okay, which will take you from 0 to 10, okay, may not be good, because in that case the value which is 10, the category which is represented by 10 will be highly will become more influensive as compared to a category represented by 0. Okay, the category represented by 10 will influence the algorithm more to be biased towards it. Okay, to be biased towards it, right? That means algorithm will give the more weightage to the category represented by 0, so represented by 10. Okay, so in case where you are having a large number of category, we can use this kind of encoding. In case we are having just two category, we can use 0 and 1, simple.
Okay, sir.
Right. Mhm. Okay, now so many things we did over this data. Okay, let's take some other data as well and take the case study of that data as well. Okay, and we'll do some kind of pre-processing, or you can say some analytical study over that. Okay, for that I'll upload a data over here. Just a minute. Just a minute, I have to find out the data actually. Okay, I got it. So I have shared data with you. What you can do, you can just click over this data. It will be opened up over here. Okay, there are three dots. You can click these three dots, open in a new window, and then you'll get a download button. Okay, then you will get the download button. From where you can download it, right? Just download the data and then upload the data in this place. If you're using offline, you can directly give, it is not required to be uploaded, you can give the location of your data frame. Okay, now I have to use this data for our next simple analytical things. IPL. Okay. So df is equal to pd dot read underscore csv. Copy the location of this data, paste it over here, and then df dot head. And thereafter I'll just give you a very small assignment to do with it. Okay, so it is very simple exercise that you can do. Till the time I'm writing it, you can access the data, right? My player maximum number of player of matches. Player of maximum number of player of match. Percentage of winning in case on the toss. Percentage of winning in case they batting first versus percentage of winning in case did bowling first. Uh-oh. I have to put it in the second line, right? How can I do it in the second line?
Sir, I think \n should work.
Hmm?
Backslash \n to put it on a different line.
No, it's
No,
not
it's
working.
not working.
One more thing that we can do. But it will become too big. Anyway, I'll just do it over here. Data is accessible for everyone?
So you can use Alt and create multiple cursors. Like if you press
Okay.
Alt and click, it'll create multiple cursors.
Okay, fine. It's okay. Fine.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So these are the things that we have to do. Okay. I hope data is accessible for everyone, right? Okay. So for the very first thing, total number of matches, what we can do? For total number of matches, we can do two things. Okay. First, I can just use it over here as length of DF. Okay. Total number of matches. Okay. So whenever you have to calculate the total number of information that is present in data, we can just use length of DF. Okay, 756. That's fine. Then team won by maximum runs. How can we find out the team who is winning by maximum run? What we can do for that? We can apply DF, okay, and win by runs. Okay. First of all, find out dot maximum. That means the maximum runs. So this is the maximum run. Okay. Then what we can do, we can compare the maximum run with all the runs. Okay. Suppose I am comparing the maximum runs with all the runs. Okay. So there must be one or two maybe true, everyone is false. Okay. Then we can do what DF. Okay, and here we are getting. So here in this case, there is a team who is the winner, Mumbai Indians, and winning by 146 runs. So what we can do, we can just pick the winner from here. Okay. So now please solve the other things. Okay, the next four questions are very common to it. Okay, maximum runs, maximum wicket, and minimum runs. Please let me know what we can do for that. please.
Sir, please repeat again, sir.
Which
Second
one? The first one?
Second one.
Second one? Okay. Second one is very simple. First of all, what we did, we find out the maximum runs. So for finding out the maximum runs, we can do a df. We can take this column win by runs dot maximum. Okay. So maximum run is what? 146. In that column, this is the maximum value. Okay. Now we can do what? We can just compare, like if I'll take only win by runs, if I will take only win by runs, so this is the winning by runs. Okay, like different matches, in different matches different team are winning by different runs. Some is by 35-0-0 because the batting second team is winning by wickets. Okay, then again 15, then again 0-0 because team is winning by wickets, right? So what we can do, we can compare this thing with win by runs. This 756. Sorry, it's a mistake actually. Again, it should be double equals always. Okay. So when I compare all the runs with the maximum run, that means all the runs are getting compared with 756 or 146, whatever it is, 146. We're getting all the true or false. We are getting combination of true or false, and then we can pass the data through this, or you can pass true or false through DF. So you're getting it, isn't it? And then from here we can take the winner, isn't it? We can just take the winner from here. Clear? Understood?
Sir.
Okay. So now just try to solve the second case or other cases. What should be for the second case? Like if I have to find out the teams who won by maximum wicket, what I can do?
So we can just replace win by runs by win by wickets in this.
Right. Obviously, the same thing we have to just do. We can use win by wickets over here. Okay, simple. So we'll get all. Sorry, it should be win by wickets. It's doing mistake. Where win by wickets is equals to maximum win by wickets. So these are a team who are winning by maximum wicket. That is what 10 wicket, right? Any doubts? Anyone? Please tell me. Okay, I guess it is clear. So let me then if it is minimum wicket, then what I will first take the win by wicket, win by wickets. Okay, find out the minimum wicket. Obviously, minimum wicket will be given over here. What? 0. Why it is 0? Is it possible that anyone can win by 0 wicket? No, it is not possible, right? Because minimum wicket should be 1. Okay, Minimum wicket should be here. Why it is 0? Because if the team is winning by run, it is mentioned as, if the team is winning by runs, it is mentioned as 0 wicket win. Okay, if any team is mentioned by any run, then it is mentioned as 0 wicket win. So we have to do what? We have to compare over here win by wicket. Okay, the minimum possible wicket is what? 1, with which one can win, right? So let's see how many times it happens. Okay, it happens for how many times? We can just do the data filtering, right? So once we do the data filtering, we are getting these many incidents where team is winning by at least 1 wicket. Okay, these are the teams who is winning by 1 wicket, and we can take the team over here. Okay, same way, the minimum run win, we can do what? We can just use over here win by runs. Any doubts? Please tell me. Most successful team, what we can do for it? Most successful team, please tell me.
Win maximum match.
Sorry.
Which team who's win maximum match?
Okay, so how we can find it out?
Count function.
The right value count, right, Sanjay? Thanks. DF we can use over here winner. I hope you are doing good over here, value counts. Okay, so we are getting over here all the teams which are winning by some amount of runs. I want the team who won the maximum matches. So I can do what? I can use over here dot max. So max will give me 109, right? And ID of 109 is what? Mumbai Indians. So I can get used over here IDX max. So it will give me the ID of 109. ID of 109 over here is what? Mumbai Indians. So I will get the Mumbai Indians. So this is value and this is ID of it. So IDX max, ID of maximum value. Same thing we can do for the players, right? That means DF column is what? Player of match dot value counts dot IDX max. Better? So this way I got the maximum player of the matches. Okay, then we are having what? Percentage of winning in case of toss winning. Okay, how can we do this? Okay, what is the percentage of winners? Okay, in case they also won the toss, and what is the percentage of winner in case they did batting first, and the percentage of winner in case they did the batting second or the bowling first? Tell me. Everyone, like only 2 3 people are actually responding, so I want that everyone should solve it and let me know.
So, sir, what is IDX max?
IDX max will give you the maximum, okay, the ID of maximum value, like over here value counts dot max. When you did this is simple value count, when you give the value count dot maximum, so it will return the maximum value, that is 109. Okay, and what is the ID of this 109? The ID of 109 is Mumbai Indians. We are getting this thing, ID of
Yes, sir.
maximum value.
Yes, sir.
Sir, if we want to check percentage win when the team has won the toss, we can do if wait, sir.
Yeah, please tell me.
Yes, sir. 2 minutes. Sir, we can do if the toss winner is equals to the winner, and then count the number of matches and divided by total matches and count the percentage.
Right, right, Ruchi, right, Ruchi. You can use your DF. It's a winner. Winner double equals DF, your toss winner, right? Okay. When we compare it, we'll get true or false, and then we can just use over here. We can count the number of true value. So to count the number of true value, we can use dot sum. Okay, and then we can divide it by total length. Okay, so it is what we can do. And in case if you have to find out the, we can say the what is the second case? The second case was if we have to find out the winning in case of batting or bowling did first, what we can do? This is the last query. Okay, and you can just let me know what we can do in this case.
You can do it by the column toss decision equals to betting, and then compare it by with the winning team.
You can do it in a very simple way. Actually, whenever there's a team winning by run, okay, then that means that team must did the batting first. Here it's mentioned 35. Okay, that means the winner, whosoever is the winner, they did the batting first. Okay, and if there is a winning by any wicket, okay, that means they did the uh, they they won the match by doing batting bowling first, right? No, sorry, batting second. Okay, these are the guys who are winning by batting second, that means bowling first. Okay, these are the guys who are winning by batting first, that means bowling second, right? That means if the winning difference is more than zero, okay, DF, if win by runs, okay, win by runs is what is more than what is more than zero. If it is more than zero, that means team won the match and they also did the batting first. Okay, we can count the true value by using dot sum. Okay, and can this is the total number of conditions and can divide by total value length of DF. Okay, the same way, all that means 44% times the batting first team won and then win by wickets. 53% of the time the batting second team won. Clear?
Sir, in the previous one,
Mm-hmm.
what does the dot sum calculate, sir?
Okay, dot sum calculates over here whenever you compare two different entity. So you will get what? You will get true or false, right? So true
Yes.
represents one, false represents zero. Okay, so it is a
Okay.
binary true or false. That means one and zero. So I have to count how many trues are there. That means how many times the winner and toss winner both are same. So I can use dot sum. In that case, all the ones will get added up. That means all the true things will get added up. Since it is a binary value, it will get added up and will give you the total number of true situations. That is 393 out of total conditions. Out of total conditions, 393. What is total condition? Total condition is length of DF.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. You can also do the data filtering, then calculate the length, and then you can use it. Okay. Sanjay had given a solution. Yeah, right. Like Sanjay had given that solution. You can use that thing also. That is also one of the way. Okay, fine. So thereafter, let's take some more data sets. Hmm, data of supermarket. If you are having some data sets, then also you can recommend me. DF is equal to pd dot read underscore csv. Ruchi or someone in last class said he's sharing some project. Okay, I hope.
Yes,
Have
sir.
you
I
shared?
said I got busy in my exam, so I
Okay, fine.
couldn't. I will do it today, sir.
No, no, you know, berry.co, it's like cheap orders. Okay, so if I'm accessing the data, it is not getting accessible. Okay, let me check the link whether this link is working or not. It's working, but data is not separated by comma. It is separated by what? A space. It is almost equal to one tab space. Okay, that means data is not comma separated value, it's a tab separated values, right? So in that case, what we can do, in these cases where data is not separated by commas, we can use the separation equals the entity which is separating it. So here the tab is separating it, so I will use it. Separation equal to tab. Okay, I have to give it, I guess. Yeah, so separation is equal to tab. When I used, okay, data got read up. So we are having the information over here like this. Okay, it is representing some data information like the quantity that about a product which is being sold, how many quantity is being sold, what is the item price of that particular quantity and all. Okay, so we have to do some analysis over here. Filter out
Excuse
all.
me, sir.
Yeah,
So can you share the data set, sir?
it is over the cloud. You can use this link.
Okay, sir. Yes,
Hmm.
sir.
Sir, could you send the link, sir?
I'm putting it in chat. Actually, chat option is not quite good of this go to meeting, I guess. I don't know why I can't write over here. No, it's fine. Okay, I pasted. Okay, so find all samples with chicken in item name. Most sold item, average price of, or average the total sum of total revenue, mm, item sold on maximum item collected, maximum revenue. Okay, item collected, maximum revenue, and maximum sold item. That is already there. Okay, maximum sold item is already an item collected, maximum revenue, that also you can do. Okay, average selling price of each item sold. Okay, so it is what that we have to do. So you can access it, think of it, what we can do for it. Okay, and in the meantime we can also have our break so that we can get refreshed. Okay, so I guess one or two data on which we'll work upon before we'll start with the algorithmic part, with the machine learning part, right? These are some small things that we do. Okay, and thereafter we'll start with the machine learning part that will be done very soon. So just finish it and let me know if you are having any problem while doing it. Okay, and we can have a 10 minutes of break as well, shall we?
Yes, sir. Sir, I have sent to you the mail.
Okay, fine, I'll check it. Okay, so we can just have a 10 minutes of break and we'll join back in 10 minutes and we'll continue. Okay, so I hope everyone joined back. Is it?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
So, have you tried for the first thing? Look here. With this example, there are certain important function that we will learn. Okay. The very first thing, if we are having a, just suppose if you are having a single entity to compare, we can easily compare it, right? I can just take item name double equals chicken. Okay. So it is a single entity to compare. I can compare it, will get true or false, right? But if I do it, I'm getting no value. Okay,
So we can
there
do
is no
chicken.
value over here. Yeah,
Can't we do like this chicken in item name?
I'll tell. Okay, so this is not working, right? So in these kind of cases where we have to compare any single keyword, okay, but that keyword can have some other information as well. Like for example, if I'll take df.head, suppose 15 values I am taking over here. So with the 15 values, somewhere it's chicken soft tacos, so there is chicken crispy tacos, chicken something like this. Okay, so there multiple things are there, right? So what we can do, we have to compare any single value. So we can compare it like this: df chicken, df what is this item name? Okay, dot str dot contains. Okay, so what it will do? It will compare the existence of any string value in the given data frame, in the given data column. Okay, so to compare existence of any particular string value in a data column. Okay, so we will get now true or false, and now with this true or false, we can do two things. Either we can count the total number of trues. To count the total number of trues, we have to use dot sum, or for data filtering, just pass this true false through data, and we're getting all the data which is containing the at least chicken ball, chicken crispy taco, chicken soft taco, whatever it's there, but chicken item is there, right? So these are all items containing chicken in this number, total 1560. Okay, there are total 1560 items having chicken as the one of the entity.
So, but what if there's lowercase and uppercase, like the
Good question.
case and yes, sir.
Right. Okay, so if that is a case, what we can do, we can first of all, okay, we can just convert everything into the lowercase by using str, or using by str dot lower. Okay, so everything is now in a lowercase. Okay, and then update that column, so that everything can be in uniform state. Okay, and then we can do what? We can compare this thing with lowercase. Is it fine?
If sir, we can split this word into like a chicken and we compare it and sum up all.
Yeah, that also we can do. Like for example, if suppose we think like there can be a lowercase and uppercase. So this is one way. This is one of the most simplest way. Convert everything into lowercase and use it. Other way that you can do is what? This is for comparing small cases. Okay, apply. This is for comparing capital cases. Okay, and then we can do what? We can just use over here or symbol. It means out of these true, if any one is true, okay, it will return the true. This is called or. Okay, and then can pass it.
So why do we use dot str? Why can't we just use dot contains?
Actually, it is a function that is of a string function. Okay, it is applied on a string value of a complete column. That's why we are using str.
So if it's integer, we can use int, sir. Dot
No,
int.
no, for integer of a numeric, it is not required. For example, uh, if I have to compare it for the quantity column, okay, in that case, suppose if I have to compare it for the quantity column, df quantity, then I can just use contains. Series object has not, no, it is not working. It will not work. We have to use str only. Quantity, no, it will not work. No. One thing that we can do,
Convert it
this
into string and then use it.
converted into string, this will also not work. Yeah, this contains is actually a string function only. It can be applied over a string value. Okay, that's why we have to use str over here. If like for example, if suppose you are passing, you'll see over here. Suppose I'm just copying this thing. I thought it will work for the integer, but because generally comparing the integer, we don't use contains. Okay, we just use double equals. Okay, so okay, if I use like this, it will show me output representing series object has no attribute contains. Okay, series object is not having, it is not a function of series, it is not a function of data series. Okay, it is a function of string. That means if I'll write over a is equal to Bipul, okay, and then if I'll compare a dot contains, I guess it should work. No, it is not working. Str object string has not attribute d. I guess it should work with it. No, it will not work with this thing also. So what we can do, it's like series object has no attribute content. That means contains function can't be used in a series. Okay, it will be used with the string. That means we have to first tell the contains function that values within this are a string, and from that string you have to compare a particular string. Okay, that's why we are using str. Okay,
So
it
then how
is
to use it with numerical values? So
no, for numerical value you can only use double equals whenever you have to
no,
compare
sir.
a
For no, like for example, there are we have a set of phone numbers, like 100 phone numbers, and we need
Mhm.
to find a series of phone number from, like, we are giving us substring, and we need to search that substring in the available phone numbers. So how will we do that, sir?
Okay, for example, let me take example for that. See this, a is equal to pd dot data frame. Okay, a, okay. You want to compare this thing over here, right? So if I will use k dot contains 1 2 3, it will not work. Sorry, k a dot contains, right? It will not work. So what we can do, we need to access it in the form of a string. Okay, then if I directly pass over a dot str, then also it will not work, because it's by default is containing a non-numerical, sorry, non-string value. Okay, what is it saying? Can only use str accessor with the string values, but these are not the string values. Okay, so next what we can do, we can use it over here, dot as type str. First convert it into a string. Okay, then use it. Okay, so it needs what? First argument must be string or a compiled pattern, so it should be a string over here. Okay, so we are getting true 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 now. Okay, because these first, suppose here it is not 1 2 3, suppose here something like, Okay, so for the first three it is true, last one false. Got it?
So without converting into string, we can't uh, do it for numeric values.
All right, without converting into string, because contains function is something which can be applied over a string only. So we
No,
need
sir.
to
Like,
have a
is there any other function for numeric values, so to check for for the numeric values alone, the substrings for numeric values?
Hmm, uh, there is uh, there is one way that you can use the double equals, but that will be for the static value, right?
Yes,
That means one
yes,
constant value we can compare. Okay, from out of a complete set of value, if we have to compare, it is a way generally we use. If there is some other function, then I may not have used that one, because generally we use this way. Okay, so if it is there, I'll just let you know.
yes, sir.
Okay,
Sir, is there anything called as placeholders in Python, sir?
placeholders are there, we'll discuss about it. Placeholders
Okay.
will come with the machine learning. Okay, with the machine learning, placeholder things will come.
So
That is a
we can't use
concept.
placeholders here, sir. Underscore and percentage.
So underscore percentage, that is used like those things, we how can we use over here, like means those are basically used for replacing some kind of a variable. Okay, the variable value while printing something.
Okay, okay, sir.
Yeah, I'll
I
tell you, like if there is any function, just like contains function is used for string only. Okay, it can't be used for the numeric values. It was showing some error. So that's why we converted a numeric thing into a string by using s type, and thereafter we're using again the contains function. If there is any function like this contains that can be used for numeric, I will tell you, but generally we use it in this way. So I have also not used that part, but if it is there, I'll just figure out and I will tell you. Okay.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. Yeah.
Mhm.
Thank you, sir.
Right.
Sir, how we can split the item in
Mhm.
words?
Which
Item name
item?
in words. Item name, chicken plus
These.
bowl plus, like all
Okay, okay,
these
okay, okay.
items.
Okay. So if okay, fine. Okay. So I'll tell you. If this is clear, contains function is clear for everyone.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then, mm, okay, we're saying how to split it. For splitting it, df take the name, item name. Okay. Dot split. If you will do, what will happen on the base of a space? Okay. If we are splitting it, it is showing error because there is no split thing is there for a series. So we can use dot str dot split. Just like str dot, earlier also we used what, str dot, you can see what we used, str dot lower for converting into lower, str dot contains, and then str dot split. So it is splitting the things into different parts. Like first name was what, the first name was, if you see, the first name was what, is called the first name, df dot head. So first name is what, chips and fresh tomato salsa, so it is chips and fresh tomato salsa. Okay, second is just easy, third is this one. This is what you were saying.
Up now we can how to find out the chicken word in all these things and count it all.
Chicken word in all these things, this is what you want to do.
Yes, sir. If we want to find a chicken word in all these splitted word and
So
count it,
why to do like this, you can count the chicken word by using dot contains only. You want to do it like this way.
yes, sir.
Okay, so in this case what you can do, you can apply for I in, okay, for, or you can say for item in this thing, for item in print item. Okay. So now you are getting each item one by one. Okay, it is splitted. Okay, and thereafter you have to verify how is there any name is having a chicken word or not. So what we can do in that case, we can use over here. Okay, so basically this is a way what a conventional Python, how a conventional Python works. Okay, but generally for normal ways, we can use contains function, but let me tell you this way also, where we use a kind of a loop, right? What happened? Okay, fine. So these are items. Now what we can do, print item. Now I will just compare chicken, CHICKEN, chicken in, this is what, this is called membership operator. It will just compare whether chicken is present in this complete list for in each list or not, in each list where chicken is present or not. This is called membership operator. Okay, so it will compare and it will return true and false. Okay, it will do what, it will just compare and return true and false, right? And then you have to do what, you have to find out the sum of all the true value, isn't it? So what you can do, we can just compare over here, if, okay, if it is there, then define over here count is equal to 0. Okay, so if it is there, then count plus equals to 1. That means keep increasing the value of count. Okay, and then print count. So it is 1560. Okay, so you're getting 1560, and same value we got over here 1560.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so but generally we don't use this way because it's a 5 lines of code. Who will write the 5 lines of code if you can do it just in 1 line of code, right? That's why we just go in a way which is simple, that using the contains function. Whenever we have to operate over any string, we use what, contains .str.contains function. Clear? Contains function is clear for everyone? Any doubts? No doubt. Okay, now I have to find out the what is the second query? Most sold item. How can you find out most sold item? Can
The
you tell me how
item
to do?
name, value count, max.
No. A little difference. Okay, most sold item, we can't use the value count. Why? I'll tell you. Like suppose if I will use value count, what will I get? I will get that, okay, this item has been sold for how many times it is ordered. Okay, but the quantity, okay, like here the chicken bowl is ordered in quantity 2. Okay, but if I use value count, this will be added for only once, isn't it? If I use value count, then this will be added for only once. One. Okay, what I want, total quantity I have to add. That means these two things should be added. 2 plus 1 equal to 3. Okay, then again whenever it appears, suppose at some point it is ordered, the order quantity was 7. So 7 plus 3, it should be what, 10. Okay, that is what expected. So what we should do for that? Value count will only count how many times a particular thing is repeated, right? So what we should do for that? Please tell me. Something I told you, group by, right? Df dot group by on the basis of what, item name, okay, and then quantity dot sum. Yeah, right, Sanjay. Clear? So it is showing what, 6 packs of soft drink is something. Okay, now as you told, I can use max, idx max, whatever I want to use. Okay, I can use max. It will give me the maximum quantity in the item which is ordered in maximum quantity 761. The item name, better. I want to sort it, but sorting is not important. But still, if you want to sort it, you can sort it also. Sort underscore values. Okay. By default it is in descending order, I guess, or ascending order. It's ascending order. By default it's in ascending order. We can make it ASCN ascending equals to false. So it should be descending order. It is in descending order. Better? So it is in descending order. Here we are having a group by things and all. Clear? Any doubts over it? Please tell me. The third was what? Sum of total revenue. How can we find out the sum of total revenue? Just think of it. Please finish it and think of it. How can you find out the sum of total revenue? Yeah. What we should do for getting the sum of total revenue? Okay, let me tell you. We are having word DF. The item price column is representing the price. If I use dot sum, what will we get? It is not getting summed up. Okay, why? Because these are not a numerical value. Okay, that means if it is working like this, 5 plus 5 will give me 55, right? It is not a numerical value. It needs to be a numerical, but this value can be a numerical. Dollar can't be a numerical. Okay, so what we can do? We have to apply one more function dot str dot replace. Okay, so it will be used for what? To replace any existing string value in a data column. Okay, that means I can use what df and the column name is what? Item price dot str dot replace. I have to replace the dollar symbol with whom? With no value. Okay, so if I replace it, dollar symbol will be removed. Better. And thereafter we can do what? We can convert this thing into another data type. So for converting we can use as type. Okay, as type is used for what? To convert type of data in a data column. Okay, so we can use over here dot as type. Okay, what? Float. So it will be converted into float as well. Okay, now it is a type float. Okay, and thereafter you can update the item price with this new value. Okay, and thereafter you can use the same thing that you used for the last time. You can just pick this thing. Okay, you can calculate what? Dot sum. So this is the sum of total price. Okay, sum of individual item price, we can do what? We can use group by. Okay, sum of individual item price, group by item name. Here I can do what? Item price. Sorry, sum of individual item name. Okay, like what price, how much, on what price each item is basically sold. Okay, that is there, right? And what is the last thing? Average selling price of each item sold. Average selling price of each item sold is what? Simple. Dot mean. So these are mathematical statistical reading that we can do on the data frame. Just look into it and let me know if anything that you could not understood. I will explain that
But
one.
sir, but sir, it is the item price only quantity in one. If we have quantity in two, then multiply. We have to multiply two by the
No, no, no,
single
no.
item.
No. Here, item price is not in quantity one. It is the total price that a consumer paid. It's a total price that a consumer paid actually. If you look at the data, just look at the data. Here, you can see here the same value, same thing is in quantity two. So price is 16.98. Here it is in quantity one, so it is 10.98. Okay, so it is showing the total amount that a user paid. Okay, it is not like individual. Like suppose here someone is purchasing quantity two, then he may got some discount. Okay, or some kind of other offer. So he is paying a less price as compared to a person who is buying in quantity one. Okay, next time when the same item is sold, okay, it is sold on different price, right? So item
If sir,
remains same. Yeah.
if sir, this will present in here like a item price of one quantity, then
Mhm.
and it will be constant. Then what we will do?
Then you have to multiply the quantity with this price. Obviously, in that case, you have to do the way that you are saying. You have to multiply the price with the quantity. That means you have to do this thing. Okay, let me tell you. You have to do what? You have to just apply. You have to first take what? DF quantity. Okay, this is your quantity, right? DF item price, the item price, right? And then you have to multiply this thing together. Okay, so you'll get it. Quantity is getting multiplied with item price. Okay, that's why here it becomes 4. Okay, it becomes 33.96. Why 33.96? Just look at the fourth number. Fourth is what? 2. Okay, it is what? It is 2. So 2 is when multiplied with 16.2 into 16.98. What are we getting? Did it change something or what? Just a minute, let me compare it over here. Let me compare df dot head. Df dot head 10 value.
Yes, sir. Multiplication is right.
Okay, so we are doing what? This thing is multiplied with 16.98. So when you multiply with 16.98, will you get 33? Yeah, 33.96. That's fine. Okay, so it is what you can do. Understood? But in this case, it is not required. Clear?
Sir.
Did it clear everything? Just tell me.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me take one more data set. So these very simple data set I'm just taking so that we can have a better practice before we can go for some machine learning problem statement of analyzing the data. Okay, because there we have to analyze a lot. for removing the outliers, for selecting the data which is more influencing. Okay, for all those things we have to do it, right? So for that, let's see what we can do. HTTP data is accessible. So once the data is accessible, you have to do what? There are very basic things that you have to do. Movies rated more than. So this is your final analysis that we are doing. So please, this time all the things that you have to do on your own. Okay, I'll just help you in that case if something is not working. Okay, movies are rated movies with duration less than 150. Movies from crime and comedy channel. Movies with rating non R rated movies with rating more than 8.0 from crime, comedy, and action with duration more than 150. Okay, and average rating of movies from each channel. Okay, so first of all, just this 5 things that you have to solve. Okay, and let me know the output or the thing or the code that you had executed.
So can you show the link, sir?
Hmm. IMDb ratings.
Sir, we can just do DF star rating greater than equal to 8.5.
The first one is very easy. You can just use DF star rating. Second one also you can, okay, try for the second one. First one is very simple. Okay, star rating greater than 8.5. It will be true or false, and then we can do what? We can just pass DF. Okay, so these are the movies, and I can, if I want only the movie's name, okay, what we can do, I can just call the movie's name, that is by the title. That's what we can do easily. It is simple thing. The second one, R-rated movies with duration less than
We can
150.
do group by in second one for the ratings.
R-rated movies with duration less than 150. No, group by will not work. Utkarsh is giving a solution. Let me try it. Okay, if sorry. Okay, you are giving it. Okay, you are giving it content rating is okay. So basically, you are almost close to correct, but little bit error is there. So what you're doing, DF content rating compare with R. Okay, that's fine. So you'll get what this thing, and then the second thing was should be less than 150. So for being less than 150, so DF duration less than 150. Okay, so if we are doing it, we are getting it right. Now what we can do, both the conditions should be true. Okay, so for both the conditions to be true, we can use and over here, isn't it? So for the and, we can use like this. Okay, both the conditions should be true, right? Then DF, and operator. Any doubts with the and operator? Anyone having? There are two operators we are having. You can see all the movies are belonging to R category and duration is less than 150. Both the situations are satisfied. Okay, both the conditions are satisfied. Okay, there are two operators that we use. One is called and operator. So true and true will return true. Okay, if you are using true and true, it will return true. Yeah, and or. And sorry, and this and symbol you have to use. Okay, true and true, fine. So let me give you four conditions: true and true, true and false, okay, false and true, and false and false. Okay, so print.
Sir, instead of using the ampersand symbol, we can use A and D also, no, sir?
You just try if it is working or not. I
So,
guess
like
A.
in Python it works, but then here if I use A and D, it gives an error.
No. In data frame, actually, we have to use and symbol. In Python, it
Okay, sir.
works, right? You're saying right. In general, Python, if you're doing normal coding, it will work. But with the data frame, the symbol will work.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So and it means what? If both the conditions, if this condition, the first condition, and the second condition, if both the conditions are true, then only the final output is true. If any one of them is false, the final output is what? False. Okay. So it will verify whether both the conditions are true or not. I guess I'm clear. Okay. So here it is satisfying both the conditions. Okay, and the third thing that we are having, what? Movies from crime and comedy genre. It's very simple. Here we can use or condition, right? DF, you can use over here genre double equals crime. Okay, so it will compare and give me true or false in case of crime, and same thing we can do for what? For the comedy. Okay, now both the conditions, out of both the conditions, any one can be true, okay, based upon the column. So what we can do, we can just put it into the or condition. Okay, out of both things any one can be true, so it is your or symbol. So or will do what? Or means any one of them should be true. Okay, the both true is not required. I can pass the data frame, okay, true false through it. Okay, so any one of them should be true. Okay, so it is a way we can do it, or there is one more way that is called is in function. That means what you can do, df gener, you can pass the gener over here. Okay, dot is in, same thing. Okay, is in, we can pass the multiple conditions. Out of multiple conditions, if any one conditions you want to be true, like comedy, crime, action, whatever you want to do, you can pass it. So it is doing the same thing. Okay, whatever that is done over here, same thing it is doing through is in function. It depends what you want to do. You want to use is in, or you want to use something, the normal or conditions. If you're not knowing is in, that's okay, you can use the or condition. If you're knowing is in, you can use that is in. Clear? I hope it is clear, right? You can just let me know if you're having any doubts. Okay, we'll discuss and then we proceed. I hope it is clear for all of you. Next, we can do what? We can go for the next thing. That is simple. You can do rest of the part. I guess you can do easily. Okay, non-R-rated movies. Okay, something over here. So, okay, this is what the fourth query I want that you should solve. Just try it once. Give it a little time. I can wait for 1 or 2 minutes. Okay, just give it a little time on your own and try to solve it. The fourth one. Fifth one is very simple. Average rating of movie of each genre is very simple. We can use simple group by and can do it, right? So fourth and fifth, please solve on your own and let me know. Then what do you have to do? Very simple. First of all, you have to just compare. You should do it quickly, right? DF, it is what? Content rating, right? So content rating, if I'll compare double equals R, it will give me all those instances where R is there. Okay. Yeah, right, Satyam. Okay. So like the way Satyam did, you can do it like that way, or we can also use over here not equals. That is also fine. Okay. So it is condition one. Condition two is what you are having. A condition two is what? Just a minute, sorry. Condition two is from crime and comedy. Crime comedy. So we can use what? DF genre dot is in. Okay, I can pass over here as crime, comedy, and action. Both, all the three things: crime, comedy, action. Okay, so it will give me true, false. Okay, and then we can do what? The last part is duration. Okay, so DF duration should be more than what? 150 or 140, whatever it's there. Okay, and then you can put all these things into the AND condition, because all these three conditions should be true. Okay, so we can put it over here. Okay, and then I can use over here DF. Okay, so these are the things. Okay, average rating of movies from each genre, it's very simple. DF dot group by genre. Okay, and then I can take the average rating. So rating is what I can just use over here, star ratings, right? So star ratings dot me. Okay, so this is average rating. Okay, just finish it and let me know if you're having any doubt. So initially I had just given you some initial exercises. Okay, I just used some very basic exercises over the data. Okay, it is just the 10% of what we are going to do next. Okay, it is just the 10%, right? Just I had given some initial exercises. I use some very basic exercises so that we can be familiar with the data. We can be comfortable with the kind of data that we are going to use, and the little bit some functions that we should know. Okay, there are a number of more functions are there, but those functions we will use with some case studies. Okay, while we'll pick the case study and we will work over the project. Okay, so many new things will come and I'll explain at that time. But with those things, with those new functions, with those new concepts, you will not be uncomfortable now. Okay, because you are already familiar with the kind of function, how function is used. Okay, how data to be accessed. Okay, how to work with different columns. Okay, you are familiar with that. That's why later on, if some new function will also come, you will not get so much confused, you will not get uncomfortable with that. Okay, so now further things we are going to do with the case study only. So finish it. Okay, and then after, let me know if any doubts you are having. Okay, so I hope it is clear. Shall we continue? Please tell me, shall we continue? The 10 minutes left, some
Yes,
whatever
sir.
that we're going to do next class. Okay, I'll just give a quick brief of it. Okay, in the upcoming class we are going to start with the machine learning part and all, right? Okay, so we need to know there are basic things about the ML. Okay, like we had seen, because machine learning and data science will now run simultaneously, okay, parallel. Okay, it is whatever the initial concept that is required, the Python, basics of Python, basics of Numpy, basics of Pandas, that is already covered up. Okay, there are so many things are there in Pandas and Numpy, but I am expecting that you should also give the time. It is like if each and everything I will start doing it, then it is just like you are not a kid, right? So that means later on, the initial things I told you, there are so many things are going to be covered up with the case studies, with the projects. Okay, there may be certain things which will not be covered, which may possible which will not be covered in the class, but again you can do that thing on your own. Okay, if you will solve multiple projects, you can do that thing on your own. Okay, it is not like that each and everything one by one I should tell. Okay, it's like there are many things that you can do. I'm expecting that you can do those things on your own. Okay, so because if more detailing will go, we may miss the project, right? So that's why we have to start the machine learning part, along with which the data science and machine learning now run simultaneously. Data science, machine learning, and concept of Python, all these three things will run now onwards simultaneously. Okay, so we need to know about the machine learning. Machine learning is what it's like. You here we use two stuff. The first is known as data, and second we are going to use the algorithms. Okay, data that we are already pre-processing till now. Okay, so similar kind of data will be used. Okay, that data will be used as an experience for the machine. Like we are learning, you are learning with some data I am speaking out. Okay, whenever I speak, I am giving you some sort of data, you are listening and you are collecting the data in your mind so that you can learn. The same way a machine will learn with the help of data. Those data will we have to provide to the machine along with the algorithm, so that machine can learn from it. Okay, learn from it so that further things can be predicted, future things can be predicted, like what can be the weather tomorrow, what can be the weather today. Okay, what can be the sales value of a particular company. Okay, how much what can be the price of real estate, or you can say price of a property. Okay, at in a particular city, at a particular location. Okay, what can be the price of a used car if someone is going to purchase a car, then how basically cars 24 predicts the price of a car. Okay, what can be the how can different things like um, but that is a kind of a image recognition. Image recognition will not be covered in this session, but still it's like at the later stage the machine learning is basically used and it is named as deep learning. So like by using image recognition, how to identify the, you can say, the resources within the, you can say, within the upper layer of earth. Okay, or recognizing the kind of a ships in the kind of in ocean or anything. Okay, so there n number of applications are there from each and every industry is using this thing at the very larger extent. Okay, whatever industry you consider, machine learning they are using at a very larger extent. Like Google is using it to identify your interest. Okay, based upon that they will show you the kind of a product or the advertisement. Facebook is using like for recognizing the faces. Okay, or showing the advertisement to you. Okay, like for example, if you upload an image, okay, in that image if I am present, right, then what will happen, Facebook will send me a notification that you may be there in that image. Okay, or it will also ask you to tag that person. Okay, like people is there in that particular image, you can tag him. Okay, so there are so many things in which ML is used. Okay, but whenever we are using ML is classified into three subtypes. Okay, so those subtypes we need to know. You can also have a little research before coming from the next class. Okay, the first is known as what? Supervised learning. Okay, supervised learning. Okay, machine learning means supervised learning. Second is known as what? Unsupervised learning. Okay, let me see this thing, just a minute. I guess I'm having a PPT for it. Okay. Yeah, three types of learnings are there: supervised, unsupervised, and reinforcement. Okay, what it means exactly in a simple layman term, as of now the learning that you are taking is known as supervised learning, because it is basically supervised by me. Okay, supervised means what? I am first giving you the training, I'm just letting you know what to do. Step 2, I am giving you assignment. Step 3, I am making the corrections in the, whenever you are finishing the assignment, there may be some error, I am making the correction in it. Okay, so that helps you in learning. Again, I'm repeating. First, I'm providing you the training. Second, I'm giving you the assignment. Third, whatever assignment you did, I am making the corrections in it. So based upon that correction, you are getting trained. So it is called supervised learning. Someone is supervising. Okay, like there is a company. In that company, some a number of people are doing the job. There is a team lead. Okay, so that team lead is there. That team lead do what actually? That team lead actually supervise them. Okay, like 10 people are doing the job. They are doing the job, and the job they are doing, that will be analyzed continuously by the team lead or the managers, whosoever is there. Okay, and whatever the job they are doing, if they are doing it correct, okay, that's fine. But if any error, or if they're not doing it properly, those managers or those kind of whosoever is there, okay, team lead, just supervise them. Okay, they used to tell them, no, it is not the correct way, you can do it this way, right? That means supervising, that means a person who is knowing, okay, is supervising the person who wants to know. Same way in machine, we have to supervise a machine, we have to let the machine work. How? We have to design an algorithm which will do what? Which will first train the machine. Second, will assign a task to the machine. Third, analyzing the performance of the machine, and based upon the analysis of the performance of the machine, it will again make it correct. It will again tell the machine that how it can correct itself. It will tell the machine that how it can correct itself. That is called supervised learning. Better? In the unsupervised learning, what exactly happens here? Like suppose you are getting trained on your own. Okay, you are just learning from YouTube or something like that. Okay, or because where you are just analyzing the situation on your own, there is no one to correct you. Okay, there is no one to correct you, you are correcting on your own. Okay, correcting yourself, right? So that means when we will design an algorithm using which a machine will get trained without without having actual that means the actual output is not known to the machine. Okay, for example, like for example, let me give you a situation. For example, just like this, suppose I am having a box. Okay, just a minute. Okay, suppose I am having a box over here. I'm just giving a definition of it. Okay, we'll go into the detail of it. We'll go into the very much detail of it, right? I'm just giving a definition. You can just have a little research so that you can do your own research. Okay, and you can understand something. Unsupervised learning means what? Suppose there is a box. In this box, there are certain objects which are circular in nature. There are certain objects which are triangular in nature. Okay, there are certain objects which are squared in nature. Right? These are the objects which are squared in nature. Right? Now, if I will ask you to separate these objects into different group, you can do it easily. But at the same time, if I'm asking you to separate these objects into different group, but you can't see it, you are blindfolded. That means your eyes are closed. Then how can you separate it? What you'll do, if you can't see it, then obviously you have to pick any object, analyze the shape of it. Okay, after analyzing the shape of it, you will put it somewhere around you. Then you pick the second object and compare the shape of second object with the previous object. Okay, you will compare the shape of second object with the previous object. Is it similar to previous or no? It is not similar. So keep it on the right side. Third object, okay, it is similar to the second thing that you picked up, so put it along with the second object. We'll also put it over here. Fourth object, it is similar to the first one, so put it along with the first one. Okay, then fifth one, it is completely new thing, so put it somewhere over here. Okay, this way you can keep picking up the different object and keep forming the clusters of it. Okay, you are keep picking up different objects and you are forming the clusters of similar object. Okay, you are picking up the object and forming the cluster, picking up the forming the cluster. So in this way you will form the clusters of similar looking objects. Okay, without being guided by anyone. You will not be guided by anyone and will form the clusters of it. So it is called unsupervised learning. Okay, the same kind of learning that YouTube uses, Facebook uses, to find out those guys, those persons, those visitors who are having the similar behavior. Okay, all those persons who show similar behavior, they are basically clustered in one group by these platforms, YouTube, Facebook, or whatever it is there. Okay, so it is called unsupervised learning. Fair enough. So supervised learning is that learning in which the eyes will be open, datas are known, labels are known. Okay, like what condition created rain, which condition basically creating a kind of a hot and humid temperature, which condition creating a profit for a company, which condition creating a loss for a company, everything is known. Then we use supervised learning. If nothing is known, only information is there, but that information is doing what, we don't know. We are having the information, but that information is actually doing what, that data is basically creating what situation. Okay, the situation that is created by data, that situation we don't know. If we are not knowing about the situation, the final situation, we form the clusters of similar situation together, we form the clusters of similar situations together. Okay, that is unsupervised learning. Reinforcement learning, the learning which will get reinforced. For example, you are driving, okay, and while driving you are not wearing a seat belt. Okay, then what will happen? You will be punished. That means you have to pay a fine. Okay, so that is what, that is a concept of reinforcement learning. That means reward and punishment. Okay, that means after each performance of a machine there will be a mechanism of reward and punishment. If the machine performs well, okay, the algorithm will provide the reward to the machine. Okay, if the machine is not performing well, the punishment will be provided, the algorithm will create a punishment for the machine. Okay, reward, that means positive points, some positive points like 0.3, 0.5, whatever it is there. Punishment means negative points, whatever that negative point, that will be defined by algorithm. But for each good performance, after analysis, it will be reward. For each bad performance there will be a punishment. That is called reinforcement learning. Okay, so I just use very layman term, very generic term to explain it. Okay, initial definitions. Okay, we'll take this take this thing into the applications for the further when if in the upcoming session we'll just take this thing into the consideration for kind of for any kind of for creating some applications, right? Am I clear? Please let me know if you're having any doubts. No doubts? Okay, so we'll go into the detail of it in the upcoming session. Okay, so before that, just have a little look on your own side, like what supervised, unsupervised, and reinforcement. Okay, just find out the things. Okay, and we'll discuss in the upcoming session. For today, that is it from my side. Okay, the recordings will be shared by tonight or by tomorrow morning. Okay, so if everything is fine, shall we wind up, or if anything to ask, you can let me know. Thank you, everyone. Take care. Good night. We'll meet tomorrow. I have also shared the PDF. This PPT, in this PPT also will get the definitions actually. Just go through that thing also. Thank you. Take care. Good night.
Thank you, sir. Good.